and create more inclusive, compassionate, and thriving societies.
The overall winner, Isaac Ajato.
In a land where dreams are often cradled in the arms of hope, there exists a league of unsung heroes. They are the silent architects of change, the torchbearers who illuminate paths where once there was only darkness. From the verdant stretches of our farms to the innovative labs of science, from the warm embrace of humanitarian aid to the simplest acts of kindness. These are the change makers who sculpt the future of our nation, stitch by stitch. Unknown to them, their acts of selflessness have resonated across the land, stirring the hearts of many and sparking a movement of recognition and celebration. It's that time of the year again. JoyNews proudly presents the Impact Makers Awards 2024. Join us in our quest to spot and honor those steadfast warriors who are remolding the destiny of our communities and our nation. This is your moment to nominate the unsung hero in your midst, the beacon of change whose story deserves to be told. To nominate your Impact Maker of the Year, send your entries to impact.makersAwards@myjoyonline.com. Let's amplify their stories. The Joy News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impact.
When I look at the economic management team, it is quite clearly a fantastic team. Professor Jambafo, Senior Minister Yao Osafo Maf. What a solid team.
This is another welcome.
It is your essential guide to the pulse of Ghana's democracy. Election Brief offers you a front row seat to the latest updates, in-depth analysis, and comprehensive coverage.
What does this mean? We therefore project it is almost statistically impossible for President John Dramani Mahama to achieve 50% plus one. Our projection is that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will win the 2016 presidential election.
Undefeated.
During this campaign season, our experienced team of reporters will bring you exclusive insights, breaking news, and unbiased reporting from every corner of Ghana.
The people have met him with excitement and they keep chanting Savior to imply that they believe that he holds the key to turning the economic fortunes of the country.
As Vice President, I am like a driver's mate. But by the grace of God, if you make me the president, I will be in the driver's seat with constitutional.
Dive deep into the strategies, the promises, and the people shaping the future of our country. Election Brief isn't just about the headlines. It is about the voices of the people.
This is an election. These people came to us that they are going to maintain everyone. And here lies the case. We have the videos, evidence. And now they've taken our names out. Look at the number of people here. And you expect us to let the election go on. Never.
Join the conversation and have your say. Your voice matters in shaping Ghana's future. Catch the Election Brief every weekday from 2 to 2:30 p.m. only on Joy News. Joy News, your election headquarters.
Welcome back. And now for the final leg of the show, let me take you to Coconut Grove, where the Plan International Ghana, a development and advocacy organization that advances, child's rights and equality for girls, is marking International Women's Day on the theme National Level Advocacy to mark International Women's Day. Please enjoy.
Madam Maltiti, our able MC, thank you for the nice introduction. I also want to thank Asum for having set the stage very clearly. Good morning, everyone. But before I go into, sharing my message, let me acknowledge the dignitaries here. I know we are expecting the Director of Gender from the Ministry of Gender, but I would like to acknowledge Mrs. Lauren Cameron from the Global Affairs Canada, our Nana Nom and Queen Mothers, the head of government institutions, our implementing and strategic partners of the WISE projects, the women rights organization present here, the civil society organization and international NGO present, the member of the various WISE project communities. I see many of you here. Welcome. I want to acknowledge our colleague from Plan International Ghana and specifically welcome Mrs. Zaina Faraz, our senior advisor for gender equality and inclusion, who came all the way from Plan Canada to support us here. You're very much welcome. All media houses, ladies and gentlemen, again, a pleasant morning to you, and welcome to the launch of the National Advocacy Campaign on fostering economic justice and equality for women leaders in business and entrepreneurship for accelerated economic growth, which we regard as a movement for empowerment, a journey toward progress and justice, a platform for change, and a beacon of hope for a more just and equal future. Today, we come together, not just as individuals, but as a collective force, to shine a light on a crucial issue that resonates deeply with all of us: the promotion of women leadership in all aspects of society. As we convene here, we celebrate the strength, the resilience, and the untapped potential of women leaders throughout the world. For many years, development practitioners have dreamt of a world free of bias, stereotypes, and discrimination. A world that is diverse, equitable, and inclusive. A world where difference is valued and celebrated. Women have long been at the forefront of driving positive change, breaking barriers, and paving the way for a more inclusive and equitable world. Yet, despite the immense contribution, women continue to face systemic barriers that hinder the path in all spheres of life. Women equal access to land, to affordable financial services, and their ascension to leadership role must be prioritized to achieve economic justice and equality for women. Investing in women's economic empowerment set a direct path towards gender equality, poverty eradication, and inclusive and economic growth. When a woman thrives, all of society benefits. We therefore gather here today, united in solidarity, to challenge these barriers, dismantle stereotypes, and empower women to lead with confidence and conviction. Distinguished guests, policymakers, advocates, supporters, champions of change, Plan International Ghana, as a human rights organization, seeks to improve the lives of children, especially girls and young women who are the most vulnerable in our societies. We go beyond the symptoms of the many challenges affecting girls, young women, and women to explicitly tackle the root causes of gender inequality, particularly the unequal power relations, discriminatory social norms, while working on beliefs, systems, structures, policies, and practices at the individual, family, community, and national levels. We work to improve the daily condition of girls while advancing their position and value in society. The Women's Innovation for Sustainable Enterprise Project, also known as WISE, on whose platform we are gathered here today for this occasion, is built on that gender transformative approach. It is built on the premise that gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls are some of the effective ways to break the cycle of poverty and build a more resilient, peaceful, inclusive, and prosperous society. The project seeks to improve women's agency, self-confidence, and self-esteem to exercise and influence decisions regarding their participation in sustainable economic growth. It also seeks to tackle the root causes of inequalities and unequal power dynamic by strengthening the agency of women and girls across 5 areas, including access and control over productive resources, roles and responsibilities, participation and decision-making, gender norms, values, and practice that hinge on patriarchy that entrenches biases and inequality in our society today. This national advocacy campaign is thus a clarion call for action, a testament to the transformative power of women leadership, and a testament to the limitless possibilities that arise when we embrace diversity and inclusivity. Together, we had the opportunity to redefine leadership, to amplify women's voices, and to create a future where gender equality is not just a distant dream, but a lived reality. I'm happy to report that with funding from the Global Affairs Canada and together with key partners, the Ministry of Gender, the Domestic Violence and Victim Support Unit of the Ghana Police Service, the Department of Social Welfare, Women Rights Organization, the municipal assemblies, partner communities and groups, and our local implementing partners, some remarkable results have been achieved by the WISE project so far, and together we are poised to create an enabling ecosystem that will help the women's business to thrive. Your presence here also symbolizes your unwavering commitment to drive positive change, to champion the rights of the marginalized, and to amplify the voices of the unheard and the unsung women leaders in our communities. Each one of us plays a vital role in achieving a more inclusive and equitable society. Ladies and gentlemen, as we embark on this journey together, as we continue on this journey together, let us remember the trailblazers who have come before us, the pioneers who have shattered glass ceiling, and the visionary who have paved the way for a more inclusive and equitable society. Let us harness the collective power of our voices, our actions, and our commitment to drive meaningful change and create a world where women leaders thrive and inspire generations to come. Let us also remember that change doesn't happen overnight. It requires steadfast dedication, unwavering resolve, and a shared vision of a better tomorrow. Let us harness the power of collaboration, empathy, and solidarity to create a ripple effect of positive change that resonates far beyond the confines of this room. Together, let us rise. Together, let us lead. Together, let us pave the way for a brighter tomorrow. And together, we can and will make a difference. Thank you, and have a blessed day.
Please, let's give another round of applause for Mr. Chona. Together, let's push for inclusivity. Together, we can make a difference. Change doesn't happen in a day, but with consistency and dedication, with all our individual uniqueness coming together, we will be able to create some change. Mr. Chona, Country Director for Plan International Ghana, the Okan Kakrebi na Mesesa Iwotrimu Amaye ne say or say yen bomoding na yenina yen kabum ejuma na ye no obia ye ne dia or ye ne ye ekoye but yenina say ye kabuma ejuma no bekosu ye amaye obia wo ne challenges ana nioma or ya enkoye the auton in Yoma and our business or ye. Ain't it? Yenina kaboma, obi woha, obe to me abuao. Udru sa challenge na unsa adena pese abrabo and a wage manobakwe nima. Nani pana buao. You see, your network is your net worth. And no na country director no aka nina amayeno. Ain't it? Enunti na yewo hanum no. Ain't it? Ebe ende eneno na. Nyame wohwa yebeye ni nyina action plans no dem solo manam banam country director Plan International Ghana no ko yel sham kan yen liab go bela nyala o yel ya ni so kamalo ya targa netiza yi lam so kamza ya targa ma yi lam de nyala den yen sonte katin ni to nyeben shata temanga kar kazam bosse so yel ya ni yala ma den ya I could chantoni, yelana paga, ama, wula kayen no, unto liab yelama, caratonos ven yeleganta, dabdilugu, and tama mam diagu, carneto song a be, a pabo, a yidana, ki nito nye diagu carichan ven yelenga, doroit zane, shokoro fees, bunyele, ka tenuto tono, olan yali a pam about paba, to manama, bugba ne be, to manamne, canito zang ben shana, and tete dangma, takpang matamanga. Kate song deba katerbati yani nyesham den cheka buku bukata bedabdil guma ka de chantone so abdiane be shayit zan ka pa amagba malo onu tembo nyeshale mpaya. Thank you so much. Going to if I had taken my French lessons serious in Tumba Junior High School, I'm sure I would have been doing this a bit in French too. Country director, I'm sure Mr. Chona would agree. But I'm going to call now. Our presentations are going to start off, but I want you to know again that we're live on JoyNews on television and online as well. Plan International Ghana to online on Facebook. You can stream, watch us there. We're going to be looking at, how to break down the Women's Innovation for Sustainable Enterprises, the WISE project. And I'm calling on Madame Rose Awolena. She is in charge of the WISE project. She's going to give us a brief overview of the WISE project, PPT on achievements and challenges. She's actually the project manager for WISE project. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the hardworking woman to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Mr. Asum did my job for me. Because whilst he was talking, I asked myself, do I really need to come up stage to do my presentation? Because he's done about 50 to 60%. But for the benefit of those who are joining us for the first time, we just want to give a brief overview of what the WISE project is all about, so that you have a bit of understanding what the project is doing, so that you'll be able to follow through the discussions that will take place today. So the project is being funded by Global Affairs Canada for a period of 5 years. We started implementation in January 2020, and we are going all the way to December 2024. And then we have Plan International Canada, Plan International Ghana as implementers of the project, but we have 2 other local implementing partners, that's WIDO and then Urbanet partnering on the project. So WIDO is overseeing all the project implementation in the Bono areas. So that's Techimai, Sunyani, and the internal North municipalities. And then when you go to Northern region, we are working in 2 districts, that's Tolong and then Kumbogo district, and then Urbanet that is overseeing the project implementation there. We have other strategic partners on the project. So Ghana Enterprises Agency, given the fact that we are talking about women's economic empowerment, so business development services are very key to whatever the women are doing. So Ghana Enterprises Agency, together with their decentralized offices at the district assemblies, that's the business advisory centers, we are working with them. We equally have ISOCO on board, and then they are providing e-extension services to our women, because we have a number of them who are into soya cultivation, a number of them who are doing green businesses, and they need technical information and then services from time to time. So ISOCO is helping us with that aspect of the project. ISOCO is also helping us provide marketing linkages to the women for the products that they are producing. We have AGI, and then they are helping us with the mentorship opportunities that we have on the project, because we have our top flying women, we call them mentees, and then AGI was instrumental to get experienced business women, about 10 of them, to mentor our mentees for a period of 4 months for us. And then they're equally helping us with the marketing linkage. Then we have CDC Consult. They facilitated all the financial linkages to the financial institutions. We have 5 financial institutions on board, and I think Maltiti introduced 2 of them here. We have Nkranza Rural Bank, and then we have Insurantrema Rural Bank. We have 3 others, Opportunity International, and then Capital Rural Bank, and then Bonzali Rural Bank. So these are the 5 financial institutions that we are working with. So it was ISOCO that facilitated that process for us, and then currently they are helping us roll out financial literacy training to all our beneficiaries, women that we have in the 150 communities. We also have women rights organizations, because the project is heavy on gender equality. So we have about 11 women rights organizations on the project, but present here we have only 5 of them. So these are our strategic partners. We equally have government agencies at the district level who are equally helping us with the implementation of the project. We are talking about the district assemblies, district and municipal assemblies. We are talking about Environmental Protection Agency. We are talking about Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Then at the district level, there are Department of Agriculture, and then we are talking about the Department of Gender. So we have Net Right, and then other gender officers at the district level who are supporting us with the project implementation. So as a project, we set off to reach about 12,641 women, but as I go down, you see that we've surpassed the number that we initially targeted. And then these women are aged between 19 to 55 years. And then we are hoping that by the end of the project, we should have indirectly reached about 156,000 156,000, and then out of this number, 86% of them should be women. So geographically, I think Mr. Asnum talked about it, but we are located in Tolong Kumbogo in the northern, and then Sunyani Municipal, Tano North, and then Techimai Municipal. So in each of the project locations, we are working in 30 communities. So across the 5 project locations, we have 150 communities that we are working in. And the overall goal of the project is increased realization of rights to economic empowerment, well-being, and inclusive economic growth for targeted women in Northern Bono East and then Ahafo regions. And then for us to be able to achieve our ultimate outcome, we are doing this through 2 ultimate outcomes. Improved women's agency for them to take part to exercise their decision-making regarding economic participation, and then increase productivity, profitability, and then innovation in the businesses that they are operating. So with this, we have two main economic value chains that we are working with. We have the soya value chain, and basically we are looking at all the activities along the soya segment, right from production all the way till the final product gets to the consumers. Then we equally have what we call the green businesses. And green businesses, we are basically looking at businesses that the women can do to enable them earn an income, and then they will be able to protect the environment. Because when it comes to environmental protection, GAC is very heavy on it. So these are businesses that the women are doing, and then it's helping them to protect the environment in a way. So in a snapshot, we've achieved a lot, but for the sake of time, I will just mention a few things that we want to share with everyone here. So as a project, we normally start off with our VSLA concept that we use to mobilize our beneficiaries, bring them together for them to network and then save and then borrow from whatever meetings that they're having at the community level, so that later on when we roll out the skills training to them, they'll be able to get funds from their group's level to be able to invest in their businesses. So with our VSLA concept, we've been able to mobilized and then formed about 560 VSLA groups till date across all the 150 communities that we are working in. And then these 560 VSLA groups, we have a total membership of 14,123 women. And these women have received capacity building trainings on selected gender equality models. Some include how to communicate assertively with their partners and even among themselves when they meet at the group level, how they can manage their homes so that they will be able to get the support of their partners in whatever businesses that they are doing. We've equally given them financial literacy training so that they will know the essence of saving, and then what are the needs, what are the wants, so that they'll be able to differentiate between these two, so that they are not just saving and then investing those monies in wants instead of focusing on their needs and then setting long-term and then short-term goals. So they've received varied capacity building trainings to bring them up to speed, where you get to see some of the results down there later on when we go down. So we are not just working with only the women. We needed the support of the men, given that they are wives, mothers, sisters of the men in the communities that we are working in. So we had to find a way to bring on board the men on the project. So when you go to each of the beneficiary communities, we have some group of men we call male champions. You can call them champions of change. And these are men who self-selected. So they nominated themselves and they said, okay, we are interested in what we are doing. We are passionate about it. And then we have interest in women's economic empowerment. So we want to help you. So they are sort of living positive, exemplary lifestyles for other men in the community to follow. I think Country Director mentioned in his speech issues of unpaid care work, which is an issue our women are battling with. So these are male champions in the communities. How can they role model positive lifestyles by helping their partners at the household level for other men to emulate the positive behavior that they are putting up? So we have in total 1,350 of these men across our project communities that we are working with. We give them capacity building training, and then they in turn go back to the communities to engage their fellow men. We equally have our traditional and the religious leaders, including the Queen Mothers, the Magagias, and then I think they have beautifully graced our occasion here for us. So we have 450 of them. So each community, we get the traditional chief, we get the Magagia or the Queen Mother, and then we get a religious leader, whether Christian or Muslim. So 3 in each community, and then given that we are trying to tackle issues of social cultural norms, given that we are trying to see how we can get cultivable farmlands for our women, and they are the custodians of these farmlands, we had to bring them on board for them to use their platforms to be able to champion our cause for us. So we have 450 of them on the project that we are working with. We also have something we call our safe space. We are working with nursing mothers, some are nursing mothers, and then for the fact that when they go for trainings, they need to be comfortable to be able to concentrate on whatever session that is going on. So we needed to come up with a concept that will allow these women to have free time to be able to participate in trainings, or even when they are going for their weekly VSLA meetings. So with this safe space, we've established 70 of them across our 150 communities that we are working in. And you can term them as childcare centers. So we have caregivers who have been trained on planned safeguarding policies, child protection policies, and then they are manning these 70 safe spaces that women on a daily basis, they take their children there, they leave them there, and then either go for trainings, go to do their house chores, or the woman wants to rush to the farm or get to the market and then quickly come back. So she goes to leave the child there, and then she goes to do whatever she wants to do, and then she comes back to pick this child. So 70 of these safe spaces working in our communities, and we've provided them with some learning through play materials that the caregivers use to engage these children at the centers. Surprisingly, some communities have been innovative enough, and then where they don't have schools, they're trying to see how they can turn these childcare centers into private schools for their own benefit, which is really great and impressive. That's what we want them to do. We also have the skills training that I talked about. That's the soya value chain and then the green businesses. So far, we've been able to train about 3,450 of our women. So our target number, because one may be asking, we have a target of 12,641, and then looking at the number that we've trained, it's quite small. So we targeted 4,046 right from the word go in our project proposal. And then when we rolled out that skills training, we were able to reach 3,450 women with the soya gaps training and then the green businesses training. And then out of that number that we trained, we could only support 1,771 with startup support to be able to start these businesses of their choice. So the green businesses, for instance, we are looking at mushroom, we are looking at snail rearing, and then beekeeping. So we have our women across the 5 project locations, they are doing beekeeping, and then mushroom, snail, when you go to the Bunu areas, we have plenty of women doing it there. The northern region you go, we have only a few women doing the mushroom cultivation. For snail, it's more of a cultural issue because they don't eat mushroom snail there. So we tried, we piloted, but it didn't work. So you are looking for snail, you can only find them in the Bunu areas. For the soya cultivation, we are doing heavy cultivation in the northern region because northern region is known as the transitional zone for soya cultivation. So for the past 3 years, we've been able to support a little over 1,600 women to do soya cultivation. And then this year, they will do the cultivation on their own because we are drawing our curtains on the project. So we also have a unique concept on the project that we call our solar hubs. Given that these women are coming up with products that they will need market linkages. So aside what Isoko and then AGI is doing for us, we had to come up with a concept that will make available integrated business development services for our women, and then also market linkage for them. So our solar hubs, these are prefabricated kiosks that we imported from Germany. And then we have 3 of them. So one is in northern region, Vogo community, that's Kumbugu district. And then when you go to the Bunu areas, one is in Sunyani, and then one is in Tano North municipality. Because of budgetary constraints, we couldn't provide for all 5 project locations. So they had to actually compete. And then these 3 districts, they won, so they are situated there. And then at each of the hub centers, we've mounted a desktop computer that's through the initiative of Isoko. They've developed what we call the Bits and Offers platform, which is a marketing platform that they've installed on these computers at the hubs, that if a woman has a product and then she wants to sell, it's just a matter of she walking to the hub and then provides her information. The agents who are there, they upload the information on the Bits and Offers platform, and then a potential buyer links up with them, and then they take the conversation from that place. if they also need weather information, if they need extension information, whatever business development information that they need, they walk to these hubs, they will be able to access information. Because these hubs are just an extension of the business advisory centers that we have at the district level. So whatever service or product that you find at the business advisory centers at the district level, if you walk into any of these hubs, you'll be able to access the same services. So what lessons have we learned so far as a project? We have come to realize that the VSL groups that have promoted savings culture among our beneficiary community members, resulting in an increased demand for the savings groups by both men and women. So we are focusing on only women, but now you go to our communities, because of the enormous benefits that the community members are realizing from these savings groups. We have our male champions also saying that they want to be part of these savings groups that we have formed. And some have even gone ahead on their own to purchase these VSLA kits, and then they are doing the savings on their own. So that shows the magic that the Village Savings and Loans Associations concept is working in these beneficiaries communities. We've also come to realize that women have acquired knowledge and skills to improve their businesses. One example being the understanding around when to take a loan, and then the importance of saving as a result of the trainings that we have provided. Unlike first, you speak with a woman, she says, okay, I'm doing this particular business, but I use not to save. I use not to plan. So it's just a matter of she's selling on a daily basis. Whatever profits that she's making, she's not tracking it, and then she doesn't even spend it purposefully. But through our trainings, now if they want to go and then take a loan from their groups, they sit down and plan, okay, what am I taking the loan for? And then what business will I invest in to be able to make some good profit that I will be able to repay the loan and then still have some cash on me to cater for my family. So, which is a plus to us as a project. The concept of using our male champions, local authorities, and then religious leaders has caused a systematic change. For example, we have chiefs that are now giving cultivable lands to women to support their soybean cultivation in the northern region. And I think I will single out the Tring community in Kumbogo district, where the chief made available 12 acres of land for the beneficiary women in his community to go into cultivation. So, which is a plus for us, yeah. Then the approach of providing gender equality training for husbands, that's the male champions, to augment the training given to the women in the savings group has made it easier for husbands and wives to appreciate the concept. So whatever trainings that we are providing to the women at the group's level, we are equally providing the same gender equality topics training to the male champions groups, so that it will not be awkward when the woman goes home and then she says, oh, maybe I'm tired or I'm too loaded with work. Can you hold the baby for me and let me do this? The man will not find it strange. So the men are having that conversation, the women are having that conversation, and it's been much easier for them to converse at home, for the men to understand the plight of the women, to appreciate the fact that the women are burdened and then they need to support them as partners. And because they have come to realize that there are so many benefits for them to gain as men if they are able to support the women to have time for their businesses. So that's another change we are seeing, and then we've taken note of it. The provision of the safe spaces for children has helped reduce the burden of childcare responsibilities on the women participants, and is enabling them to have enough time for their businesses and then other chores. You go to the communities, they will say one thing. That's the first thing they will mention. One thing they want to thank the WISE project for is the safe space. The safe space. And that's how come some have gone ahead to making plans to turn these safe spaces into private schools. Initially, we targeted 25 children or less per each of the centers. But I tell you, you go to some of them, we have over 70 children at the center. We have over 90 children at the center. So that should tell you how beneficial these safe spaces are to the communities. And then they want to move them forward to the next level. Based on the business trainings that we've given to the women, we are seeing a bit of innovation on their aspect, because they are now able to use raw materials from one business, and then it becomes a resource for another business. Yeah, so this is bee combs that the woman has harvested her honey, and she's been able to turn it into wax that they use to make candles. So that's the innovation bit. We have a number of them who are doing these innovations, and then this is a plus because for them to know that, okay, a waste from one business is a raw material for another business sector, it's a good thing. Thank you so much, and I'll end it here. So if you want to know more about WISE project, we can check that on the site. Thank you so much.
Quite a lot that Madame Rose has given us, a lot to ponder on. And I always tell this personal story that I believe that we act on our socialization mostly, depending on where we grew up and how we grew up. Because I lost my mom at 6, and I was raised by my dad. We were 4 girls, 1 boy, and my dad is the biggest feminist I know. He's the type who will support you from the start to the finish. Whatever career choice you choose, he will advise you, and that's it. And as a businesswoman, I'm learning about this candle. Maybe I would probably, because I sell honey, go into candle producing and all of that. But thank you so much, Madam Rose Awolena. Quickly, we're going to call on our representatives from GAC, but let me make some acknowledgements. Madam Richlove Enima Bechi has joined us. She's a rep from the Ministry of Gender and Social Protection. Madam, can we see you? Thank you so much for joining us. Our chiefs as well, there's a representative from the Gwalana, and he is Yoron Wulana from the Gwalanga area. Chief, the Paaya, thank you so much for coming. Our representative from Global Affairs Canada is Madame Lauren Cameron, and we're calling her now to the podium to come give us a few words. Thank you.
Good morning. Are we together? Wonderful. How is everyone? I'm glad to hear it. There's some life in here because it's still morning time. No one is sleeping yet. Oh, thank you everyone for having me. Thank you to Asum Kwarteng, the famous Asum Kwarteng I finally get to meet. Thank you to our very new country director for Plan International Ghana, Constance Shona. Thank you, Rose. Rose really is the life of this project, so I cannot give enough thanks to Rose. Thank you for all of our partners and distinguished guests for attending. It really shows your support for this project and your support for the ideas behind it, which is what we're really delighted to see. So on today's theme of fostering economic justice and equality for women leaders in business and entrepreneurship for accelerated economic growth, I have to say, Rose, I'm happy to see Plan International Ghana representatives here today, and to know that you have our support for this important work of advocating for women in Ghana, for their well-being, for equality, for women's leadership. But I'm also really happy to see that you have the support of your fellow Canadian partners implementing their own projects under the same Innovation for Women's Economic Empowerment in Ghana umbrella, which is a $30 million investment that Canada has made in our development programming in Ghana. So if you're hearing your name of your organization, if you could stand up and give a quick wave for me. So we have World University Services of Canada. I see you. We have Alinea International. Both of you, there we go. And we have Oxfam as well. So we're delighted to see that there's this solidarity between partners as well, and that even though we're learning so many lessons from the different project interventions, they're all individual, of course, but that there's this real solidarity of them learning from each other as well. So we're glad to see that. We're really happy. So we're in the business of international development, and in the end, when it comes down to it, that means poverty reduction, it means inclusion, it means support so that everyone can make their own decisions, their own choices. It means more opportunities for those who are marginalized, vulnerable groups, people who are excluded. We're talking about more choices. So we've made this investment in the WISE project with Plan Ghana because it was well developed, it was organized, and it responds to a need here in Ghana for women's economic empowerment. And now I'm going to say what our partners have heard many times, so bear with me. The reason why we're really investing in women's economic empowerment in Ghana is because that's the fundamental underpinning of our work worldwide. So we believe that gender equality and the empowerment of women are central to Canada's international assistance efforts around the world. And this stance has only gained strength since the adoption of our feminist international assistance policy that dates back to June 2017. So those of you who might remember the former Canadian International Development Agency will say that women were always on the agenda. Women have never not been important. It's just now that it is part of all of our projects. So you'll see projects in governance with a focus on women. You'll see projects in environment with a focus on women. And then very luckily, you'll see projects like this that focus on women, on gender equality. And that's one thing that we keep saying whenever we talk about our work. We say, we believe that gender equality matters. We believe that investing in women's economic empowerment is how we can advance our goals of reducing poverty. We truly believe that this is how we can achieve the means to our end of increasing women's agency, improving women's well-being, facilitating more options for women to decide the kind of life that they would like to lead. I heard many times since arriving in Ghana not too long ago, it's only been a few months, why are you focusing on women and girls? What about men? What about men and boys? And we say, you have to flip it around. It's actually, why are we not excluding women? It's about women's inclusion. It's because the majority in the past has been that women have been more marginalized, more excluded. So actually what we're doing is we're bringing them into the same arena as men and boys so that we can have equality. Because the important part of gender equality is equality. It's not privileging one gender over the other. It's really having an inclusive mindset so that when you have an opportunity, you're ready to take it. And we know that in our experience of women in Ghana, when women are given an opportunity, they will take it. They will take it. They're very willing. It's very impressive to see the opportunities that are given to women and how far they can go with a small opportunity, what they can make of it. We find it really something that we've been happy with, our results. We've been seeing some impressive results. But we know that this doesn't come without challenges. We know that you're facing gender stereotypes, stigma. We know that you're facing discrimination. We know that it takes courage, a lot of courage, and a lot of personal action. When it's at the family level, when it's at the community level, you really have to be your own advocate. But we're taking good notes, Rose. We're here as well, and we're all reminded that we all need to be advocates for women. It's our role for everyone. If we're doing this kind of work, it involves advocacy, and we're here to support you. So as on behalf of the Canadian High Commission here in Ghana, and on behalf of Global Affairs Canada, we can say that we are your advocates, and we'll always stand up for women and girls every single time. Thank you, Nez. I'm not going to speak much longer, so I'm going to wrap it up very quickly. We're just going to say that in our future work, we aspire to continue working here, to work with a diverse group of partners, to foster inclusion, to really have good involvement of local partners with our Canadian partners, and we're supporting Ghana to reach its sustainable development goals. So with that, I want to thank Plan Ghana for organizing this event, and thank you all. Translation, please.
Thank you so much to Madam Lauren Cameron. Thank you, beautiful people. You are showing a lot of love. So from GAC, and let me just give a brief summary, as she said, in Dagbanle and in Chi as well. Manama Mbanama Oyalia, Madam Lauren Cameron, Onyi Canada Oyalia ne Pabo Mal Yalgualapam. Timi Iboar nete zang bachang tone, ti Iboar nete son kaliab gum sankana. Te ya te yonse pa abaka tu ne to song kak babanu yal gwala shanga be malza ka de song ba presentations ma shanga nyel laare la pang bo men laare song bo dem zial sham zang te dabdilugu ka Madam Lauren Cameron yel ne ti song pa ba ka to song vin yelanga song laare de song ba ka ba dabdilugu chanto ne bi bor ne be te position kam bento zang la arma song ba man ka be te la position ma so in a nutshell, don't cook yelma. Me pamocho, Madam Lauren Cameron Ofri GAC, Ofri Canada, or say, ye boa ye hoa, ma dear, ya ye nim say inequality no, wo a hobby bree. Inti, yes, ye boa ma, because mania a hondi any moi, the ombe to me I no, and to me and see that. Because who say Ghana man kasa omunya chansa omu fen diagro say yan kasa yenim ejuma ye nyoma ye ton yenya opportunity yenya sika yenya loans interest ne endorse wa ena mema no so na se sia omu ye mpanyinfo na omu ekwan na ye bekọ akọpẹ mmoa no eye se ye fa omu ka ye ho na omu nti ase na omu nti mma no bre aye bre ye pese ye ko enim because at the end of the day no efie nsem bibia no mma no na ewo enima omu eboaboa nkola ne omu kunu ena at the end of the day ebeboa or mining nyina because ye jai mano no mo ke tria ye nyina uniform development no ye nye bida madam wase. My teachers in TIMAS in Kumasi must be proud, but let me call on the representative from the Gender Ministry, Madam Rishlav Enima Bechi. She's coming to give us a brief remark of their partnership with Plan International Ghana and on the WISE project as well. Madam Bechi, thank you.
Thank you very much. Plan International Ghana Country Director, representative from Global Affairs Canada, representative from Plan International Canada, chiefs from the project area, representatives and executive director of partnering organizations Urban Ghana and WIDO, distinguished invited guests, representatives of civil society organizations, friends of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. I bring you warm regards from the Chief Director of the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, Dr. Afisa Sakaria, who could not attend this program due to her engagement in another equally important assignment. She has asked me to express her sincere apology to you. So on behalf of the Chief Director, I read the speech. It is an honor to be invited to participate and address this August gathering for a national level advocacy campaign for the implementation of the Women's Innovation for Sustainable Enterprise project, which seeks to improve the social position of women by creating economic opportunities for increased women's control over resources and decision-making at household and community levels. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme, fostering economic justice and equality for women leaders in business and partnership for inclusive growth, is very laudable, especially at this time that all efforts are being made to build partnerships to break the glass ceilings and harness on gains made in promoting gender equality on the continent. I must therefore commend Plan International, the organizers of the Women's Innovation for Sustainable Enterprise project in Ghana, for their continuous commitment in appreciating the importance of empowering women and advocating for women's participation in leadership at all levels. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, every year, the 8th of March is set aside globally to celebrate the social, economic, and cultural and practical achievements of women. Women across the world are celebrated for their continuous strive for excellence and hard work in national development. On this day, we salute and celebrate women's achievements and call for increased advocacy for the promotion of gender equality, equity, as well as women and girls' empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, the global theme for this year's International Women's Day celebration is Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress, with a campaign theme, Invest in Women. Indeed, this year's commemoration presents us with the opportunity to celebrate and invest in the social, economic, and political participation of women. It is also a time for action to highlight the present challenges that women continue to face in the areas of discrimination, violence, abuse, and economic exclusion by creating a safe space for all women through sustainable investments. Investing in women, ladies and gentlemen, is not only an economic strategy. It includes their human, social, and health rights and needs. Therefore, as a country, we must consider policies that enhance equality, equity, and the full integration of women into the national development process for sustainable growth. I must emphasize that government places utmost importance on efforts that have to do with empowering, promoting, and protecting the rights of women and affording them the platform to propel their innovations and ingenuity. The government's efforts in promoting gender equality and women empowerment are evident in the enactment of laws, development of policies, strategies, and commitments to international instruments. The Ministry of Gender, Children, and Social Protection has currently reviewed and updated the National Gender Policy. This policy seeks to create equal opportunities for all by mainstreaming gender equality and women's empowerment concerns into our national development process to ensure that no one is left behind. The Affirmative Action Bill, which is also before Parliament for debate, and seeks to effectively redress the social, cultural, and economic and political gender imbalances, as well as promote a progressive increase in the active participation of women in the public life. Currently, the Social Protection Bill is before Parliament for debate and will provide a good opportunity to promote the full employment and decent work for the vulnerable, who are mostly women, to ensure their productive inclusion in ending poverty and all its forms in the country. For us to promote our advocacy agenda and advance change, we ought to build stronger partnerships as enshrined in the Sustainable Development Goal 5. As a nation, we are obliged to integrate gender into national planning and budgeting to address inequalities leading to gender mainstreaming at all levels. I urge us all to create an all-inclusive environment that will help promote the diversity, investment, and effective collaboration for women in Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Gender, Children, and Social Protection on this occasion wishes to applaud all women of the Republic of Ghana, irrespective of their field of work, for their immense contribution to national development. We also salute our male champions for supporting the cause of gender equality, equity, and women empowerment. My ministry is prepared to partner with the organizers of this advocacy campaign and other stakeholders working to promote the gender agenda in the country and beyond, to achieve the gender parity that we are all working towards for an effective national development. It is my humble appeal that this tremendous effort will not end at this gathering here. It will be the beginning of a long-standing practice within our continent. On this note, I wish you a fruitful deliberation, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Madam Richlove Enima Berchi from the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection. She's actually a keynote speaker, guest speaker, and she's speaking on behalf of the Chief Director of the Ministry of Gender, Dr. Afisa Zakaria, who is away in New York also pushing the agenda of women, inclusivity and empowerment. We're still live on JoyNews on TV and online as well, and on Plan International Ghana's online pages on Facebook. We're moving quickly into the panel discussion, and let me call on the women who are going to lead the charge. Madam Jemima Arthur, Deputy at the Greater Accra Regional, she's Deputy Greater Accra Regional Manager, Ghana Enterprises Agency. Madam Jemima Arthur, please make yourself comfortable at on top of the stage, I should say. Hajia Lamnatu Adam, Executive Director of Songtaba, as well, is here. Let's usher her to the stage. Thank you. Madam Catherine Krobo Edusei, CEO of Eden Tree, Ghana. Very delicious food, I must say, at Eden Tree. Madam Rebecca Mumuni is a revered entrepreneur. Madam Rebecca, please join us up here. Thank you so much. We'll take a Q&A in the course of this, but we'll start with this. Thank you. It's true. Please, let's give it up to say thank you very much. You know, the protection. Yes, the support and the protection. Thank you. I'm going to begin with Madam Catherine and Madam Rebecca. I just want you to tell us your stories about how you started, you know, what you're doing, business. Let me start with you, Madam Catherine. Tell us how the idea developed and how it has been like.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Catherine Kwedus, as it was mentioned, and I'm the MD of Eden Tree Limited. I don't know if anyone knows of Eden Tree, but we are producers of fresh fruits, herbs, and vegetables, and we distribute to most of the supermarkets in Accra. How did I start Eden Tree? Well, as usual, as a woman, I had 2 children very close together, so I had to resign from my job in banking in London and come to Ghana and start a business. And I didn't want to go back into the formal working space so that I can be with the children. And then I prayed a lot, and then Eden Tree dropped divinely, and I realized that the things that I used to cook with when I was in the UK was not available. This was in 1996. And then I started planting, and when I planted, the herbs grew beautifully, and then I packaged, and when I packaged, I took it to the only supermarket in Accra, which was Quatson's then. The manager looked at the tray and asked me, "What is this?" I said, "Oh, these are herbs for cooking." He shrugged his shoulders and said, "Okay, I'll display. If it sells, I'll pay you. If it doesn't sell, come and collect everything." So we shook hands, and I said, "We have a deal." When I went the next day, everything was gone. Not a single pack of herbs was left on the tray.
Wow.
So that was the beginning of Eden Tree, and I started with 2 helps of mine, and today we employ 65. Thank you.
Wow. 65. I'm sure it hasn't been all rosy, bed of roses. What are some of the challenges that you may have encountered in your space?
Yes, the challenge is working in Ghana, the business environment is very tough. You have to be resilient. You really have to be strong. You have to jump the hurdles. I always tell my mentees, the hurdles are going to come, the challenges are going to come. However, we are here to solve problems. So every problem that comes your way, try and find solutions, because that's really the backbone of an entrepreneur. What are you selling? You are solving someone's problem. So you always have to jump the hurdles.
Thank you so much. Jump the hurdles is the key word. Madam Rebecca, tell us, what has the journey been like, similar to the Eden Tree story?
My name is Rebecca Mumuni, and I'm producing mushroom. At first, when I started, I used to go and buy the bags, the already made bags. To do when I was doing it, it wasn't well because they don't do it well. If you go to and see where their mushroom farms are. So when I was buying it, I was having challenges with the growth. So I decided to produce it myself. And I searched the social media to see how I can do it. So I was doing it in my first production. The thing didn't work for me. But I didn't give up. I still did the second one, and that one worked for me. So God being so good, Plan Ghana brought the WISE project to train us on skills production, on skills. So since I was into the mushroom already, I went for the training, and that has equipped me. You know, I produce it myself and also sell it to other women. Now I produce about 2,000 bags of mushrooms.
Where do you produce this though?
I'm in Tanonof.
Okay.
Jiankwanta specific.
Okay.
Half region.
Right. I'll come back to you and the market and all of that, both of you, because you're in the food and the entrepreneur space. But let me come to Hajia Lamnatu, who is big in the CSO space, in an enclave of Ghana that is tough to change mindset sometimes about cultural norms and practices. And I was given the example of my father, but not many would have the privilege to have that patriarchy and its effects stares them in their face. Hajia, tell us, what are some of the barriers that women have to, climb to be able to make it like them?
Thank you very much. And I say Salamu Alaikum. We are in the month of Ramadan, and may the blessings of Ramadan be with us. I think that if you look at our societal norms, it places a huge burden on women, such that if you look within our household, women do close to about 90% of our care work. And that alone will tell you that before a woman could finish all of this care work and house chores of running along to bring water, fire, fuel, wood, and child caring, she has little time to be engaged in productive activities and even participate in leadership spaces. And this is because we are dominant in patriarchy. And because of this huge burden that is placed on women, women have less time to be able to do productive work. Besides that, we have huge illiteracy gaps. And with huge illiteracy gap, looking at the changing trend in our businesses, it then means that it limits our participation even in the digital market. And as we heard our earlier on speakers talking about women access to land and other productive resources, such as, even information, So these issues, brings a whole barrier to women. If you look within our setting, you would have seen that there's a burden of responsibility that is given to men, to be those taking care of bigger things. But in actual sense, if you quantify the other smaller things that women do, you see that collectively it's more than what women do. And so religion, culture, places huge responsibility for care work and family upkeep on women. And that alone is a huge responsibility that women need to do. And so it limits our time. I mean, that's the emphasis of our societal norms. And so we do not also have the cooperation of a lot of our men to be able to even recognize the work that women do as productive, because it doesn't bring money to them. And so it is important that men first recognize that the burden of women is great, and if they're able to recognize that, then they will put in actions and redistribute some of these gender roles so that women's time would be increased and have their unpaid care work reduced. And so if you look within our strategies, we are key on the 3 R's. Recognition that women's work is work, redistributing this work to ensure that the burden of women is reduced. And so these are some of the norms that we think that we can challenge. But then also we have what we call the gender model family, where redistribution is not just about women and men, but it goes to girls and boys. Because like it or not, when children see what their parents do, they grow up with it. So as a child, if she has the responsibility as a boy to fetch water, to sweep, to wash the bowls, he grows up with it. And remember, especially within our context, we have very large household. You have a household of about 20. And if water fetching alone is going to be left for girls and for women, then that tells us that our work is never going to end. So there could be other barriers, as we've seen, issues around access to credit, issues around access to land, issues around information, issues around digitization, our participation. They are all barriers that affect women.
That she said, and I'll keep giving the example, my little brother raised by my father alone. Now he's in Scotland in school doing his master's, and he keeps sending us pictures of the foods he cooks by himself, because as a boy, if you eat, you clean your plate, you wash your clothes, you do all the things that the girls do. So as Ajia has said, the gender roles, and I would like us to do some self-introspection, ask ourselves, what do we do as the father figure, the man in the home? What does your wife do or the woman do at home? What can you do that the woman does? And what can you do that the man does? I believe that's what Hajia is saying. For information, digitalization, key in development and the entrepreneurial space, I'm sure we all agree. Let me come to Madam Jemima. Madam Jemima, mentorship, access to finance, what are the interrelations and how do we better this?
So mentorship is very, very key when starting a business. Imagine you have somebody who is well experienced in what you want to do. The person is able to handhold you through the process. Like if I'm into dressmaking and I have a mentor who is already in the field, there are some error I will not commit because she is there to guide me through the process. And about the access to finance, most often, I think we neglect our books, or we are focused on we getting the money or we generating income. So sometimes when we ask entrepreneurs to keep records, it looks as if it's an added responsibility. But forgetting that at the end of the day, you need to know whether you are making profit or loss. Then you can reflect, what am I doing good? What am I doing bad? So that you can go back to the drawing board. Maybe this area I was not good at, this area I was good at. So what can be done about it? And another area too is our banking culture. You don't have to have more money before you can bank. Even with the small that you have, at least you need to run the bank. We talk about some of the challenges when women are starting or startups have access to finance. If you don't keep your Or if you don't run your bank, how would a bank know that, oh, this woman is doing well, at least she started with 10 Ghana cedis and her funds are growing? It doesn't mean you need to get profit before you can bank it. After the day's sales, whatever you have, you can bank it. The next day, go and withdraw. You use it to restock again. Then, when you are in need, anybody can come at your defense. But we leave it open. People think, oh, we are not keeping records. We don't even know how much. There are women, they are doing very well. I remember I used to work in Ada. Sometimes when I'm doing this, how do we call it, follow-up, you ask somebody's question. I remember as far back 2016, I was asking one fishmonger a question, and she told, I wanted to know her sales for a day, and she mentioned 20,000. I thought maybe she was really confused about the figure. I said, you mean 200,000 Ghana cedi old? And she said, yes. I said, what? So these women can make that much, but they are not keeping record. They are also not banking. So if maybe they are in need, how would the bank also come to their defense? So that's what I can say.
You must agree, very salient points. Get them to have confidence in you by keeping records to show the track of your growth as a business. Madam Catherine, tell us, digitization in this space, how do you take advantage of it, and how can it propel, entrepreneurs and their business, and even information, as the two speakers have said, having access to it?
Yes, it's extremely helpful. So I think we need trainings for those who are in the rural areas to know how to digitize their business, because it's very quick, it's very fast. In the olden days, you have to move from one area to the other before you get something done. But today, it's just a click away. And with the phone, you can do so much with the phone. WhatsApp, in fact, even within our company, we use WhatsApp to communicate with other departments, because otherwise you'll have to get up from your office to go to the other department. But it's not necessary anymore. So it's important that we digitize if we want to move fast.
So information flow has become much easier.
Absolutely,
but
yes.
you'd have to know how to use it to be able to maximize.
So that's where the training is needed.
Its benefit. Madam Rebecca, Madam Jemima, how do record keeping and even online presence, how does it come into, building confidence in a business to be able to support them? She talked about social media. Is it having enough following on social media with your business present there after registering the business?
Okay. Hello. So as a business, you need to formalize your business. That's the way to go. After formalization, maybe you have registered with the registrar, office of the registrar of company. They've changed their name.
Registrar General.
Yeah, former registrar general. You need to register with them. Because even if you want social presence, there are certain products, it has to be certified. You go to FDA, they will ask for the registrar, the certificate, that is the business certificate. When you go to the GSA, they will also ask for the business certificate. So formalization is the first thing that we have to do. After that, we're asking whether our presence in the social media boosts our confidence. Yes, it really does, because it makes you structuralize your system. If you have to put a content in the social media, what would you do? You first have to maybe write something about your business. Even if you have a logo, you need to put it out there. Your label, you cannot package your product anyhow and you put it on the social media. People are much particular about what you present. So your product should be attractive enough. There are sometimes maybe those of us who do window shopping, there are sometimes when you go to the shop, you don't even intend buying. But when you see a product, the way it's being packaged, you are attracted to it and you want to buy. So you really have to put a good content over that. By so doing, it means you yourself, you are confident enough before you even go out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Jemima. Let me come back to you, Hajia Lamna, too. Sometimes when it comes to the products that women sell, the skills that they even acquire to start a business, to sell a product, to be able to compete in a tough terrain, CSOs like Plan International Ghana, your NGO, do a lot of training to give women information. How do you, grow that? How do you ensure that it gets to people who really, really need this information and skills?
Well, for women entrepreneurs, the basics is to get them started, as she's mentioned, get them formally registered so that they can also, will get to benefit from other opportunities. For we at the civil society space, there are a whole lot of opportunities and programs that are running. For example, if you look at the presentation we've seen this morning on the WISE, you can see, varied interventions that they do, going into green businesses and the like. We, as an organization, Songtaba, has created what we call the e-commerce platform, that people can log on and then sell their produce there, because we recognize that there's a gap in the digital market, and so we have done that. If you look at Alenia Foundation, they have ventured into the male-dominated trades for young women, and besides them having that trade, they have complemented that with soft skills and several others. We have the MasterCard Foundation, which gives skills. They also give loans and small startup capitals. We have Comfort, who are doing some other coaching and mentoring program. So there are whole varied programs that civil society run. But what is important is how we get all of these people connected, how we are able to ensure that there's a learning kind of hub where we can coordinate some of the learnings that we are getting from the various civil society organizations, the beautiful innovations that they are doing, so that it can be a one point that people can go and learn. But above all, we need to ensure that there's information share among the people that we support. And having communities of practice, for example, for all people who are into green businesses will be a great idea. And then also emphasizing on the need for coaching, mentoring. Coaching and mentoring seem to have worked a lot because it gives the person the opportunity to learn from another person who is doing greater things. And by that, as she mentioned, it will limit, some of the gaps and the mistakes that new entrants would have been making. So there are a whole lot of, ideas that are there in the system that civil society are doing. Some are looking at digitization. Others are looking at direct, service delivery issues. Others are looking at skills development just within the chosen, work that people want to venture in. We recognize also that beyond the training, there's the need to completely set up the person and ensure that the person gets started. And admit that most of the interventions that we do, it ends at the training. The person has information, the person is trained, he has the skills, but we do not go beyond to look at how the person settles, how the person starts, and how we are connecting. And that is why I'm so much in love with what Alenia Foundation does, because beyond the hard skills training that they do, they complement that with soft skills, looking at issues around, markets, how to get settled, how to even believe in themselves as entrepreneurs, and then also gives them masters where they can attach and then settles them. And I think this is what we need to see in the entrepreneur space, that it is not enough to just train people. It is also good that we do all the resources, all the connectivity so that we get them settled. And then we showcase the things that they are doing. Because it's only when we're able to showcase what they are doing that they'll be able to be more exposed.
Thank you, Haja Lamna, to showcase what they do, because I did say it's a tough market out there. Imagine local products competing with foreign products and all of that. Madam Rebecca, oh, you have something to say, Madam Jemima?
Adam, there was a program that GIZ, together with Ghana Enterprises Agency, we introduced after the COVID. The name is D4J, Digitalization for Job. And one of my seamstress or my fashion designer was a beneficiary to this program. And recently I went to a place to sew. After discussion with her, she said, Madam, I want to give you the bill. Then she generated an invoice, sent it to me, and she stated the detail. Maybe for this dress, this is how much. I've given you a discount of 5 Ghana cedis. At the end of the day, because I was holding the invoice, normally, we women, we will ask for reduction. I was just fixed. I couldn't say anything, just to do the payment. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. That is a great sustainability mechanism for a business, and that's what I was coming to, Mother Rebecca. How have you been able to sustain your business?
Thank you very much. Let me quickly say that Madam Catherine here is my mentor. She is one of the able 10 mentors that took us through. My own, through the mentorship program, WISE, Plan International, through the WISE project, our able mentors turn our life around. They guide us through so many things, how to plan our business, records keeping. We do it, the branding, packaging. If you go out there, you see their handiwork in us. So because of that, the plan have been taking us around. Farmers Day, they will take us there to expose us. Through that, we have been getting more customers, and we are producing more. And we have more and more customers, just that we've not been able to expand the business while we are expanding the business. So that one has been sustaining us in this thing. With our Village Savings and Loan Association, that has made us to get money to support our businesses. Now, because of that group, women at those areas, we are no more lazy. If you see a woman, the way we walk, we don't walk anyhow. You just see everybody walking, very hurry. They walk, they don't relax again. We are all up and doing to just get money to go and save. Those who are saving all the days, they have certain days. For our own is on Sunday. But if you see women walking during the meeting time, they don't want to be late. So we are now time conscious. Through the Village Saving and Loan Association, they have just turned our life around. We are very grateful to Plan International Ghana for implementing that petition.
Let's show some appreciation
to that. I'd like
Amazing.
to add to that.
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to say ICO to Plan Ghana. They are doing wonderful things, but there are 2 key things that for me stands out is the safe space for the children. That's one. And then number 2, the mentorship. I am really proud to be one of the mentors of the ladies. And you'll find that when we started with them, they were timid. They didn't have the confidence. By the time we left, they were brimming with confidence. And sometimes it is just that push to see someone who's an example of what it can be and that you can do it. And then the safe space, when I came and I had 2 children, I had to plan a balance because you have to take care of the children and you have to focus on the business. So you get someone to help you with the children. So that's what the safe space is providing, so that the women can also focus on the business. Thank you.
you so much. So inspirational. I'd like to do a little translation and then we'll take another round of your thoughts. Me pamucho bibi aya kaye no and I kaye no yempenyu phone. There's a mix of Dagbani entry. Okay. Ye kaye no say. Mami started free Haji Lamna to Okanyama Bebre or say Nkrofo no mo buano omo hu say ye amamre nioma bi wo ho a enu na emboaye obeka say oba de na ejuma say onye sei ejuma no kra edoso a omboano ye papa for na making yi say the other way round so inti ye mboaboa ye ho oka say oboaboa oyire ho a ana okunu ho a businesses a oye na wo so wo ye no Munyina at the end of the day, mobe to mi anya dia mope musika no mobenya ni ye ejuma no so ebe kosu ye. Madam Catherine was share no a CEO of a spices and herbs company oton ejani nioma de ye ejani. And I say no the abuane ne say wa buane ho ojane ejuma wo abrochire. And or buy a starting a business, no starting and the confidence ni say or the a sample nyamani be eco supermarket say or come moaton or they call honum no not papa say hey nyama we a beton and say oh try a share and also okay me try a share me the better count on him or best bano na nyamani na eco ye inti or starting say or packaging a year because of feel say Nkrofo here sanyo no inti say oye sanyo no products ne ema nkrofo no matter na onya ne business ono so ye mentor edema Madam Rebecca ono or starting a business e wo bono honum no o si we sua pa every Madam Catherine ho na the plan international abuano ne Madam Catherine no otumi keep records inti autonomy or troto ho ohu sales a o make na ebia de o make ye no ni nyina aboa no nti se okoji busia eno na odeko na Madam Jemima ka the importance or say eno very vital because ukope mwa unni records unni ade a be kire say oh de bia me ton say ya obebre na onu hia ye maami bi kra oton nchinam onu betumi otuminya 20,000 Ghana cedi na eye ne wanwa because on dream will say omunya sa sika bebre but on tro on keep records bia on fan to bank so yenso yenim niama tonfo yi kakra ye say makola kejeti ahye nti himfa no de ni sika ko on fan ko bank na ebeboa no na ne sika no aha bibia ntuno dem solo te kwamba ma yale yeto apam ne to ai kwembo songsem an kwa har dabdil go shalma de tunne asabro songda kayunda anyer nyor shale ne ambe nyer nyor shale den sa anto zang la gbang be shaharama ai ti chang na to bula pangda ka chang bank ne ho savings and loans banto song akata la arma ka zang na business man a je lamna to ba yale ne to ton ku be yang songo Papa non de yalama pam bi kwam subu bi bendirgu shukuru uniform ben yara pam te banma songsema di kanla kadija kama bon wom sete shambala pa wona nyintuma no kunye shalmbongo do ngumi tuma mbongo amati song taba den to song ka te zabja hago chanto ne ven yalanga to Madam Rebecca gbanyela ngon kwa har dabdilgu o yalia ne o dabdilgu ma on sabre song de ma le songo pam omi o chamenye Madam Catherine on ogbla o mala ben yi kwa har herbs ben spices la bendira yeto anoko be le songo
And thank you very much for joining us here on PM Express. This is 2024. It is a major year because of the elections, and it is really about the Electoral Commission. All eyes will be on the Electoral Commission this year. They really hold the democracy of this country in their hands. And the last few days, they've been meeting with the political parties at a very important inter-party advisory committee meeting. The NDC, that have been very critical of the EC, were in attendance. A few issues very pivotal to the successful conduct of the polls this year were up for discussion. We have now seen the communique from the Electoral Commission, and we need to discuss that in detail because this is what sets the tone for December 7. And I have just the person for this conversation here on PM Express. He is the Director of Electoral Services here at the Electoral Commission, Dr. Strebo Kweku. Thank you very much, Doc. Grateful.
Good evening, my brother.
So the communique is out. That IPAC meeting, how successful was it?
I think it was very successful because after the chairperson has done the presentation with the two deputies, all the parties available, they were so pleased and there were positive comments about the meeting. And I believe all their expectations were met. So for the first time at that meeting, not a single person raised any question or objection to whatever we discussed. So we were happy and everybody was happy.
Let's talk about some of the contentious issues going into that IPAC meeting. And the EC had been championing the removal of the indelible link for this year. That you shelved.
Yes.
Why?
Yes. You see, for us, we are of the view that the work that the indelible ink was supposed to do, the indelible ink was introduced before the biometric. So if you understand the biometric system, once you are registered, there's no way your name can be in the register for more than once. The one you are going to vote, your QR code is scanned from the register. So it means that your name should be on the register before your QR code will be scanned. So once your QR code is scanned, meaning nobody can use that code again. So once it is scanned, that's where you roll out the biometrics, either your fingerprint or your face. And if the two fail, then we use the what do you call it? Manual verification. The manual verification in the BVD, it will indicate the number of people who were verified through the fingerprint, the number of people who were verified through the facial recognition, and the number of people who were verified through manual verification. So if the fingers or the 10 have failed, then we will resort to the facial recognition. The picture is taken of your face, and it will match with the picture that was taken in the course of registration. The system will do that match and also come and say that it has matched. But if the two fail, that means that you cannot be identified biometrically. Then the process is that then you have to go to the manual. So the officer will complete a form for you, your name, your ID card, whatever. Then the party agents or candidate agents there will also countersign it, that they all know that this is Evans Mensah. But for some reasons, the fingerprints are not working, the face is not working, then you are allowed to vote by the manual verification. Once that is done, it is added to those who were verified. That's what I'm saying. So when you open the BVD, it will give you the three categories. Those who were verified through the finger, those who were verified through the face, and those who were manually verified. I hear some people who are saying that the machine will not recognize that type of work. It is captured. So that when it gives the total, it is the total of facial, fingerprint, and the manual verification. So once that is done, you cannot go and vote again. Again, as I said, because it is biometric, when you vote, you register at one particular place, and you want to go and register at another place, if it is the what do you call it, the online one, the online one is not general internet issue, but the registration kit is linked to our data center. So when you go to a district and the machines are set up, they are already linked. You put your fingers on, the machine will indicate that your name is already on the register, and it will indicate where you are registered. So if you go to where you actually registered, it will show. If you registered in Accra, you go to Bolga, it will show, because all the network done. But if you are doing offline, meaning that where you are using the BVRK, which is not linked to the data center, that one, it will not indicate it. But you will successfully go to the registration, you get your ID card. But the moment your data is uploaded onto the system, then the system will say that you have already registered, and it will quarantine you. So what means that once you have done that multiple registration, you are no more eligible voter. So you can't even vote. You get my point. So once you go by the biometric, there's no way you can have your name twice on the register.
But on the voting day, that's what the trick is.
That's the thing. If your name is not on the register, once you have done multiple
But if my name is on the register on the voting day and I vote in polling station A and I pick a plane and I go to Tamale,
good,
and the BVD is not linked yet, I
yes,
can't vote
the
again.
BVD, but like I said, that you are the register is what the system will pick the QR code. So if you have registered once, and it means that wherever your register is not, there will be no big QR code for you. You will not have, your name will not be on that register.
That is if you are flagged at the registration stage.
That is when you did the multiple registration. Immediately that one you are off.
Yes.
So that one you can't vote anywhere at all.
But if you clear that and you go to election day,
in that case, you say that the biometric is not working.
But it's not all the time that the biometric machine, depending on where it is in the
BVD, the BVD. No, that's what all the data will be brought onto the data center.
Yeah.
So it's not that when you registered, then your name have been put on the register. Once you registered, the system, whether online or offline, the data will have to.
That is the registration.
Yes.
But I'm talking about voting.
Yes, I'm saying. So the other data will be on the data center. So once it hits the data center, you cannot be more than once on the data center. So the register is printed from the data center.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that once their name is not on the register, you don't have picture on it, you don't have biometrics over
You obviously can vote.
You don't have QR code there because your name is not out there. So how can your data be scanned?
So you can't vote
at all.
Yes, but I'm asking. I mean, somebody like you, if definitely you can vote.
Yes.
But on the election day, if you really want to beat the system, you can vote in Accra, and then you catch a flight to Tamale.
So the first in Accra, my name will be on the register.
Yes.
So when I go to Tamale, will my name be on the register? It will not.
So that's why you're saying that it's not possible.
Exactly.
And so that's why you believed that the indelible ink was outmoded.
It wasn't.
So you didn't need it anymore.
It wasn't. It was no use.
Yeah.
But we read the Ghanaians like it, because I heard a big person saying that he will be happy to have the ink. Then he shows the people that have already voted. So it's become more of cosmetics, not the critical reason why it was introduced. So that's why we were thinking that it was no use. But we have commission is a listening commission. Ghanaians want the indelible ink. Whether it is useful or not, they say bring it. It's okay, we'll allow it to go.
So people can get to put their fingers into an indelible ink this year also. And I guess the parties were happy with that at the IPAC meeting.
Exactly so.
And so that was settled. And yeah, we didn't hear any other complaints after that. And then there was also the issue about when this voting was going to happen this year. Again, that has also been settled. Yes. You were not going to hold elections in November.
Yes.
This is still going to be in December.
Exactly so. And that one was the third time we were meeting on it. So the first one, we will inform the meeting of our intention to bring the date from December to November. The House was divided. Everybody agreed to the November one, but the effective date was where the division came.
Yeah.
Some were saying that it could be done in 2024, but some were also saying that it should be done in the next election, that should be 2028. So really that was also a form of no consensus. So let's share that one too.
And again, that means that we're going to vote on December 7th, but instructively you say you begin the legal process now to change the law.
We have already almost completed the structure of the CI. Those things that it has to go to a lot of hands. So now we are going ahead to do the preparation, but we believe that should be passed for the next election, not this election.
So it's very likely that before December 7th, this amendment would have been passed, but it's not taking effect. But the effective date will be 2028.
I'm not the lawyer, I don't know how it will be done. But what I'm saying that the structure is being done. So I don't know whether by law it could be passed and still be hanging or not. But normally such things will pass to the Attorney General.
So you're going to send that memo to the Attorney General for the consideration of the Attorney General. So those are the two issues that you wanted to introduce. And let's go back to the reason why you wanted.
Then we also talked about the guarantor system.
Yes.
As part of the registration.
Yes.
Because we were saying that people were abusing the use of the guarantor system. So we wanted to use only the Ghana card
as a sole document for registration.
And that one it started in 2022.
That was the biggest controversy,
yes,
in fact.
So we wanted to avoid any controversy so that we can have our peaceful elections. So we said that for this year, we are not going to pass any law to be used in 2024. So all the years that we have started doing and the rest, we will not pass them for this year's election.
But on that last point, you've already sent the legislation to Parliament.
Yes.
Yeah. So what's going to happen now to that document?
It was not laid. We were still on the preliminary stages. So it was never laid in Parliament. You know, when we finished, we have met the subsidiary legislation team. I met them twice or so to discuss. We met the committee. There's another committee we met before we met the committee of the whole, which is the entirety of the Parliament. So the whole argument was that some were of the view that we have not done enough Ghana card to be used. But NIA was also saying that they have done about almost 80 million, so it could be used. So it was but officially it was not laid before Parliament.
But of course, the document went to it was in the pre-laying stage.
Exactly.
Will you formally now withdraw it?
When it has not been laid, it means that more or less it is not in Parliament. It is when it is officially laid.
They call it the pre-laying stage.
Yes.
So that's why it
yes.
actually was on the floor, debating, etc., before it came forward.
Pre-laying, so it has not been laid.
Yeah. So, but that's what I'm asking. I mean, but you made an effort
yes.
to get it there. Would there be a formal, say, withdrawal of this?
I don't know how it will be handled because most of these things we need the lawyers to advise. But my understanding is that once you have gone to the pre-laying stage, it has not been officially been recognized in Parliament. That's why it has not been laid. It is when it is laid that you start doing the counting.
And we're going to take a quick break because that is a subject that we need to interrogate a bit more. So has the Electoral Commission completely abandoned this desire to make the Ghana card the sole document for voter registration, or will it be introduced sometime down the line in this process of elections, maybe 2028? We'll get clarity when it comes to that. Stay with me on PM Express. So you're still on PM Express, and my guest is the Director of Electoral Services at the Electoral Commission. We are talking about election 2024, December 7th, not November. So there is a lot happening at the Electoral Commission to get us ready for the big polls. It's going to be crucial. A lot is depending on that. Just before the break, we're talking about a major change to the electoral laws of this country to allow for voters who want to register to come with only the Ghana card. But the Electoral Commission says that is something that they're no longer going to pursue. Dr. Quick, we need to clarity on that. So on this particular subject, you have completely abandoned it, have you?
For now, for 2024, yes.
So let's call it a suspension, is it? It's not a complete withdrawal.
No, anybody in the Commission who appreciates the system will want us to roll out the control registration. And the control registration is tangent on the use of the Ghana card because of it being done at the district offices. You will not have people always coming there to observe and challenge, and that's why. So anytime that Ghanaians are satisfied that a lot of the Ghana card has been produced and almost everybody has gotten it, it will be rolled out, because that is what we will be happy rolling out with the continuous registration. So for 2024, it will not, but it's not dead. I believe that at the point when everybody is convinced, now everybody agrees that almost everybody has Ghana card, so everybody can vouch or can show it as evidence of citizenship, then it can be brought back. But for 2024, it is not part of the discussion.
So its revival is dependent on how saturated we get with the Ghana card circulation.
Exactly.
And where at which point would this be? I mean, you've been in touch with the NIA. You're not sure yet.
Now our focus is on 2024.
Okay.
So let's go to 2024. If after 2024 everybody is satisfied that we have enough NIA card to use, then we can be having discussions.
So on this subject, you have nothing to do with Parliament again on this, because I know this year there was a thinking that Parliament will resume, you possibly will go back and make the argument.
It is no more an issue.
But what that means is that the guarantor system still remains.
Exactly.
Your concerns with the system is well advertised.
Yes.
You believe it is not foolproof. It actually lent itself to compromising the electoral process. Has that view changed?
No, if you were at the IPAC meeting, after the chairperson has informed the meeting that we are no more going to pursue the Ghana card issue, and then we are going to use the existing CI 91 as amended 126. He informed the people that we will also plead with them that we want Ghanaians to register. We want people who are 18 years to register. If you look at Article 42, he said that Ghanaians 18 years and above. So if you are going to vouch for somebody, you should be sure that the person is 18 years and the person is a Ghanaian. If you do something contrary, you can be prosecuted.
Which is something we've always said. But as you know, you were experienced in this particular process of elections. That is not the reality on the ground, is it? You've always appealed to the parties, but this always happens. The reason why I wanted to change it. Where does that leave you in terms of your confidence going to another major election?
We are discussing with the political parties. The Commission has not taken a stand on what to do. But we should also not lose sight of the fact that it is not the Electoral Commission alone who can implement the law. So you yourself, if you know somebody who guarantees for somebody who is not qualified, you can also report it to the police for prosecution. So I believe that at a point in time, the Commission will have to take a decision with respect to how to handle those who intentionally disregard the law and guarantee for people who are not 18 years and guarantee for people who are not Ghanaians. So I think at the right time, the Commission will have to take a decision. And Ghanaians will have to take a decision.
On that, the governing New Patriotic Party, they've been heavily in favor of scrapping the guarantor system. Weren't they opposed to this, abandoning this whole thing midway when you spent a lot of energy and resources on it already?
For the meeting, as I said, nobody raised any objection. Because you know, we all want to have peaceful election. So anything that can help us to have the peaceful election, we will need. But having peaceful election does not mean that we should destroy our register by bringing in people who are not qualified. So I believe there will be a commitment from the political parties so that all of us will contribute, including you, myself, everybody, so that we ensure that the right things are done and we don't destroy the credibility of the register.
Many will see this position of the EC as very refreshing, because ECs, and you are the right person to talk to. You've seen many EC bosses and administrations, many chairpersons over the period. You've worked in administration for more than 30 years.
No, 30 years next year.
Well, next year, okay. So almost 30 years now, a year shy. So you've seen all the ECs. And one fundamental trait of every EC I've seen is their insistence on what they decided to do. But Afarijan was like that, was criticized for it, but when Afarijan decides I'm going to do something, he will do it, regardless of what the controversy will be. We had Charlotte Osei, who was also the same criticized. The current chair has also been criticized in the past, but stood their ground. What really is at the heart of this new posture of the Electoral Commission? For things that you fought tooth and nail for, just a short few months back, that you completely abandon every one of them in the interest, as you said at the beginning, or we just want your peace of mind? What is it? What is influencing this change of mood?
The issue is that the elections in Ghana is not for the Electoral Commission. It is a collaborative type of thing. Afejan used to hammer on that elections collective responsibility. Electoral Commission has a role. The media has a role. The voter has a role. The political party has a role. The candidates have their roles. The legal system has their role. The security, they all have their roles. So when you come out with an issue and it's rather dividing the country and the rest, then the next thing is to appeal to the conscience of people that now, knowing that we are not getting what we are looking for, but we should all be committed to the cause of the registers and other things. So now, okay, let's stop and see what happens. And we will remember that when we were doing the militarization in 2023, there were a lot of complaints. And I think I remember even I showed you some of the videos. I don't know what happened. And so let us all be committed to it. That's what I can say.
So fundamentally, EC's posture on these matters has changed. Now you're in a position where you're willing to cede.
I see we are not so happy allowing the system we know has its own challenges going on. But if that is what will give us peaceful elections, why not? Maybe everybody is going to have a change of mind, so that bring the guarantee system, but we ensure that it is not abused. That's what.
But to be fair, Dr. Sribokweku, it's only the NDC and MPP that have been disagreeing. I doubt if they represent the entire country of 30+ million people.
That's why I said that you, the media, because some of the media people were also fighting us.
Oh, we were simply reporting. The conflict between the NDC and the MPP.
It depends on, I'm not saying you.
Yes, I know.
But I
mean the media
generally.
You know,
there are some media houses, I find it even now difficult to grant interview.
Yeah.
Because as if you are their enemy. So that, instead, if you want to call you want to do education, but they have taken entrenched position. So whatever you say is not what they are listening. So there was a time I remember I told one of the media person, I said, if you know what the case is, why did you call me? Because I believe that you called me for me to do education for not you alone, for Ghanaians. But here's cases like focus, go left. No way will allow you to go right. So they will not allow me to give my view. So I just sat there and said that, how can I educate? Because when I go on any platform, I know that it's my responsibility to educate Ghanaians. So if you know what you want to, allow me to do my education. So that people will now listen to my explanation and your explanation, then they would take a decision. But the way it goes is that I have taken the decision, you should also come to my point of decision. It becomes difficult for. So some media houses were also fighting us.
Yeah, I mean, but I need to ask you directly. Fundamentally, let's go to the things that you've given up. No more Ghana card as a sole document for registration. No more push to have indelible ink scrapped. And also, as we've been discussing, the elections will no longer be held in November, something that you wanted to. All three key issues are issues that the NDC were opposed to. You've bowed to the NDC pressure, have you not?
No.
This is because of the NDC.
If we were to go to the NDC, I think the other parties would have objected to the decision not to go ahead. So, you see, don't think that it is only one party that can abuse the system. You understand? So everybody has a way of going around things. But our responsibility is to stop anybody from abusing it. So it does not necessarily mean that it's only one political party that can abuse it.
But all the three things you've abandoned, these are things that the NDC was the loudest opponent to them. And now that you've given up, it just begs that question. This is the Electoral Commission bending backwards because of an opposition party's resistance.
Oh, I would say that, I don't know whether you were listening to other views and narrative. Clearly, I wouldn't want to be mentioned, but in Parliament, some big people within the NPP and the rest were also raising issues about it. Because the focus was that NIA has not done enough. And when we did the committee of the whole, what do you call it? Do I say the decision or the report clearly indicated that it was not only NDC that was against some of the decisions. So for them, that's not if once we told them, almost everybody was happy with it. If that is what will bring us to a peaceful elections, let us all follow that and let us all play our various roles so that when the die is cast, whether there is a credible election which is incontrovertible, election that nobody raised an objection, then we move forward.
I mean, this new posture, is it just for 2024? We're going to see EC back fighting and standing its ground, asserting its independence in the face of all manner of
I don't know whether you will be happy for that to be fighting the political parties.
Oh no, sometimes not even on the political, sometimes even civil society will criticize you too, and you still will stand your ground.
Yes, so that's why I don't want us to be talking about one particular party.
I'm expanding it now. I mean, so this new posture of the Electoral Commission, and I'm saying this because you and I know we've covered the election for so long. It's so different, this articulation you're putting before me right now. So, I'm just wondering, is it a 9-day wonder, a flash in the pan, or something that it's now come to stay?
Even what surprises me is that when we're being by here and there, the way you are so hard on why everybody, I didn't hear you supporting that. So that's one thing it's a collective responsibility. We were expecting some of you, the media persons that have also visited other countries and observed elections to also say, oh, I think this could be done. But you see, the main focus of the Ghana card issue is that we all agree that NIA has not been able to meet the standard that was expected.
That one is obvious. But even there, I remember there was EC was very confident.
No, because there was assurance.
Yes, exactly.
And we always say that once NIA has given a promise, we have no doubt no cause to doubt their ability to perform. So that was intended. But now we all agree that that assurance could not be 100% fulfilled. So in that case, let's leave that one.
But that's just one. I mean, but more fundamentally, the guarantor system. I remember the last registration, the videos you sent me of obvious minors who were in the queue to register. I know the police, you brought the police into this. Have they, for example, even updated you on where they are with investigations to try and nail these people that you elected them to?
I understand they are still investigating. So for now, I'm not sure of. I know some people were arrested.
Yes.
And some people were even jailed.
Yes.
So there was some form of arrest and prosecution successfully. But some too, they are still on the processes.
Yeah.
But like I said, the most important thing is that all of us should commit ourselves to the cause of the elections to ensure that minors will not be determined who should be our leaders, and foreigners should not be people who should be determining our leaders. So we want Ghanaians who are 18 years adults to go and vote and choose our leaders.
Yes, and talking about, let's look at the big picture. Since 1992, every election year, we've advanced the quality of our process, and we've done that through reforms. In 2015, the Electoral Commission, together with stakeholders, came together and drafted a long document that bulleted key reforms that you wanted to implement over the period. In fact, the November suggestion is part of that agreement with the parties and the civil society. People forget that, but that's what you wanted to push. And this is not something that was invented in the last year. That you're not pursuing anymore. But we need to then ask the big question. What happens to all the proposed reforms then?
Like I said, when we met the political parties.
And I'm talking beyond the three we discussed. I'm talking about the bigger picture of all the reforms.
When we met the political parties, we came up with some of the reforms that we were talking about. And the agreement at the first meeting was that they would want to go and consult the bigger party.
But they've known about these reforms since 2015.
So these questions, I believe, when you meet the political party, you can put it to them. So when they came, what they said was that they agreed to almost every proposal that we put across, but they would want us to implement them post 2024. So when they said that, then we said, okay, we don't want the situation where going to election, it will mean as if Ghana is at the verge of war, whatever. So we said, okay, in that case, then let us all commit ourselves to allowing the existing law work.
Isn't it also because the EC started too late in your attempt to try and activate some of these reforms in an election year?
You see, the issue is that, are they relevant?
They are relevant.
If they are relevant,
the parties agree they are relevant because the parties agreed to it in 2015. But it's about timing, is it not? If the Electoral Commission started earlier, maybe you would have had a bit more of support.
Don't forget, you were the one who was telling me even last year they were fighting some of the reforms. Are you know?
Yes.
So was it that also late?
Yeah, well, that's the one that you introduced to Parliament.
So the issue is not about when it was started. If you all believe that any reform is useful, we roll it out now. By the end of April, the law would have been passed. So I don't think we are late. The issue is that consensus. Do we all commit ourselves to it? As of now, Parliament is made up of MPP and DC. So when you come out with any reforms, and both of them agree that it to be done, I can assure you, by the end of this month, we will have gotten halfway. By mid of April, we will have done that. But where you read that they are still not convinced, you are not getting the consensus, why do you continue to pursue something that will continue to divide our front? So let's share it and allow move on. But the most important is that is the implementation of the law. The current CI is not a bad CI, but only that people who are supposed to adhere to the laws are rather circumventing their principles. That's the issue. So if we all commit ourselves, that will allow even the CI 91 126 amended to work, CI 127 to work, I don't think there should be any issue.
And on that point, you've also emphatically stated that this year you're not introducing any legislation. In fact, you're going with this existing CI. In your experience, this is possibly the very few times when we are approaching the major elections where we are not introducing a legislation to sort of introducing a reform. But has that ever happened? Because almost every election year we would have gone with something.
No, but I joined the commission in 95. Then the CI was CI, I think CI 12. The next one was CI 72. And the CI 1 and the only 3 times.
Okay, so we have done election years.
We have done 8 elections, yes. So it's not the way that we come out new.
Okay, so that was going to be maintained.
Yes.
Let's talk about the calendar.
Yes.
And this begins, I believe, with the limited voter registration exercise.
If you look at the calendar, what we came out with to the public is about 46 activities, but the calendar is about 129 activities.
I see.
But some of them are in-house activities, so we don't need to bother you with, for example, we are, right now as we speak, we are doing shortlisting, they are all captured on us here. But why should we come and tell you that we are shortlisting people? We are now preparing our BVRs, because we know we had challenges with the camera. So the vendors came and read that it was an issue with the cables.
Okay.
So opening and closing had affected the cable. That linked the computer to the camera. So they are replacing them. And so all these things are being done. So it's not that the Electoral Commission is just sitting there and not doing anything. We are doing a lot of things, but it's not everything that we should come and inform the public. So what went to the public is about 46 activities, but it's about 129. So a lot of things have been done and are being done before the registration will start in May.
Okay. But at least the first public one is a registration.
Exactly so.
And this is in May.
Yes, 7th May to 27th May.
7th May, okay.
21 days.
This is just around the corner. The other issue with that is civil society had asked you, in terms of the registration centers, to decentralize it a bit more, but you are maintaining your district offices.
So what we are saying is that, 2019 we did same. We do it at the district offices plus some selected difficult to access areas. And that's exactly what we are going to do. We discussed with them and they are okay with it. So the law enjoins us to gazette the centers. So we will gazette the 268 centers plus the selected difficult to access areas for people to know.
Okay, so and for those difficult to access areas, how do you mop up? What's the plan there to give them special attention?
So what we'll do is that once we identify them, then those ones will be addressed or will be addressed by the mobile teams.
Okay.
So if I'm assuming I'm the district officer, I know I have about 10 difficult to access areas. I have 21 days. So I will just draw my itinerary to cover them. And those areas, the numbers will be very, very small, right? Because they are more difficult to access areas are the remote areas. And we're talking of people who have 10, 18. So you read that there will be a community, people will make a lot of issues about them, but you go there, you know, you get even 10 people. Because the 18 people are not more in the rural settings. You understand? So the team will do that. Maybe you go to this village or this settlement for 2 days, then you can move to the next one. So those difficult areas will be attended to by the mobile teams.
Okay.
But the stationary ones will be at the district offices. I'm
curious, though, do you already have your budget for that one already available in your account?
The budget for 2024 was approved.
Was approved, yes. But the release for, because this is May.
No, what you do is that no government will approve your total budget and give it to you for the money to be sitting there. So what you do is that you are going to do the registration. You go with the registration budget.
That's what I'm asking.
Yes.
Is that budget been released yet? That money?
I don't think we have even applied for.
We haven't
because we are in March and it will be done in May, more than 1 month to go. So, but the discussion is ongoing, and I believe I don't think we'll have a problem with it. Okay. Because when you present your budget, you indicate when you need the monies, and they go by that timetable.
Okay, and you talked about doing the shortlisting, etc. So of course you have to recruit people,
exactly.
You have to train them, or as part of that.
Yes, they are all part of the budget.
Budget that you but you have every confidence that the money will come in time
for
this to be executed.
I don't think we have ever had serious problems getting our budget for activities. But operation activities are normally.
The truth also is that we've also not faced this kind of economic crisis before in a long time, and so. Times are different. Times are different. So,
but for now, we do have no cause to doubt that the money to be released. So let's put it there, and if they complain, then we know that we are not getting. But our discussions with the ministries and the rest are positive. That as and when the monies are needed, will be given.
Okay, let's talk about the relationship with the parties in terms of voting day and then the build up to it. I mean, we have the NDC. So they want to do an extra level of policing of the poll with the drones. And this really stems from a lack of mistrust, as and all, for the process itself at the polling stations.
Officially, I have not heard of it, but I read it from the papers.
Yes.
But I want you and anybody watching me to understand that polling stations are security zones. So if you want to even go there, you yourself should be accredited. So if you want to send any drones to their place, first you need to seek clearance from the Electoral Commission. Also you need clearance from the security services. Even I believe that if you are going to vote, cast your ballot, you go into the screens and you raise up your head and you see drones hovering around your head. I don't know how you will feel. Voting is secret. It is in our constitution. So I wouldn't want anybody to bring a drone on my head to see what I'm doing. So officially, it has not come up. If they actually intend doing it, it will come to IPAC because they will have to officially write to the commission. So let it come there and we see what will be done. But I don't think that I don't know who said it. So no, there are instances in the frenzy of somebody can make a statement when the person has no even power to come out with a policy. So I have not heard it. Officially, it has not been ready to the commission, so I wouldn't want to go into details. But if it is true that they want to do it, then they will have to seek clearance from the Electoral Commission. They will have to seek clearance from the security services before.
Talking about voting centers, the 2020 elections, one of the biggest challenges that process faced was the collation at the collation centers, and we saw a lot of the chaos that we saw at the collation centers. And there was a view that after the 2020 elections, the EC should take a closer view, look at the collation process to streamline it and make it less controversial. Where do you stand on that as we approach December 7th?
I don't know whether you followed the two by-elections that we did. The two by-elections, we did the manual and also use the electronic, and the parties were involved were projecting the results. So I believe that was what we asked our officers to do in 2020, but I don't know whether all of them were able to. But 2024 will be insisting.
So, how does that work exactly?
So what it mean is that if I'm the return officer, I will be doing my normal manual collation that you know. Then you'll be picked as a collation officer. So when the results come, you'll be keying in and be projecting. So people who are sitting there will be seeing that these results have come and this is how it is being added. So that when there are any discrepancy in the rest, all of us will.
So two people doing.
Not two people. For the previous one, they were about 3. The return officers are 3. They also do that, but we want to.
And this manual and the digital will happen at the
same
time?
The law accommodates the manual, but we will do that one as a complement.
Okay.
So that people will be seeing.
But this for transparency measure.
Exactly. So people will be. That's better if you follow the Kwewu by-election and Asinov election. That's what.
So in other words, what we have done in the past was to do the collation and the tabulations manually, and then we would come and announce it. That's what we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
That's what it's counting.
That's what it's counting.
Yes.
And then you put it together, and then when it. But what you're saying is that ours is being tallied as the polling stations come into the collation center, and it's being tallied. You are seeing it in real time.
Exactly.
Okay. So you possibly don't even need to wait to see the man, coming to you know. And to be fair, this is what happens at the Electoral Commission headquarters.
Yes.
When we
and that was what's supposed to be done at the districts. But for now, where you see, I don't know. Ghanaians, we should all have confidence in ourselves and our structures. Because somebody will just go and make one statement and people will be charged without knowing the essence of or the relevance of that statement, whether it is true or false. That's why I say that it should be a collective responsibility. Because I believe that if you all believe in the systems, the parties are at the polling stations. When results are declared, they're supposed to pick their copies. We expect that as our officers are bringing our copies to our tenants at the collation center, we expect that the parties will be sending theirs to their executives at the collation center. The party has reps at the constituency collation centers. So when we are doing the collation, we are expecting that they will also be doing parallel collation. So that when we are making any mistakes, if any, they will know, this figure, according to my statistics, my results, this is 80, not 81. Then we all look at it and rectify. But I believe that is what is done. That's why normally you don't hear people who were part of the system complaining. But those who will be complaining are people who were not polling station at all or at the collation centers at all. But when they make their statement, even those who were at the collation center will begin to doubt whether the what was collected and given them was, and when even they have accepted the result and signed. So it's an issue of commitment and trust. Because if somebody says he will not trust you, I will tell you what you are wearing is yellow. Clearly, I'm not colorblind, but I say yellow. And you yourself will begin to, am I wearing yellow shirt? And that's exactly at times what happens. So we will do whatever we have to do to ensure transparency. Because the process is, as I said, from polling station to the constituency collation center, to the regional collation center, to the national collation center. People who are representing the candidates are with us. When the results come, we give them the copies, right? So they themselves, and they come with their laptops and the rest. So if you're officially not tabulating and focusing it, casting it onto the screen and the rest, you have the figures. You can also, and we announce the figures as we collect them. So to me, that's what I mean. When people are complaining, it has been thrown, and I mean, I just relax because at the end of the day, let's put the figures down. And incidentally, nobody has ever challenged the actual figures. So they say, well, the election has been rigged. But nobody will tell you that when I did my computation, it was 15 and they have declared 25. We have never heard of that before.
Yeah, I mean, but of course, the 2020 elections, we saw some discrepancies in the EC's own
yes,
that you had to
but they did after the result, it didn't.
Yeah. So, but in this new approach of introducing another layer of transparency, we
did that in 2023. We did in 2016.
The projection at the collation centers, except that it wasn't everywhere.
Well,
it wasn't everywhere.
We gave them the facilities to do it.
Yeah. So all 275 collation centers will have projectors.
Yes.
To put it there whilst we do the manual, that will also be up there. And finally, what is the plan to, of course, you work with the parties at the IPAC level.
Yes.
But beyond the parties, you also work with other stakeholders, civil society, etc. Peace Council is very important. The police is also very important. What's the collaboration there?
No, we do a lot of engagement with the police. As for the police, we have the election task force.
Yeah.
And by law, it is the police who is supposed to handle all the security activities. But because of their numbers, they fall on their sister organization to us. So whenever there's going to be election, we will have the election security task force. We hold a lot of meetings. We brief them of what we want to do and the rest. Then the other stakeholders. If you look at the current timetable, we see a lot of engagements, including you, the media, and the rest. So we'll be doing that, and we hope. The issue is that no matter how many times you engage the people, if the person says that he doesn't want to see, no matter.
And this year, what's your time frame for declaring the results after the polls on December 7th?
If you look at the program, we are saying that within 72 hours we should have declared. Within, meaning that it could be declared 24 hours, it could be declared 48 hours, it could be 72 hours.
So you're talking about
but it depends
3 days.
It also depends on collaboration or support. Because if you look at the 2020, because we said 24 hours, there were unnecessary requests for recount, unnecessary requests for recollation, because we believe some people didn't want us to meet our target. So it depends on but we are of the view that within 70.
Hello, you're live on the JoyNews channel. This is JoyNews Today, and my name is Sweetie Abochi. Coming up in this bulletin, we are on the lookout for accommodation. We are not on strike, declares the Komfanochi Teaching Hospital Doctors Association. More as the move leaves patients and visitors at the Komfanochi Teaching Hospital stranded over alleged forceful ejection. We'll bring you more details.
Strike. We just wrote, we notified management that we are going to look for accommodation units. That's what we are saying.
Minority in Parliament initiates moves to summon power players to Parliament in a bid to resolve the current power crisis. More as the Institute of Energy Security charges GRIDCO to provide answers to the shortfalls in power supply.
They must concern the load management. Then people must tell Ghanaians why we are not getting the load that we require.
Our investigation, JoyNews' investigations reveal how first-year students of some senior high schools across the country were forced to eat one specific meal for lunch and supper for an entire term due to acute shortage of food.
We have no food at the schools, and the master is in our ground now fighting for food for our own benefit.
Another news in detail. Let's begin from the Komfanochi Teaching Hospital, where patients at the hospital are stranded following strike by doctors over alleged forceful ejection. Scores of patients and visitors at the Komfanochi Teaching Hospital are stranded as consultants and specialist doctors at the hospital abandoned their services. The medical officers declared an indefinite strike following an emergency meeting yesterday over what they describe as a forceful ejection from their homes in the enclave by a private developer. Now, JoyNews' checks indicate there is no doctor at post to attend to outpatients. My colleague Nana Boache has filed this report.
Doctors at the Komfanochi Teaching Hospital on Tuesday at an emergency meeting concluded on an industrial action to demand the installation of their bungalows following a forceful ejection. The specialist doctors and consultants occupying the hospital accommodation claim there has been persistent orders to move out of their Denyame residents in Kumasi. The strike, which began on Tuesday, has left some patients stranded.
The card doctors by 2 around 7:38 and the nurses never said doctors cause strike into a more risk schedule our date near day by review.
Early
in the morning, the nurses informed us about the strike, so they rescheduled our date to 10th April. Omodemo data was semobana akoshe 10th April semombra. Omo say omo issue nyana say.
Omo say doctors no strike konse baby omo ti tu omo. Na omo de call strike no.
Me hu de say be ko baby fofora na say be twen de a me hu. Just say me kuno.
I can't tell. Undru ne oniema wo hia nyina no. I don't have ho a ebetimi sustain wana.
Asankola.
Undru nyina asa.
To say me nim say be kwa koto bi say ye betwen yo ene de mentimi hu.
Ye wo mu na ehwe me baby ayare no this woman. I
have to wait for them. It's a surgery, and they are supposed to take care of me. Since they are not here, I will wait. I have been given 2 weeks to return. But President of the Cath Doctors Association, Michael Leith, says their demands are legitimate. He indicated that the doctors will not attend to the stranded outpatients.
I'm in Conference. I'm seeing the inpatient, but we are not receiving any outpatient. That's all. The patients within the hospital are being seen, the old ones are being seen, but we are not going to take on any other patient, any new patient into the hospital.
But then what are your concerns mainly? Is it just about the accommodation or there's something to it?
No, it's just about the accommodation. I mean, you're supposed to provide us an alternative. We move in before you finish whatever you are building, but you are there and somebody just come into your room. Our borderlands, so you need to be evicted. Some have had their power sources cut off. Some have had their water sources cut off. So, and these are not just mere doctors. These are leaders of the hospital. You have the neurosurgeon, Dr. Frank Ketiabuachi is here, who is a neurosurgeon, is affected. You have Advocacy, the HOD of the trauma and orthopedic directorate, another heads of department, the cardiothoracic surgeon, those are the caliber of people who stay in this accommodation unit. So it's fair that even with the rent control, you don't just evict somebody one week notice to evict.
Meanwhile, the hospital management is in a crunch meeting with the Doctors Association to find a lasting solution. Kwame Frimpong is the PRO of the Konfanochi Teaching Hospital.
Well, the doctors have presented a list of concerns, and since they've been engaging all the key stakeholders to see how best these concerns could be addressed. The firm preliminary assurance that we have is that they'll be listening to. And so we do not expect that this situation will get worse.
For JoyNews, Nana Yadom, Komase.
Now, Nana Yadom also spoke to some stranded patients. Let's take their reactions now.
What about time, babe?
Past 6 o'clock.
Past 6 o'clock. Mobile no, and then on my catcher.
Yeah, by any decay at the card called 20 himself doctors, Beba. By 2 run by 7:38, and a nurses Nabeka said doctors call strike into a more risk. Shadow our date near day by review no amaye. Into the free next month 10th April, say and on a Yensamra review.
Omodemo data was semobana akoshe 10th April semombra. Omo say omo issue nyana say.
Omo say doctors no strike concern baby omo ti tu omo. And na omo de call strike no. Sana omo yate no.
Okay, so he is saying that he came here around 6 a.m. When he came at 6 a.m. An announcement was made that the doctors are on strike due to the forceful ejection from their hospital accommodation. He says that he came in with his wife, who is not really feeling well. They came to seek medical attention, but then the doctors are not in the hospital at the moment due to the strike. But let's speak to the patient herself. Mepacho, me who say online na eya wo ya kakra 10th April near Sebra. Ubitimi
Some sights and scenes there from the Konfanochi Teaching Hospital. But moving on, as the nation continues to grapple with the power crisis, some experts in the energy sector have raised concerns. Executive Director of the Institute of Energy Security, Nana Amwesi, says the burden lies in the bosom of Gridco to provide answers to the energy shortfalls currently being experienced. Speaking on Newsnight, Nana Mwesi said the Electricity Company of Ghana has no option than to shed load since there is a shortfall of over 600 megawatts of power.
We are struggling to, catch the motive for saying that this is red, for somebody to call it brown. At least there's some clear disparity between these two colors. And these are questions that must be answered by Gridco and not ECG. Yeah. We don't know who is pushing ECG to answer these questions. It is the load given to you by the transmitter Gridco that you manage. If you think that you have deficits that cannot meet your peak demand, you shed load and you give your people a timetable. But to explain why we have deficits in load, it is for Gridco, the system operator, that must answer this question. Because whether to dispatch a plant or not, it's called on by Gridco. So Gridco is the one that can tell why this plant is not working, why plant B is being dispatched. They have the answers, not his speech. I don't know why he wants to show that all this blame and this concern. They must concern themselves with load management. Then Gridco must tell Ghanaians why we are not getting the load that we require. Goes through. Evans, it is glaring that since the beginning of the year, we've not been able to produce 3,300 megawatts in any particular day. Our peak demand is getting close to 3,700 megawatts. That shortfall, that is what the ECG must manage so that we don't have a brown out or a black out. Because if the load from consumers is 3,000 and what the ECG can distribute to us is less than that, then ECG must set off that excess load. Simple.
Meanwhile, the minority in Parliament has downplayed the reasons given by Electricity Company of Ghana for the current power outages. Managing Director of the company, Samuel Dubik Mahama, had distributed the outages to the maintenance of some 600 transformers due to overloads, among others. But speaking with my colleague Evans Mensah, ranking member on the Energy Committee, John Jinapo, described this explanation as untenable. He said Parliament will summon the power players in a bid to resolve the problem.
Whoever is close to the ECG MD, I would plead with that person to advise him to stop what he's doing. Transformers do not get overloaded overnight. That's one. Two, ECG by convention undertakes routine maintenance in the afternoon. They don't undertake routine maintenance in the night from 7 to 11. 3, routine maintenance means that you've planned. So you cannot be engaging in routine maintenance on a daily basis at the same time in the night. I have today's schedule. And you see, in this era of information, communication, don't think that you can swindle people. Capacity available is 3,012 megawatts. Peak demand 3,663 megawatts. Export, CIA, that's Cote d'Ivoire, is reduced to 27 megawatts. Sonabel, Burkina Faso, 150 megawatts. CEB, Togo, 54 megawatts. Load management, ECG, 600 megawatts. So from a generation point of view, today there's a deficit of 600 megawatts.
Because some plants are down for maintenance. That's his point.
And fuel. They don't have money to buy adequate fuel. Because they don't have distillate fuel. They don't have heavy fuel oil. And then the gas, that's even something I want to deal with you at another time. Our gas production is declining. It's declined by 32% since 2017. So even the throughput in terms of the amount of gas is going down. Look, these are serious matters. And I'm begging Mr. Devik, please don't do that. I've already spoken to chairman of the Mines and now it's Energy Committee very soon. Because you know Mines is being hived off.
Yes.
So Honorable Tachina is somebody I have so much respect for. I'm confident he will call or summon them, and then we'll get into the matter, because that is where we are MPs. Our duty is to represent you, serve your interest, and so we started the process already, and thanks for reinforcing that point.
Moving on, the JoyNews' investigations have revealed how first-year students of some senior high schools across the country were left with no option than to eat one specific meal for lunch and supper throughout the term due to acute shortage of food. This is coming up in our latest Hotline documentary, Empty Plates, the Free SHS Promise, which highlights the grim picture of the quantity and quality of food that is served to thousands of students on various campuses. Here are excerpts from the documentary.
Here in the Central Region, the harsh reality comes to life. A dining hall prefect, Sambali, informed first-year students of the insufficient food supply. Their meals are reduced to simple, often nutritionally inadequate options. This situation is not unique to the Central Region, but is echoed across schools in other regions.
It's unfortunate that our food is not enough. As I have told you earlier, we have no food at the stores, and the master is in Accra now, fighting for food for our own benefit. So we are pleading with you to manage the little here, and we promise you very soon there will be enough food for us so that we can all enjoy ourselves. Thank you.
Excerpts from Empty Plate, the Free SHS Promise, and will be airing on Monday, March 18th on Joy FM, the Super Morning Show at 8:30 a.m. and Joy News channel at 8:30 p.m. Do watch out for that. Now, moving on to other stories. The government cannot deliberately compromise with the quality of food for students. That's the position of Deputy Education Minister Designate Professor Kingsley Nyako on senior high schools feeding brouhaha. JoyNews' latest investigative piece, Empty Plates, the Free SHS Promise, has uncovered a worrying state of the feeding program under the Free SHS policy. The challenges include poor quality and quantity of food served and weevil infestation. Now, the Deputy Minister for Education Designate Professor Kingsley Nyako has been responding to the concerns after his vetting. There is more in the following report.
Renewed public concerns about the sorry state of the feeding program under the Free SHS has been sparked by JoyNews' latest investigative piece titled Empty Plate, the Free SHS Promise. The documentary uncovered challenges including poor quality and quantity of food served students and weevil infestation. Ahead of the premiering of the documentary, the Education Ministry has already initiated nationwide fact-finding mission on the menace. Reacting to the report, the Deputy Minister Designate for Education, Professor Kingsley Nyako, said there is no deliberate attempt to compromise the feeding program.
You have sent children to school, the responsibility to feed them. And I don't think that the ministry will do anything that will compromise the feeding of the students. That's what I'm saying. So if these things are reported, I'm sure that the minister and the ministry will take the necessary steps to address them.
There was also a debate over which government completed most of the e-blogs initiated by the SWAL NDC administration.
I remember about a year or two ago, the education committee met the Get Farm boss at Koforidua, and my revered ranking was there. At Koforidua, we were told by Dr. Richard Boadu that 29 was made by this administration and 31 had been added by this administration. Yeah, completed. Yes, completed. 29 had been completed, and this administration had completed additional 31, making 60. I remember, we were all there.
Graphic online website, March 7th, 2017, at 4:21 p.m. And it states, NDC built only 46 community day senior high school Opoku Prempeh. Are you doubting the minister's statement?
I'm not doubting. I also don't know the context within which he made that statement. Thank you.
So you are not doubting the minister's statement?
In that, I don't know the context within which he made that comment. So if you could indulge me, Mr. Chair, let me stick to what I have put on record.
Another nominee who appeared before the committee was the Deputy Health Minister designate, Alexander Akwesi Akwa. He said, despite several challenges confronting the National Health Insurance, there is still public confidence in the scheme. He assured he will advocate for the removal of the capping on funding on the scheme.
Mr. Chair, I have seen people driving in Range Rovers. They will come to facilities using health insurance, and after they have been put to bed, they will request for a private ward and pay for it. It means that such a person is benefiting from health insurance, using health insurance to have access to the facility. But when it comes to treatment, because perhaps he's a bourgeois, he will pay to be in a private ward. It means that the confidence in the confidence in health insurance is high. There are people who believe in it, that at any point in time where they have it and they take it to the various hospitals, they will definitely have health care.
An interesting issue that came up during the vetting of the Deputy Employment and Labor Relations Minister Festus Iwa Kofi was the concern about sexual harassment at workplaces. He said companies must undertake extensive education to prevent the occurrence.
Exactly what will you do working with your minister to put measures in place for us to really minimize this incident of sexual harassment in the workplace?
It's an act that we cannot condone, but it's a psychological problem. And I think in every organization, without reference to the employment ministry, should try and engage this clinical psychologist to educate the entire employee.
The committee will sit on Wednesday to vet the final two nominees of President Akufo-Addo. James Aveji's report, read to you.
Now, it has emerged that the prime suspect in the killing of the former CEO of the Royal Cozy Hills Hotel connived with his girlfriend to kill his former boss. That was revealed by police during the Ward District Court sittings today. The accused, who is the former human resource manager of the hotel, has been remanded into police custody as 4 others are acquitted. Lowanga Bagonluri represented 3 of the suspects. Let's now get on the phone and speak to our Upper West Regional Correspondent, Rafiq Salam. Rafiq, so we know that 4 people have been acquitted. What more can you report?
What I can report to you that there were interesting revelations at the Ward District Court today. 7 of the suspects appeared in court, but the judicial service, police officer in the person of lawyer Alidu Ali Chao prayed to the court that he wants for all the suspects to be discharged and acquitted because for them they have finished their investigation at that particular stage. And it appears that they are closing in on 3 personalities in the person of Ilasa Mahama, who happens to be the prime suspect in this case, and also the former human resource manager of the Royal Cozy Hills Hotel. His age is 32. The second person, the prosecution described as the girlfriend of Ilasa Mahama in the name of Belinda Miller, who is 26 years of age, and then also who also happens to be the girlfriend of the prime suspect Ilasa Mahama, and also serves as the front desk officer of the Royal Cozy Hills Hotel. And so the third person in this case is Kweku Kombata, who happens to be the security guard at the Royal Cozy Hills Hotel. What we were told at the court that the prime suspect, after allegedly committing the act, he used the push key of Eric Johnson, used his Nissan car, moved out, and then the security guard opened him because the police guard said he thought that the person moving out was his boss. And so these 3 suspects have been remanded into police and then prison custody. In the case of the prime suspect, Ilasa Mahama, he was remanded into the war prisons, while the other 2, Belinda Miller and then Kweku Kombata, will be at the war police cells. But there are also interesting revelations in this particular case, because they are looking at how Elias Mahama entered this private residence of Eric Johnson, and then the prosecution has been able to, they have proven that Elias Mahama came into the private residence of Eric Johnson, stood there for several minutes, and made several calls to Belinda Miller, who actually told her where the key to the massacre was, and he came and then opened the door, and that's where the suspected murder took place. And so these are interesting scenarios that happened in court today at the Ward District Court.
Right, thank you, Rafiq Salam. Sorry. Now let's hear from Lawanga Bagonluri, who represented 3 of the suspects acquitted.
Who were the first persons to have seen the incident, reported the matter, and were picked. That is the law anyway. You cannot begrudge the Ghana Police Service for picking the persons that they remanded in court. I have always said that be friends to the police, and the police will do us a very good job. We believe that what has transpired today, with the discharge of the accused persons, as the JUPO has said, that investigation is far gone, and they are going to nip the suspects into the bud. We are pleased that these poor innocent young ladies and watchmen who have been discharged today would go home and relax. But I also want to say that the police in Ghana would definitely get to the bottom of this matter. If they are interested, and we the people of Upper West, and in particular JAPA in general, will give them the encouragement, the support, they will nip the person who committed this clandestine act. It's a disgrace to Ghana, it's a disgrace to motherland, it's a disgrace to us in Upper West. Investors would now be scared of coming to this region. But I will also want to thank the Ghana Police Service for the investigation they have done so far. Usually I don't comment on cases when they are in court, it's only when they are finished. And I'm not going into the mix of the case, in as much as one of my clients is still being held by the police. We are going to take steps to move and see how best we will have them also enjoy and be liberated. Thank you very much.
And now from our election headquarters, let me take you to the Central Region, where regional executives of the National Democratic Congress says the NDC flag bearer couldn't have settled for a better running mate than Professor J. Nana Opoku-Agyeman. Addressing the media in the Central Region, the regional executives indicated that the qualities of Professor J. Nana Opoku-Agyeman will help improve the fortunes of the party in the 2024 elections and ultimately lead the party to victory. Regional Chairman Professor Richard Asiedu has been addressing the media.
Her list of achievements alone will keep us here all day long. She has indeed proven herself to be a distinguished and hardworking servant to the good people of Ghana. Customary of the NDC, we will officially welcome our 2024 running mate back home to the region, that's the Central Region. The regional tour will cover a period of 4 days. It will start from Ewutu-Senya East Constituency and ends in Cape Coast. Professor J. Nana Opoku-Agyeman will use the opportunity to meet chiefs, imams, interact with market women and other stakeholders as she officially kickstarts her campaign ahead of the 2024 general elections in December. We, however, deem it more appropriate to engage you, our respected media men and women in the region, to officially express our most profound appreciation to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for exposing his unflinching trust and confidence in the venerable academic who partnered him during the 2020 general elections as his running mate, and we can proudly say that the significant impact of the pair on the fortunes of the NDC in the 2020 elections were evidently clear and highly attestable. We look forward to productive engagement with the good people of the region and pledge the commitment of the NDC party to the welfare and development of the region, which has found expression in some of the policy proposals put forward, including the 24-hour economy policy, big push Ejumapa, just to mention a few. We, the regional party, are fully grateful to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for this great honor done on our great dear sister, mother and virtuous academic, whose special uniqueness and attribute will contribute significantly towards our drive to rescue this, our dear country, from the hands of the highly reckless driver and his insincere mate. As we are fully committed to working diligently to help the party win more seats in the region and also win the presidential vote hands down, we have no doubt whatsoever that for the partnership with His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will be the magic wind that will bring a resounding victory to the NDC to make the huge public outcry for change a reality. We trust that the high level of integrity she has exhibited throughout her public life will enable her to restore the integrity of the office of the Vice President, as Ghanaians have always known that office to be, As an astute academic, Professor Gina Pokwajima will not run away from her responsibilities, but she will fully partner His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to bring the desired change Ghanaians deserve.
Away from our election headquarters, let's get into other news. 2 people are feared dead in 2 separate accidents at a spot close to the Oda Bridge near Esereso in the Bosumtwi district of the Ashanti region. A middle-aged man was reported dead after he was knocked down by a hit-and-run driver. 2 hours later, driver of a Kia Rio saloon car was pulled out unconscious after his car plunged into the Oda River. Residents of Esereso who are angered by the development want the authorities to introduce safety measures on the stretch, which is under construction. There's more in the following report.
Residents of Esereso were Tuesday exposed to 2 fatal accidents on the Lake Road. A 50-year-old man and resident of Esereso, identified only as Charles, was killed by a hit-and-run driver at about 2 p.m. on Tuesday. 2 hours later, a Kia Rio car plunged into the Oda River at the same spot. A large crowd gathered on the Oda Bridge as personnel of the fire service and police supervised the removal of the vehicle from the river. Residents say the spot has gained notoriety for motor accidents. They want authorities to institute safety measures to save more lives. First is the assemblyman for Esereso East Electoral Area, Amwatin Opoku Emmanuel.
This one is too pathetic. I've never experienced such before with this pathetic 2 accidents. I can say it's something that is abnormal. For now, we are calling for the contractor to come and build something which is going to guide the river to make the road safe for now.
We are accident and this macra na say car we so ede ebeto nsun enti ye bo erade mpa nka kofijo be ba be ya kwan na maye se be da accident de bi sensi bi ewiade no papa no mene na tifie.
From Kumasi, for Joy News, Oyinteria reporting.
We'll take a break. Up next is business news. Stay with us.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
These holidays, you don't need to go far to find the best entertainment.
Have I got a surprise for you?
All you need to do is stay connected to DSTV.
I'm so excited.
Pick your moment of fun and share it with your family.
Oh, let's go, Deshaun.
Overpowered.
Pick the best stories and share them with your friends.
Max Verstappen wins.
Pick your moment to shine with the world's hottest stars. Because it's your moment to hang out with the characters you love.
So basically,
whether you're at home or on the move, make it a holiday to remember.
This is the final round. Ain't gonna stop me now.
Because these holidays, it's your moment to enjoy the best entertainment. So get and stay connected to DSTV to enjoy every moment.
whoa.
We've conquered Ghana with you, escaped with you to the western region, gone on the Savannah Safari together. Remember that Fajeto conquest, kayaking on the Volta Lake? Those were very educative, fun, and memorable discoveries of Ghana we made together. It's now time to take it a notch higher, make new discoveries, create new experiences, and relive nightlife back in the days with the Eastern Camp Adventure. This time, let's pitch camp on top of the serene Ebri Mountains, experience the adventure of tent accommodation, sit by the fireside, and relive those typical Ghanaian moments with a Nancy Stories jungle party with barbecue, Jama night, movie, a visit to the cinema waterfalls, and a Wukugwa, among other historic places. Let's also spend time at the Safari Valley Eco Park with good lunch. With only 1,500 Ghana cedis, your transportation, access to tourist site, food, board, meal, and everything else is covered. Save a spot now. Pay via Momo 2059 303 8842. Name on Momo is Daniel Boyfio Multimedia Group. And please reference Joy Camp. Short code to purchase ticket is *714*003#. For more information, please call 0302-216540. The Eastern Camp Adventure, discoveries, fun, and memories.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow! It has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see SINTEX. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
A warm welcome to the business segment on Joy News. Today with me, Pius Kojo Baka. Inflation for the month of February 2024 slowed down to 23.2% from the 23.5% recorded in January 2024. The key drivers for the ease in inflation were alcoholic beverages, tobacco and narcotics, as well as restaurants and accommodation services. Eastern region was once again the region with the highest rate of inflation of 46.2%. More from the government statistician, Professor Samokobneni.
Month of February 2024, the rate of inflation stood at 23.2%. This year-on-year rate of inflation signifies that over a one-year period, that is between February 2023 and February 2024, prices of goods and services have gone up by 23.2%. This 23.2% is a reversal of the marginal increase that we recorded in the month of January 2024, when the slowdown that we had successively recorded for the last 7 months saw a marginal increase to 23.5%. In reverse, we have turned around this increase for January 2024 to a reverse of 23.2% for the month of February 2024. From a food and non-food inflation perspective, food inflation for the month of February 2024 stood at 27.0%, and non-food inflation for the month of February 2024 stood at 20.0%. From a regional perspective, Eastern region recorded the highest rate of inflation of 36.1%, and this about 2.5 times higher than the region that recorded the lowest rate of inflation, which is the OT region, which recorded an inflation rate of 13.1%.
Some farmers cultivating staple crops at Kintampo in the Bono East region say the extensive manual labor and the use of rudimentary tools and farming limit the skill and quality of their yields. They are compelled to stick to the slow and inefficient approaches of farming, which are difficult to sustain. More in this report.
The Kintampo municipality gives rise to many farming communities with small-scale farmers, forest keepers and fishers who manage reasonable hectares of farmland. Farmers around these areas use simple tools and typical manual labor to manage their farms. Nana Asao Kabato Dramani, who grows sorghum, says farming in the dry season is difficult with simple farm tools and limits the scale of his produce.
The working needs the poly tank to your farm, because if you start the work, you need the water do ready for the farm. If you don't get the water smart for your farm, then the farm will spoil. And then the time you are taking the seeds, you need the tapoli, because of the rain. Because of the rain don't go spoil that sorghum. We need the tapoli every farmer for this.
Nana Asa was awarded a tricycle by Oyster Agribusiness along with 13 other small-scale growers who received farming equipment to assist their farming. Oyster Agribusiness, operating in the Bono East region as well as the 5 northern regions under its Oyster Agribusiness Smallholders Farmers Award Scheme, awarded these farmers with knapsack sprayers, motorcycles, organic fertilizers, tricycles and improved seeds. Over 3,000 farmers have been assisted in the Bono East region since 2018. The award scheme aims to promote sustainable agriculture, improve access to modern equipment, and address social food security, rural development, and sustainable livelihoods. Daniel Kupol, who represented the Chief Executive Officer of Oyster Agribusiness, indicated the focus is to help farmers access and fulfill market demands.
Government cannot do it all. So we came in 2018 to help government's effort and also improve the lives of farmers. Yes. So we, as a company, we have realized that agriculture is the backbone of the economy. However, to some reasons, sometimes it has been neglected. So most of the youth do not feel like going to agriculture. So we ventured into to improve the lives of our farmers, and then subsequently also help in the improvement in the economy.
And that's it for business. I am Pius Kojo Baka. Sports is next.
When I was young, I asked my mother the secret of hair vitality and health. She said, the right food, the right exercise, the right amount of sleep, and the right blood tonic. Nescafe Blood Tonic is effective for the treatment of anemia, lack of appetite, and stressful conditions in both adults and children.
Nescafe Blood Tonic, the right family blood tonic. Another quality product from Ernest Chemists. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Let's bring you sports now on JoyNews today with me, Muftau Nabila Abdullah. One of Kansas City's topmost NFL players, Echo, is in town to inspire young Ghanaians who wish to get into American football. My colleague Ellen Bernard was with him when he was training some young kids in Accra, and has more in this report.
Students of Rockies International School welcomed the NFL star in style, accompanied by his brother, parents, and Kansas City's teammates. The Super Bowl champion spent some time with the kids for a moment of inspiration. He later took the kids through some NFL tips on the field as a way of building their skills and confidence in the game. Speaking to Joy Sports, Eko Boydo was excited about his trip to Ghana and is already looking forward to the next one.
I just can't thank God enough for giving me this platform to inspire all these kids. So the main reason was because I haven't been back in 21 years since I was born here, to see family, and secondly, just to reach out to the kids of Ghana, of Accra, and that's been going really well. It feels awesome. I knew I was going to have that big platform in the Super Bowl, so I wanted to make sure that I brought the Ghanaian flag to represent, just to show love to where I'm from. And I'm glad I did, because, I think I got a little bit of attention, which helped me be able to come here and have some connections, some people that I can talk to and, give back. That's definitely going to be my main goal when I come back to Ghana, when I come back to Accra. And I can't wait to, share my knowledge, tell all the little kids what it's really about, and, show them exactly how you play football, the basics of football, so they gain interest in it, and yeah.
And just by way of update from the ongoing African Games, Ghana has lost its volleyball contest against South Africa, and against Morocco rather. And the team said that the equipment they were supposed to use for the game, they are still at the sea because they are yet to be shipped into the country. That's your sports for now. We do have more sports stories on myjoyonline.com. We appreciate your time.
Let's do some world news now. The Islamic police in Nigeria's northern state of Kano arrested 11 Muslims on Tuesday who were seen eating food during the Ramadan fast. Kano has a majority Muslim population where an Islamic legal system, Sharia, operates alongside secular law. The Islamic police, widely known as Hizbah, carry out searches of eateries and markets every year during Ramadan. The 10 men and 1 woman were released after swearing an oath that they would not purposely miss a fast again. Still to come, some show business.
Everyone has a story.
In fact, there was a time I decided I had to stop the music.
A story of that unique place that gives them a vibe.
Mochumio,
It's a spiritual moment for me whenever I have to record music, because whenever the place is dark, I feel I am in the studio alone, even without the producer.
The vibe that births excellence, special skills, talent, and mastery. Welcome to E-Vibes with Becky on this channel.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Showbiz segments with me, Jacqueline Ansumayabwa. Now, veteran movie producer known for the 1983 movie Road to Accra, Kukurentumi, Kenampao has advised Ghanaian filmmakers to use Ghanaian languages in their movies. In an interview on Joy FM Showbiz A to Z, he revealed that one way of shaping Ghanaian society with film is being original with content.
Leaping onto the movie industry, known for producing movies like Road to Kukurentumi, veteran movie producer Kenampao has been advising Ghanaian filmmakers to use Ghanaian languages in their movies. In an interview on Joy FM Showbiz A to Z, he revealed that one way of shaping the Ghanaian society with film is being original with content.
I personally encourage the productions being done in our local areas, our local languages. You are quite right. This attracts the majority of our people in our society and also have more effect on them.
But wait, there's more. Kenampao turns the director's chair to scenic wonders, advocating for a homegrown backdrop to spice up the Ghanaian film scene.
Although I'm not very happy about the quality of most of these productions, I know that Rome is not building it in. Movie production is not it's now finding its way in the African industry.
Mm-hmm.
And the industry is now being built.
Beyond the screen, Kenampao unwraps the budget plot twist, revealing that government funds often play the role of supporting actor, leaving filmmakers craving a bigger slice of the production pie.
Looking at the government to give you money to produce a film, as unfortunately my young people here are emphasizing all the time. I think that has made us a little bit lazy in going around and trying to make things on our own.
Well, let's hope our movie industry takes a turn for the better. Kwame Dati's report, read to you.
Now, Ghanaian songstress Wendy Shea has opened up about the challenges she faced when she came into the music industry, including receiving death threats and missing opportunities due to social media backlash. Speaking on Daybreak Hits on His FM, Wendy Shea said people use fake accounts to bully her online.
So you don't read all of these comments?
Oh, not necessarily. Because, you know, I faced a lot of backlash when I came.
So if anyone wants to put any message across, what happens?
But I do DMs. I do go through. Sometimes like I go through it, but it was a conscious effort.
Haven't you now because of this? Haven't you missed any important message?
I actually did.
Really?
Yes, I actually did. I got a message from Triller, and at that time it was new, and they actually wanted to put me on, you know, and I missed it. So that's why we actually decided that I'm going to have my team members also log into their account so that they
Wait a minute.
that. Because I actually faced a lot of backlash. You know, I had death threats and all of that when I came into the industry, you know.
Death threats?
Mm-hmm. So that's why I...
On social media?
On social media.
As in spiritual or physical? Like
No, on social media, obviously.
What were they saying?
Oh, I mean, Andy, it's past and gone, you know.
Now, the countdown is on for the 3 days camp adventure with Joy FM. Are you ready for the trip to Komfanote's hometown, the Jungle Party, and the Jama Night? Although tickets are sold out, let's take a listen to my colleague Maxwell and Programs Manager of Joy FM, Adam Naite, fill us in on what to expect.
Is on, and the Joy FM Eastern Camp adventure clock is ticking real fast. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Have you bought your ticket yet to be part of this fun? Now remember that by just paying 1,500 Ghana cedis, you have the opportunity to experience the trip to Okomfanochi's hometown in Ukugwa. You're also going to go to the Asenema waterfalls where our going to happen here, right here at this campsite, where there will be a movie night, there will be a jungle party with DJs on rotation, traditional music, local music. There will be a lot to drink. There will be cocktail, there will be palm wine, there will be barbecue. There will be a lot of games, a whole lot of exciting activities that are beyond advanced. You know, she's going to share details of that with us right now. Adam, welcome to JoyNews.
Thank you very much, Maxwell. Great. So I am personally looking forward to sleeping in the tent because I haven't done that before.
Me too.
So this gives me the opportunity to do that. Yeah. And when we move, we'll be going to the Asenema waterfalls. We'll go to Ewukugwa, and then we will come to our campsite where all the fun is going to happen.
Is a wrap for the showbiz segments with me, Jacqueline and Suma Yabwa. Siti, I'm looking forward to the camping adventure though.
They say black people don't go camping, but so I think this is an opportunity for everyone to join in.
Definitely.
And if I go, I don't want to sleep in a tent. I want to sleep on the grass, fresh, you know, feel nature, because I'm made in Ghana. Anyway, that's how we're wrapping up for Midday News today on Joy News. For more news and to stay updated, log on to myjoyonline.com for the latest updates on all trending issues. My name is Sweetie Abochi. See you soon.
Hi, good afternoon. Welcome to the marketplace. Coming up this afternoon, inflation for February 2024 slows down to 23.2% as Eastern region once again records the highest inflation rate.
Over a one-year period, that is between February 2023 and February 2024, prices of goods and services have gone up by 23.2%.
Also coming up, Cocoa Board fears high temperatures as a result of climate change will badly affect the country's cocoa production target.
Cocoa farms had been affected by the extremes of the weather conditions caused by El Nino, excessive rains and then excessive dryness, and definitely is going to affect production.
Plus, Standard Chartered Bank's Future of Trade report projects a rapid double-digit growth for Ghana through 2035.
A number of new developments are going on. You have pharmaceutical companies, you have manufacturers in tiles, in some packaging, products also, and also in some fast-moving consumer goods that can also be exported beyond the shores of Ghana. So all those opportunities are there for Ghanaian businesses to take advantage of.
My name is Darryl Kwar. Details coming up. Thanks for staying with us, everyone. First up, inflation for the month of February 2024 slowed down to 23.2% from 23.5% recorded in January 2024. The key drivers for the ease in inflation were alcoholic beverages, tobacco and narcotics, as well as restaurants and accommodation services. Eastern region once again recorded the highest rate of 36.1%. Government Statistician Professor Samuel Kobne Nim provided more details at a press briefing a while ago.
In the month of February 2024, the rate of inflation stood at 23.2%. This year-on-year rate of inflation signifies that over a one-year period, that is between February 2023 and February 2024, prices of goods and services have gone up by 23.2%. This 23.2% is a reversal of the marginal increase that we recorded in the month of January 2024, when the slowdown that we had successively recorded for the last 7 months saw a marginal increase to 23.5%. In reverse, we have turned around this increase for January 2024 to a reverse of 23.2% for the month of February 2024. From a food and non-food inflation perspective, food inflation for the month of February 2024 stood at 27.0%, and non-food inflation for the month of February 2024 stood at 20.0%. From a regional perspective, Eastern region recorded the highest rate of inflation of 36.1%, and this is about 2.5 times higher than the region that recorded the lowest rate of inflation, which is the OT region, which recorded an inflation rate of 13.1%.
Now, Ghana Cocoa Board fears a current weather condition as a result of climate change may affect the country's cocoa production target. According to its Chief Executive, Joseph Boahen-Edu, the country is likely to experience marginal change in the product quality if the challenge persists. In recent times, the Ghana Meteo Agency has warned of extreme dry weather conditions in some parts of the country. The industry has also been impacted heavily by illegal mining activities. Mr. Wainedu tells Joy Business the situation calls for a strategy to reduce the impact on cocoa production.
They become very vulnerable. Cocoa doesn't lack too much rain. When there's excessive rainfall, they stand in waterlogged soils, and by that they cannot actually get the needed nutrition to feed the flowers and then the showers that will come, the pods and so on and so forth. And that affected us. Then immediately the rains were over, the harmattan came in severely. And these are all the work of El Nino, and we have had one of the severest harmattans of recent times. There too, when we have excessive harmattan, the cocoa definitely responds to that. And the effect is that you lose flowers and so on and so forth. So both ways, our cocoa farms had been affected by the extremes of the weather conditions caused by El Nino, excessive rains and then excessive dryness. And definitely it's going to affect production. But it's only come to exacerbate an existing systemic problem. Systemic problem had to do with cocoa swine-shoot virus disease. That is the main driver of the decrease of production of cocoa in Ghana.
Well, in other news, the Standard Chartered Bank's Future of Trade report projects a rapid double-digit growth for Ghana through 2035. According to country head of client coverage at Standard Chartered Bank, Jose Goji, the report will help clients and businesses of the bank to capitalize on the $3 trillion African market through the Continental Free Trade Area. He spoke to Joy Business at the Standard Chartered Bank Roundtable in Accra.
Standard Chartered has actively participated in Africa's growth and development for more than 150 years, contributing to the continent's financial infrastructure and economic development. According to the country head of client coverage at Standard Chartered Bank, Jose Goji, the launch of the bank's Future of Trade report with a spotlight on the African Continental Free Trade Area offers insight on the opportunities available for clients and businesses of the bank on AfTA.
Companies need to know that there's something called AfTA. As you heard today, a number of them do not even understand the processes they have to go through. Some of them actually thought that you have to be registered on AfTA, right? But it's not like that. So the first thing is thought leadership, explaining to these clients what opportunities there are, and also how they can take advantage of it. So first of all, it's a thought leadership. And then the second part is obviously being a bank. We want to be able to take these clients along. We want to be part of their journey. As someone remarked, a lot of clients who show resilience today are clients who are able to trade beyond the shores of Ghana, beyond the borders of Ghana. They become a lot more bigger, better, and financially resilient as well. So it gives us the opportunity as a bank also to put our products, to create products, provide solutions for these clients when they are taking advantage of AfTA, be it collections, be it financing of increased production capacities and all that.
AfTA creates the world's largest trade area by market with a combined GDP of $3 trillion. This, Mr. Goji believes, Ghana isn't left out.
Network is one of our biggest competitive advantages as a bank. We link companies from other parts of the world into Africa, and also from Africa into other parts of the world as well. AfTA is quite unique because it is trade intra-Africa, right? We have a number of advantages, key advantages in Ghana, right? If you look at our agri-sector, for instance, agri-sector is growing. There are a lot of products that can be packaged from Ghana into other parts of Africa, for instance, right? If you look at our manufacturing sector, a number of the new developments are going on. You have pharmaceutical companies, you have manufacturers in tiles, in some packaging, products also, and also some consumer goods that can also be exported beyond the shores of Ghana. So all those opportunities are there for Ghanaian businesses to take advantage of.
The Future of Trade report projects that Ghana's trade corridors with its Western African neighbors are expected to experience rapid double-digit growth through 2035.
Now, Absa Bank Ghana says it will collaborate with key stakeholders within the SME space to aid in trade facilitation for export. According to Marketing and Corporate Relations Director at Absa Bank Ghana, Nana Esilfua Tamaklo, the move is to intensify efforts geared towards building the capacity of small and medium-scale enterprises. She was speaking at a media briefing on the launch of Absa Bank's new brand repositioning.
Absa Bank Ghana says its repositioned brand to the market signals a shift to being a more deliberate, customer-centric business with the new brand promise of Your Story Matters. The bank has set a clear trajectory to ensure that Absa's entire suite of services and offerings lives up to this crucial pivot towards a more human-centered, empathetic banking service across the continent.
Support to SME is our biggest claim to fame. There is no bank in this country who is offering loans as 10%. You can please check. And therefore, the story to grow with our SMEs is as big as ever. We are still lending to our SME sector at 10% because we want to support this sector. It's the engine behind our economy. And therefore, it's very important to us. And also, the fact that we want to continue empowering that sector is one of the reasons why we are supporting women-led businesses. And not just that, agribusiness, fintech, and young entrepreneurs. It does not matter the gender, because we see a lot of young people who are going into entrepreneurship. And so we have actually carved this out, and we are not doing this alone. We are doing this in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation. And it's given us a lot of leverage to lend, in astronomical numbers, to the sector. And we will be doing that throughout the year.
The bank says its financial literacy project and ready-to-work programs will continue to ensure that their customers and youth are supported with knowledge in order to be informed.
The Ghana South Africa Business Chamber has expressed concern about the high cost of doing business, which it says is affecting both small and big businesses. According to President of the Chamber, Grant Weber, it's imperative for businesses to manage their costs effectively in order to withstand these challenging times. He spoke to Joy Business at the 3rd Rainbow Nations Challenge.
The Ghana South African Business Chamber's Rainbow Nations Challenge was organized to foster deeper relations between members and the international business community. The challenge, which involves tennis matches, included 56 players from 20 countries. Speaking to Joy Business on the sidelines, President of the Ghana South African Business Chamber, Grant Weber, bemoaned the unfavorable economic conditions that their businesses are grappling with.
Well, I don't think the economy is picking up. In fact, if anything, it's probably more difficult. So for our members, it's a tough time. I think it's not easy whether you're a big or a small company. And that's another reason why we do have these networking events, is to make sure that we give our members as much opportunity for outreach with the other international businesses here in Ghana. You've got to be resilient at the moment. It's obvious that you've got to have your costs under control until such time as sales, you're able to generate more sales. So if you're very disciplined and organized, look after your cash flow, really cherish your customers, and maybe even have a regional approach where you use Ghana as the springboard to the countries around here. And I think if you can get that right and you're selling the right product or service, you're able to get through this difficult time.
Vice President of the Chamber, Chris Everett, said the challenge presents members with the opportunity to exercise and ensure their general well-being.
We moved over. It's a time of COVID that made everybody more conscious to be healthy as well. So we started to play tennis, and we started to do it on a small scale, and then we ended up in the first year with a perfect amount of 56 players with 22 nationalities. And now that we are in the third one consecutively with 56 players, we have more ladies as well. We've got 9 ladies on this team as well. We are very proud of them to be part of them as well. I perceive it as an excellent springboard for men and women in business, diplomatic environment, to be healthy. and to get connected with others.
The Ghana South African Business Chamber consists of members from the mining, trade, financial services, real estate, and energy sectors, respectively.
Now, the Ghana International Investment Trade and Finance Conference, GITFIC, has inaugurated the student club of the GITFIC Africa Continental Free Trade Area with the hope of realizing the full implementation of AFTA. The chapter at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology would deepen the understanding of young people on AFTA and its implications for Africa's economic landscape. The effort will promote active engagement in discussions and initiatives related to trade, entrepreneurship, development, and sustainable growth.
Advocacy for the urgent implementation of trade finance policy reforms has been high in recent times after the activation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. The AFTA represents a milestone agreement aimed at facilitating economic integration, promoting intra-African trade, and unlocking the immense potential of diverse economies of Africa. Full implementation of AFTA would reshape markets and economies across the region and boost output in the services. The establishment of the GITFIC AFTA Tertiary Student Club at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology underscores commitment of stakeholders to actively engage and empower the youth for their roles. The inaugurated GITFIC AFTA Tertiary Student Club will deepen understanding of the AFTA and perpetuate the culture of collaboration and networking among students. Chief Executive Officer of Ghana International Investment Trade and Finance Conference, Selassie Kofi Akom, says the mentorship on AFTA will facilitate self-employment drive.
The AFCFTA not only facilitates the movement of goods and services, but also creates a conducive environment for entrepreneurship to thrive. By providing mentorship, we aim to inspire and empower students to harness their creativity and entrepreneurial spirit to drive positive change and create sustainable impact in their various communities. Lastly, our club seeks to promote active engagement in discussions and initiatives related to trade, development, and sustainable growth. We believe that by encouraging dialogue, debate, and critical thinking, we can contribute to shaping policies and frameworks that are inclusive, equitable, and beneficial to our stakeholders.
The event followed a public lecture on the theme, Empowering the University Community with AFTA Vision. Chairman of the GITFIC AFTA Tertiary Student Club and Managing Director of the Bulk Oil Storage and Transportation Company, Edwin Alfred Provincial, is encouraging members of the club to tap into the opportunities.
As members of the GITFIC AFCFTA Club, you have the unique privilege of being at the forefront of a movement that seeks to redefine the future of Africa's economic destiny. I encourage you to actively participate in club activities, engage in meaningful dialogue, and leverage your skills and talents to contribute to the club's mission and objectives. By becoming a member of our club, you gain access to a wealth of resources, networking opportunities, and platforms for personal and professional growth.
The executives of the new GITFIC AFTA K University Chapter Club were sworn into office. Reporting for JoyNews, Clinton.
And you're watching The Marketplace. Time to talk tech. Joining me on Zoom is lead for Eyes of Africa, Henry Kobler. He's been busy the past few days, and there's plenty to talk about this afternoon. Good to have you on the program, Henry. First off, we want to talk about agriculture and how going digital can help boost the fortunes of the sector. Tell us about it.
Thank you very much, Daryl. So, this week there was an event called SIPA Accra, which had generally been pushing quite a number of agricultural businesses to Germany and also trying to establish them here in Ghana. And so over the week, I think that the summit was focused on women in agriculture. And most of the topics that were sort of discussed in there were more of the packaging, export opportunities, innovations among others, which basically comes in. And I think that the partnership with CSIR basically also opened up the way to push in quite a lot of research into the product itself and how safe some of these products are pushed on the market. And again, I think that one of the most important topics that was clarified or pushed into was funding for some of these businesses. And so it was quite a very successful program. I think that the partnership with CSIR is opening quite a bigger door in terms of opening up SMEs to be able to access and have direct opportunities in terms of being able to have good knowledge of their product and how safe it can be on the market.
I mean, where are we at here in Ghana when it comes to adopting digital technology and promoting agri? Because in some countries, they're already looking at how they can use AI, for instance, to boost agri production.
Yes, I think that most of the discussions also hovered around that, but you could then realize that the funding opportunities that is able to aid some of these research and implementation of some of these technologies is sort of not available. But I think that there's been that part where there seemed to be a clarification platform where they could always come together. I think SIPA basically had been trying to move most of these companies into Germany to sort of experience and see how general machineries and technologies are basically deployed onto the agricultural field. So we might not necessarily be there. I think that we're having quite a number of agribusiness incubators also starting to look out and fund some of these innovative ideas that could come in. I think that the agricultural sector could just be taking more advantage of that. But I think that when it comes down to general IT, when it comes down to agriculture, I think that we're starting to have most of those deployments on our fields.
All right. There was also the FinTech Awards ceremony over the weekend. What were the highlights of that ceremony?
So the FinTech Award has been running. This is the 3rd edition. And so it was quite interesting to see how the organizers put together almost quite a number of categories. And again, to also understand that there's been quite a number of FinTech community and startups coming up strongly to sort of partner with most of the banks and also run directly on the fields. You would realize that one of the companies that had quite a number of the awards, Broad Spectrum, had quite a number of products on their list, and it was more interesting to know how they're sort of handling payment systems up north. And so it was sort of groundbreaking to understand how the operations is starting to bear benefit and also to gain such recognition. I think that there was a Lifetime Achievement Award that went to the CEO of Gibbs, Mr. Hachihesi, and that was amazing for me because he's done quite a good work when it comes down to, activities when it comes within Gibbs, right from eSwish, being able to implement interoperability and all of that. I think that he's quite achieved a remarkable award in that sense, and he deserves it in that regard. But I think that quite a number of fintechs are coming up. I'm actually very happy looking at more of the collaboration between fintech communities and the banking sector and how they sort of impacting. And again, not just connecting with the banks, but also putting together product in terms of, let's say, insurance, in terms of agriculture. Quite a number of innovative ideas coming from the fintech community to solve problems in these sectors. And I think that it's a remarkable feat to check out.
Well, the theme for that event was balancing innovation and compliance and creating a digital economy. So sort of striking a balance between innovation and compliance. And you get the sense that firms in that space were highlighting challenges posed by the evolving regulatory framework. Tell us about the discussions that went on concerning the theme and what the way forward is really.
Yeah, so I think that there was quite a good part where there was a debate where there was that conversation that had gone on. And again, I was very happy to actually cite Bank of Ghana being very present at that event. And because, again, when the regulator is in and sort of pushing in some level of compliance methods to some of these startups that generally might not even have all the innovation and the mindset to run these companies, I think that it makes a very good sense to understand that the conversations that had gone in there relatively had looked at how some of these compliance methods could be applied. And I think the Bank of Ghana is doing quite a great job because I realized that they had already released the sandbox, which is supposed to aid most of these startups to go through regulatory requirements and also to be very compliant to most of the regulations that are available and could also now operate in a very safe space and guide our economy. And so I'm very happy about that. But I could actually just push it into it that Bank of Ghana again is in partnership with DBG to organize an upcoming conference, which is the 3I Africa Summit, which generally is pushing some level of convergence between finance, innovation, impact. And it's very interesting to know how that is going to come in with quite a lot of stakeholders and governors all over Africa coming together. And so there could be that synergy where lots of conversations are going to come in to understand how this same compliance could help most of these fintechs and banking systems deploy some level of innovation, have some level of investment, and pushing some impact to the economy.
Okay, and finally, I want us to talk about the National Dialogue on Cybersecurity organized by JoyNews. You were there, I heard your question at the event. What were your takeaways?
Good. I mean, when we start having conversations of cybersecurity, personally, I get excited because there's several times where we build solutions for clients. And when you talk about security, it's actually the last thing they really want to talk about. Most of the people that would want solutions in terms of innovation and the technological sector are generally looking at the interface, how nice the interface is and engaging, but they are really forgetting much about the security. And so my takeaway really from this generally gives me some level of hope. I mean, NI had proven to give us some level of assurance that they're putting all the systems in place. And that's the start when it comes down to privacy policies as regard citizenry and the data. And so getting a government agency to giving us that assurance gives me that clarification that there's a lot that's been done, especially looking at the act that's been thrown out there.
Right.
And again, I mean, Cyber Security Authority also giving some level of licensing to, professionals that are within the cybersecurity space, give some level of assurance that they are going to be quite experts that are going to be professional on the field and can have some level of monitoring point. But I think that seeing the nursing and the educational sector also having some level of interest in there gives a good platform to sort of have more dialogues in terms of the security of data and security of the citizenry directly as well.
All right. Thank you so much, Henry Kobler. I appreciate your thoughts and insights. And that's The Marketplace. My name is Darryl Kwao. We leave you with our Money Lab episode for today.
Welcome to Money Lab. My name is Isaac Edu, Head of Broker Relations at Enterprise Insurance. In the last edition, we discussed fire insurances. Today, we are looking at accident and liability insurances. Accident and liability insurance provides financial protection to individuals and organizations against accidental injury to individual or to a group of individuals, accidental loss or damage to a business's operations, and then also your liability to the public. Typically, the accident and liability insurance could include the workman's compensation insurance, which covers the liability of employers, public liability, goods in transit, where damage to your goods in transit is also covered, and also the infidelity of your employees. Thank you for staying with us today. See you again next week.
Driven by passion, percussionist Vivi Vasileva and her energetic performances. Made with love, the rare and elaborately produced pasta Su Filindeu from Sardinia. And done by desire, Germans and their love of cycling. These stories and more coming up on Euromax. Vivi Vasileva's passion is percussion. The professional musician discovered her love of drumming on a beach in Bulgaria as a child, and since then has dedicated her life to music. We caught up with her at a solar performance in Vienna. This is one of Germany's rising stars in the classical music world. German-Bulgarian percussionist Vivi Vasilieva.
Music for me is life and this very, very big energy that brings the most intense emotions from inside of us.
Already at her young age, she's reached the pinnacle of her career. She performs around the world as a soloist. Here in Vienna's concert house, she's rehearsing for a piece for percussion by Austrian composer Friedrich Serha.
In the beginning, it was challenging for me to find the connection to this music because it's very, very intense and quite aggressive also. My first impression was, okay, this is some kind of masculine energy, masculine aggressiveness that I don't really feel how I will stand on the stage and interpret this music with all this convincing and passion in every note.
Conductor Maren Alsop is performing this piece for the first time with her.
It's a fantastic experience to conduct with Vivi as soloist. She's so energized and dramatic and into the music, so it's a matter of trying to get everybody in that same zone. It's really fun.
Vivi Vasilieva comes from a musical family. Her father taught her and her siblings to play violin. For her, another profession is unimaginable.
It's what I always wanted, and I always worked for this, and it's just a dream come true now that I can play with the most wonderful orchestras, most wonderful conductors, and these really amazing pieces that are written for us.
Only some 10% of classical percussionists are female, including one of her role models who's paved the way for her career.
The first percussion soloist was a woman, the first person who went in front of the orchestra, and it was Evelyn Glennie. She's still premiering works, and yeah, she was the door opener.
Back in the concert hall, the doors are beginning to open for tonight's concert.
I practice every day. Musicians have actually no holiday, and I practice all day, probably up to 10 hours. Playing percussion definitely keeps me in shape. I eat probably 3 times more than all my friends around me, and I still can't get enough. We use our whole body when we play percussion.
Vivi practices up until the audience takes their seats. A career highlight occurred in 2023 when she received the prestigious Leonard Bernstein Award worth 10,000 euros, money she's already spent on some of the instruments used in tonight's performance.
Yeah, fantastic. The audience reaction, you could feel it was on fire. And she's not just a wonderful percussionist, but such a performer.
It was amazing. It's when you're in the flow and you're loving every moment, and you feel now's the time. You had the rehearsals, but in the concert you always give like 30% more, and yeah, it was amazing. It was very intense.
And what does the future hold?
I have a lot of plans for new pieces, working with composers, for different projects, like of course for orchestra. A lot of new works are waiting for us in the future, and nice concerts and projects.
And with that confidence, Vivi Vasilieva is showing the world how she marches to the beat of her own drum. You think you know about every type of pasta out there? Well, we've discovered another you probably haven't heard of yet.
You won't find these noodles in any supermarket in the world. They're called Sufilindeu, the threads of God.
These noodles are sacred.
What makes them special is that very few people can make them. Why is that?
It takes a lot of patience and willpower to learn it well. If you think you can learn this here in a snap and then master the technique, you'd better not come.
There's just one city where these noodles are made, Nuoro, up in the mountains on the Italian island of Sardinia in the Mediterranean. Here, two families guard the secret of this pasta. But one man is willing to show us how to prepare it.
Welcome, I'm Luca Floris. I'll show you how to make su filindeu.
Is it the ingredients that make it so special? Water, salt, semolina? They're pretty simple, actually. However,
at first, you have to do a lot of testing. You need the right proportions. And you have to understand how the semolina reacts to the humidity or heat, because it can absorb a lot of water or release it again, depending on the temperature.
the dough is worked by hand, not using a machine. While kneading it, Luca can feel if it has the right consistency and elasticity. But there's more to take into consideration.
This is the phase when many people make a mistake, if they think the dough is done now. But it has to be really smooth and keep getting kneaded. It's a lot of work, it's quite tough. You can feel it in your elbows. Now I let the dough stand for a while, and in a few hours, it's ready.
Next comes the real challenge. How many strings can Luca pull from this roll?
Here's 1, now 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256. The number of threads doubles each time.
A wicker wheel is used to dry the pasta threads. It takes a long time to learn the technique, and there's an extra challenge to it.
You have to do the beginning and the end as fast as possible, because while I'm still working this dough here, it's already starting to dry. And you can't stick fresh dough onto dry dough. It won't hold.
Three layers of threads form a sort of mesh at the end. It sure looks impressive. But how are you supposed to eat these noodles anyway?
In fall temperatures, it takes a few days for it all to dry. Here I have dried su filindeu I made a few days ago, and I'm breaking it up now.
What? After all that careful crafting, it's simply broken apart?
That's part of the art. We have to break it into pieces so we can eat it.
But this pasta isn't served on just any ordinary day in Sardinia.
This pasta is sacred and dedicated to St. Francis, whom we celebrate twice a year in Nuoro. No one makes it on a different day. This pasta is linked to our religion and spirituality.
But how does this specialty actually taste in the end? And how's it served? It gets cooked for a few minutes in this mutton broth before lots of Sardinian cheese is added, pecorino. So in the end, it's a sort of noodle soup.
It has a strong taste from the mutton broth, but you can feel how much work has gone into it, and that makes it even better. My mother always said you should enjoy su filindeu like any other meal, with respect.
Anyone who wants to try su filindeu themselves needs a lot of luck. You can't buy these special noodles in stores, not even in Sardinia. Just one more reason this Sardinian specialty is so extraordinary.
When it comes to biking, Germany is way ahead of other countries. But DW reporter Shabnan Surita didn't know how to ride a bike when she moved here from India 7 years ago. It wasn't long, however, before she took up the challenge.
Are you even German if you don't know how to ride a bike? Maybe not. Welcome to this new episode of Meet the Germans, and today we'll talk about Germans on bikes, which may or may not include me. Keep watching to find out. Before moving to Germany, I had no idea how important cycling was to Germans. Don't blame me, because everyone always told me that Germany is the ultimate land of cars. Which of course is still very true. But the numbers say that today Germany has around 60 million registered motor vehicles, whereas there are 83 million bikes here, which means statistically almost every German has a bike today. Whoa, that's a lot of bikes. Germany is one of Europe's top 5 bike-friendly countries. Also, according to surveys, the German city of Münster is the world's second most bike-friendly city behind Utrecht in the Netherlands. The city has hundreds of kilometers of bike paths and state-of-the-art infrastructure developed just for bikes. For Germans, cycling is more than a hobby or a sport. It is a life skill. Maybe that's why 97% of Germans know how to ride a bike, and for the 3% who don't, there are opportunities to learn, even as adults. Which is great for me because I never learned how to ride a bicycle back home in India. So now, after living in Germany for 7 years, I'm finally learning how to ride a bicycle the German way. At the German Cyclist Club, I took a 2-day cycling course for adults. Here I not only learned how to balance myself on a bike, but also some important cycling rules in Germany, like finding the perfect bike for you, wearing the correct helmet, using proper lights, checking if everything on your bike works, and reading the street signs correctly. But don't expect to take your bike out on the streets the very next day. It's not that easy. We are almost there. But why do Germans love bicycles so much?
For many reasons. I like being out in the fresh air and it's healthy.
Yeah, it's fun too. You can also quickly get to the woods and up the hills.
It's sports and doing something for yourself. And you don't have to look for a parking space.
What I like about cycling is that I can get from A to B easily and do sport at the same time.
I like riding around.
It's also good for the environment. You don't have to buy gas, parking tickets, and so on. I think cycling is really good.
I get it. Germans really love their bikes. But the German state, on the other hand, has been reducing its cycling budget over the past few years. That's why the German Cyclists Association still sees a lot of room for improvement.
Essentially, we need to improve the infrastructure. We have far too few bike paths, and the ones we have are not wide enough, or they're not continuous. Those are the biggest shortcomings. To improve this, we need major investment, much more funding for cycling infrastructure. And we also need investment in research and development to establish what biking in general can contribute to society, to the transport transition, and where biking paths need to be built. We currently only have around 400 million for cycling if we combine all the budgets. The goal is €1 billion a year for cycling.
So why did I learn cycling? Not only is biking cheap, fast and eco-friendly, to me it offers a sense of equality and control. Here in my neighborhood in Germany, I always see women of all ages cycling, no matter what time of the day or night it is, or how far they are traveling. I see them be confident, feel secure, ride unbothered, and I also wanted to experience that. So this is how I faced my fears and finally learned to cycle. Am I fully confident after this? Not 100% right now, but I am hopeful. Ich kann nicht bremsen, ich kann nicht treten. How is it to cycle in your country?
To meet the people making Europe's heartbeat. Just follow us on Instagram. Experience lifestyle, traditions, dining, and the arts along with the local people. for you, we'll get up close and personal. Join us. Become a part of our community at DW_Euromax.
We move on now to Drachenburg Castle, a villa styled as a palace located near the western city of Bonn. DW reporter Diana Pinheiros went there on a discovery tour and uncovered some interesting facts about the structure's past.
This German castle looks straight out of a fairy tale, but it has a dark past. A Nazi history, years of neglect, and a former owner with eccentric taste. Let's explore the history and secrets of Drachenburg, the Dragon Castle. Look at this! Yeah, I feel special here. Yes. Okay, we'll leave it back. That's crazy. According to folklore, German hero Siegfried once slayed a dragon here. Hence its name Drachenburg or Dragon Castle. Thousands of people from all over the world visit Drachenburg every year. The castle, located a 20-minute drive from Bonn, was built between 1882 and 1884. It's perched on a hill with a commanding view of the River Rhine. The castle is also a popular filming location. Parts of Babylon Berlin, Germany's most expensive television series, were shot here. Tour guide Gabi Brenich is waiting for me. She has been working here for 14 years. So, Gabi, let's start from the beginning. Who decided to build this castle and why?
Well, a very interesting person called Stefan Sarter. He was an innkeeper's son, and so he came from a low middle class family, but he shot to success at the Paris Stock Exchange by selling shares to build the Suez Canal. And with the new money, he bought the whole site to build his private home.
Nice. Not bad at all. Stefan von Sarter died in 1902. He had no children. The castle was sold off several times and transformed into a summer resort, a Christian school, and even a Nazi college. In the 40s, the Adolf Hitler School moved in here. Right. For how long they were here and what exactly happened?
Well, for about 4 years, until the end of the Second World War. And, well, there were some 14 to 16-year-old boys up here who got some military training and political indoctrination as well, as you can imagine. We don't have much information about that time because there are hardly some eyewitnesses who could tell you what happened here. So they threw away everything, they destroyed all the files and all that.
The castle's main entrance and the stained glass windows were damaged in World War II. After the war, the castle was used as a shelter for refugees and then as a training center for the rail authorities. It was supposed to be demolished in the early 1960s. The castle changed owner several times and then it was abandoned 10 years.
Right.
Tell us about it.
Well, a kind of lost place. Very attractive for the first people dealing with drugs. This kind of architecture was regarded as old-fashioned, nobody was interested in. So that's the reason why it stood empty for 10 years, because nobody was willing to buy that and to use it. This was a wonderful venue for romantic meetings.
Okay.
First drug consumers and all that, yes.
In 1971, wealthy entrepreneur Paul Spinat bought Drachenburg and had extensive refurbishment work done. He was well known for his fancy cars, quirky personality, and eccentric taste in interior design. Gabi, come here. What do we have here?
Well, you're sitting on a real throne.
Yeah, I feel special.
Yes. So this is one of the pieces of furniture from the time of Paul Spinat. Well, he always told the visitors that this was the throne of Louis XIV, but of course it wasn't, definitely. And that's the reason why our guests have the chance to sit on the throne and feel like a queen or a king.
We head to the kitchen. It was restored by the state of North Rhine-Westphalia, which has been in charge of Drachenburg since 1989. Great attention was paid to every last detail.
Oh wow, Gabi, look at you! Oh my God!
This fits to the kitchen, you know.
Next, Gabi shows us some secret places inside the castle, like the servants' staircase, and the rest of the building too. It underwent 30 million euros worth of restoration work. Highlights include the grand marble staircase and many beautiful artworks. Filled with paintings of nudes, this room was once the gentleman's chamber.
Although the castle itself is a mix of different styles, it is interesting to see how each owner left their mark here. And you, have you ever visited a castle? Tell us which ones.
Smoking is harmful, no question about it, but smoking a pipe is one of the oldest habits and traditions in the world. Although the demand for pipes has been declining for a long time, the craft of making them is still alive in some places, such as in the French town of Saint-Claude, where one of the last pipe makers resides.
The tobacco pipe plays a vital role in the little French town of Saint-Claude. It's been considered the world capital of pipe making since the 19th century. Since 1865, the Atelier Jeannon has been making pipes that are known worldwide. Sébastien Ball is a master pipe maker. He took over the company in 2006.
This is where we turn the head of the pipe. The basic material is wood. A different part is finished on each machine. We produce in series, which means I set up each machine to make a specific model, like this one. This is the first step. From this block, I make the pipe bowl, the inside and the outside.
This is a job where the chips fly. The wood's condition and quality play a decisive role. Not every type is suitable.
This is the root of a tree heather. It's the only wood pipes should be made of because it doesn't burn easily and has no taste. Our pipes are made of that wood.
It takes a total of 50 production steps to turn a block of wood into a pipe. The Atelier Jeannon produces around 2,000 of them per year. Sébastien Ball exports a third of them to the USA. A third are sold in France and a third in the rest of Europe.
We work with what we have. It's important the wood blocks are well cut, so we have as little waste as possible.
Although the history of the pipe is represented throughout the town, its importance has greatly diminished over time, and so has the demand. About 3,000 pipes are on display in the Saint-Claude Pipe Museum, including many rarities and hand-carved specimens. Museum director Antoine Grenat is also a pipe maker.
We are the last company with more than 20 employees that produces around 50,000 pipes a year. But this is ridiculously few compared to the early 20th century, when Saint-Claude was still producing 30 million pipes a year.
Back in Sébastien Ball's studio. After around half an hour, the pipe is finished. Then it's embossed with the company's stamp. The pipe maker is optimistic about the future of his craft.
I don't believe this craft is threatened with extinction. We also train young people. The pipe is an object that people like. It may not be as fashionable as it was a long time ago, but it still finds favor.
The pipe has survived the centuries in all its forms and variations, and will most likely continue to find admirers in Saint-Claude and beyond.
And with that, we wrap up another edition of Euromax. We hope you enjoyed the show. Be sure to follow us on social media for more from the world of culture and lifestyle in Europe. Thanks for tuning in, and till next time, it's Auf Wiedersehen.
My name is Father Moses Asa Awenongya SVD. I am the CEO of Regentroffen Education Foundation. Regentroffen Education Foundation is a foundation that takes care of the education of children and youth in Ghana from kindergarten to university.
The race to Jubilee House is on. Ghana is at a crossroads.
It's time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching.
In a nation where every vote counts, every voice matters, there's one name you can trust for your election coverage.
JoyNews, your election headquarters.
A team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and the stories behind the headlines.
Your election headquarters brings you JoyNews 2024 election on the Joy FM Super Morning Show, the AM show on the Joy News channel, and all our social media platforms.
The election headquarters for an informed electorate. JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
Hello, my name is Kenneth Jesse, and this is Election Brief. Within the next 30 minutes, we have the latest update from the political scene. We're live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV channel 125, all social media handles, and around the world on myjoyonline.com. Election Headquarters is brought to you by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity, and Chartered Institute of Management Accountant and the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, together as the Association of International Certified Professional Accountants. Election Headquarters for an informed electorate. Please stay tuned in. You're welcome to the program. Electoral Commission Chairperson Jim Mensah has assured the Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic Council of organizing a peaceful election in December. Speaking after a closed-door meeting with the leadership of the GPCC on measures put in place to ensure a successful election, Jim Mensah said the EC will maintain the constitutional instruments that were used in 2020 elections while beginning processes of scrapping the use of indelible ink in the 2028 elections.
As you may be aware, in each election year, the EC engages key stakeholders within our countries. And we, as a first step, we thought that we would come into the Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic Council as part of our stakeholder engagement. Indeed, this is the first group that we are consulting and we are visiting. And the essence is to share with the leadership of the Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic Council our program of activity for the 2024 election, and also to seek their feedback and their guidance, to ensure that our work is well grounded in law, and that the outcomes of our work promote peace and stability of our country. So this is the essence, or this was the essence of our visit to the Pentecostal Council this morning.
So what are the key takeaways from this engagement?
Well, I must mention that we discussed with them some of the policies that will guide the elections in 2024. Key among those policies is the Commission's decision to maintain the CIs that govern the registration of the election. And so the CIs that were used in the 2020 election will govern the 2024 election as well, and nothing changes. This means that we will continue to use the guarantor system, and we will continue to use the indelible ink as part of our process. We did emphasize, though, that because of the adoption of the biometric register, there was no need to use the indelible ink, because every individual is identified with their fingerprints, and every individual in the world has unique fingerprints, and no two individuals have the same fingerprint, and therefore the indelible ink is not necessary. However, following our discussions with the stakeholders and at the IPD level, it was felt that for this election we should continue to use it, because it gives, because it gives some comfort and it gives some assurance. People go away feeling that we voted, we have the mark on our hands. The parties did agree, and once we explained to them, they did come to the realization that we need the biometric registration.
So that was the EC chairperson, Jim Mensah. Meanwhile, chairman of the Church of Pentecost, Apostle Eric Nyamiche, admonished politicians to desist from enticing voters with money and allow the electorates decide who leads them without monetary influence. Apostle Nyamiche said the GPCC suggested to the Electoral Commission to amplify its education on the electoral processes to the citizenry, most of whom belong to one faith or the other.
And all that.
What were those suggestions?
Yeah, one of the main suggestions was education. And we think that the EC should always go ahead of the politicians. And so when they have an IPAC meeting for one, they should issue a communique. And so that one comes out, and people know that this is what really happened, than for them to be reacting to what politicians are saying. Like issues on the indelible mark for one. Not many indelible ink, or not many Ghanaians actually understand the nitty-gritties of it. And so things like we want them to go out and then educate the date for the election and all that. They have to do the education as to preventing minors from voting and then registering and all that. We think that the issue to do much more education. And we also do our best as a council to support their work. because Ghana is our country. We don't have any other. An election year like this, we all have to come on board and make sure that Ghana wins, and not any political party.
Okay. So any message for political parties in the lead up to the election as campaign begins to each other?
Yes, as elections is tension, so we want to please plead with our political parties to please put Ghana first. They should put their strategies together, but their strategies is not supposed to overrun the principles that they know that will govern a peaceful election. We are also aware of the monetization of elections that is going on in our nation. We want to plead with them that they should please respect Ghana, and then they should make sure that they don't actually deceive people by giving them election just to money, just to vote for them election. Let the people vote because of the issues and the policies and their manifestos that they get, instead of coercing them with money and all that. As for vigilante, I think they've made a lot of other without vigilante, so I don't want to talk about it. But they should also give space for the police to do their work. And we also want to plead with the police and the security agencies to contribute their role without being compromised. Even our traditional rulers, they are not supposed to be partisan. They should sit back together with the ministers so that when there are issues, we can come in as referees and people will be able to bring peace. So our chiefs and grandmothers, we are pleading that they back off. They also have just one vote like all of us. They should be content with that so that politicians will not run them out.
Away from the Electoral Commission, the founder of the new force, Nana Kwame Bediako, is worried about what he refers to as government's failure to institute effective measures to address youth unemployment. He said this in his engagement with the Goso Traditional Council during his regional listening tour in the Ahafo region. He said so far he has toured 3 regions, and from his assessment, youth unemployment is high and poses threats to the country. According to Nana Kwame Bediako, since the MPP government has failed to combat youth unemployment, they must not give the party another chance to govern the country, marketing himself as the best person to help address the situation. The paramount chief of Ahafo Goso Traditional Area, Nana Kwesi Bosompra, who was pleased with the ideas of the founder of the new force, said the practice where successive governments abandon uncompleted projects of the previous government is contributing to the lack of development in the country. Let's talk about the NDC this afternoon, because the flag bearer of the party, John Mahama, says the current economic hardship being felt by Ghanaians can be attributed to poor governance. To him, the government's attempt to paint a picture of economic recovery and improvement in lives contradicts the reality on the ground. And in his tour of the Greater Accra region, the former president said the continuous attempt to blame his previous NDC administration for the present misfortunes shows the MPP government is unfit for office. Nana Yaojima has more in the following report.
The NDC's Building Ghana tour of the Greater Accra region ended with a Campus Connect event at the Accra College of Education. Here, student leaders took turns to propose solutions to challenges in the education sector.
All the law faculties in Ghana should be able to run the professional course, because we believe that the lawyers teach us in our classrooms. I want to know what Trazu or Makola. All we need is an enabling environment to make our hard work successful. That's all we are asking for.
Economic hardship has been central in touring 14 of the 16 regions of the country to seek public inputs into the NDC 2024 manifesto. Based on the feedback, the NDC flag bearer concluded the citizenry is reeling under the present administration.
Bob Marley sang a song, and he said, "Who feels it, knows it." Ghanaians are living the reality of their lives. And so you can do all the propaganda you like. You can do all miscommunication you like. If fundamentals are weak, you can do all the propaganda you like. You can tell all the lies you like. If the fundamentals are weak, the reality of Ghanaians' lives will expose you. And so we are living the reality. And it's universal, from the Atlantic Ocean to our northern border, from our border with Togo to Cote d'Ivoire. Every Ghanaian feels the pinch. And when you see somebody who is not fit for office, they are the kind of people who, after 8 years, will continue to blame their predecessor for the problems that they are encountering.
Mr. Mahama further observed the recent economic challenges of the country are self-inflicted.
Let me say it for emphasis. The driver Panza and his mates they were going into a ditch, and we, the passengers, and the experienced drivers who are in the bus, were shouting and telling them the bus is going into a ditch, and don't mind us.
Meanwhile, Mr. Mahama has described as untrue the government's claim of building more roads than any other government.
Today, look at the roads. And the thing is, they rely just on propaganda. And so the president comes and says, we've built more roads than any government in history. But the reality, we can see the roads. The roads are all in poor shape. This is the first government that doesn't know that you have to maintain a road after you've built it. And so all the roads that we left them, today go and see, they are riddled with potholes. And they believe that you can use propaganda and lies to run a country. You can use it to seize power, but you cannot use propaganda and lies to run a country. Because eventually, those lies will unravel. The president says, we've done 10,000 kilometers of roads. If you take a plane from Accra and you fly directly to China, that is 10,000 kilometers. So if you've done roads from here to China, where are the roads?
The Building Ghana tour makes the next stop in the Oti region.
Let's stay a while with the opposition NDC because the national chairman of the party has cautioned supporters against clamoring for positions in government ahead of election victory. Johnson Esiedun Ketia says such actions can ruin the party's success at the polls. Speaking at a meeting with NDC supporters as part of their Building Ghana tour, he said the party members should rather keep the focus on winning power. Nana Yaojima has more in the following report.
The NDC chairman is already on a mission of reconciliation among party members across the country. According to Johnson Esiedun Ketia, visits to some constituencies have revealed interest in some positions in government have caused chaos among party members.
We've been going to the various constituencies in the region. There are places you go, and the difference is about somebody has said that when we win, I will appoint the DC. And then that becomes the major bone of contention why you cannot even cooperate to win first. If you don't win, how do you get that DC? There are places where fight that I have heard that that person is in that person's good books. And I've heard rumors that he will be appointed over me. So let me try and make sure we can win. Let's go for the hunting first. And when we bring the meat, we then decide who take the head, who take the quarter, who take this and who take that.
The NDC chairman says unity remains the important element in the quest for power. To him, the cause of disunity among party members may come from any quarters, especially their opponents.
And if you are being used, you don't know that you are being used, then there's something wrong. The biggest problem the MPP is having now is unity. If you don't have that unity, you can have all the money in the world, you can't win election. So they would want to create disunity amongst us, so they can weaken us and defeat us. So don't think that whatever is happening amongst us, our other brothers are not interested. They are very interested.
The NDC is targeting over 2 million votes in the Greater Accra region in the general elections. Secretary of the Greater Accra Parliamentary Caucus of NDC, Sam George, says the caucus is ready for the task ahead.
Mr. President, we have identified 9 operational zones or 9 operational constituencies where, as members of parliament, we will be stepping in to assist our parliamentary candidates to ensure that we capture and increase the votes that exist for the NDC in those constituencies. And so, again, as members of parliament, we will be funding fully these operations in those 9 constituencies. And as far as we are concerned, our 20 MPs, Mr. President, you are sure that those 20 are returned to Parliament by hook or crook. We will bring them back to Parliament.
For JoyNews,
We stay a while with the NDC because the Central Regional Executives of the National Democratic Congress say their flag bearer could not have settled for a better running mate than Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. Addressing the media, the regional executives insisted the qualities of Professor Opoku-Agyeman will help improve the fortunes of the party in the 2024 elections and ultimately lead the party to victory.
Her list of achievements alone will keep us here all day long. She has indeed proven herself to be a distinguished and hardworking servant to the good people of Ghana. Customary of the NDC, we will officially welcome our 2024 running mate back home to the region, that's the central region. The regional tour will cover a period of 4 days. It will start from Ewutu-Senya East constituency and ends in Cape Coast. Professor Nana Opoku-Agyeman will use the opportunity to meet chiefs, imams, interact with market women and other stakeholders as she officially kickstarts her campaign ahead of the 2024 general elections in December. We, however, deem it more appropriate to engage you, our respected media men and women in the region, to officially express our most profound appreciation to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for exposing his unflinching trust and confidence in the venerable academic who partnered him during the 2020 general elections as his running mate, and we can proudly say that the significant impact of the pair on the fortunes of the NDC in the 2020 elections were evidently clear and highly attestable. We look forward to productive engagement with the good people of the region and pledge the commitment of the NDC party to the welfare and development of the region, which has found expression in some of the policy proposals put forward, including the 24-hour economy policy, Big Push, Ejumapa, just to mention a few. We, the regional party, are fully grateful to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for this great honor done on our great dear sister, mother, and virtuous academic, whose special uniqueness and attribute will contribute significantly towards our drive to rescue this, our dear country, from the hands of the highly reckless driver and his insincere mate. As we are fully committed to working diligently to help the party win more seats in the region and also win the presidential vote hands down, we have no doubt whatsoever that
For the partnership, each session will be the magic wind that will bring a resounding victory to the NDC to make the huge public outcry for change a reality. We trust that the high level of integrity she has exhibited throughout her public life will enable her to restore the integrity of the office of the Vice President, as Ghanaians have always known that office to be, As an astute academic, Professor Gina Pokwajima will not run away from her responsibilities, but she will fully partner His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to bring the desired change Ghanaians deserve.
We have more on what will inform the choice of voters in the Enya area come December 7th. Here is today's voters' voice.
And the area had the bonfire say because of new MP now abanintino. Your present is omla no timiya jumamwaye because anya had a huchre by Wojide anymore.
Oh, 7 taflache. One no fiano te mweawo. Kumolo bibio ne e ade kam 12 cedi. Eni oba na. Ene am 15 ko kan 20 po. Ahe ene am 35. O kan 40 po e papako. Oh, wafie wompi wongbo me chake ko tele ni ba to buan de no ba ho ae ni awo wongbo pa fa ko ni ma ni bi aba hin efio na che no fio an wo fe wona ejole e mami
wa ae ni skabe mami ene ska wa gbe ke na mi ka skun wona we ko na mami e wa ko tele ni ba to wona no ba ho eta mo ko ba e ni ko me ba ka skabe Achene no ale afene kenjala miwa kenibi
shikia na shikiele mi na le fanshin ye ni wodumo le die no wodumo wondumo jeme ni wo ma ana ejole ni wo fe wona ejole shi ma mi e watun won pin bi ke na bi fe pin o be ni wo pin ne e ba je ba be de ba lewun no ni wo pin ne agbe mi eyin Sani ma ajano koni ma aya hiya wo fiu wo fe one piece bona
chicken mo for the first no e fan shi bia no e be fon ba bele ye no ni mo kokonkron e abata no ni wo kwani le oni ni ba fe ma mi awo
Ghana ndonto amasasa na ba na kufo do fa aji ka klomo la bidada kama ja klomo akofulu ku mi da kro ka tamala nwu Fia machama fukpang amola kwa amoli kwa ngi ko dukla mo pe ada fula Ghana ta akoda da aka ya jida fola shinya ni mala party daga jiu aka ne ba afoya ma no onyo Ghana to gara machama da ko na Joy Mahama go da ko ni ya ma tuenta na machama no me kana da ko na for do ba ka for tunu na ngbe ji
en dadie ade to na ko fom 1 week ni amekofa ni me no da sugumu me kwa ye to kakra ma baby discount omuma economy no enkofo
bi da ko cha iba oba nsha nyonyo Ghana mi kaka nana kama nyonyo mu mi fukpan bu ba sa da fifia mi va ti ma ha mi mangira go chondi bu zanado mi ajira 15 cedi akpa ya po mo fifia di divate mi anti mi manyanka o ga mi ta akoya le ba mi anyale ke mi akọ ha ya dage na mi avola ju koma
mi baby amijana mi jira me to ma ba me insisa na economy die odi obebe bia obi entumi insisa wi ase na mai ya ni nti omuma economy ni nkofo mai.
Generally things are very difficult. There's no way to sugarcoat things. Things are generally very difficult. Things are very expensive. You spend a lot of money, you don't get what you want, you know. So I mean, generally, it's not something that you want to hide. Like it's everybody. It's clear. Everybody can see that things are harder. You know, everything that's going to influence me, if I'm going to vote, is going to be economical. I'm not really caring too much about who is nice or who is the better. I'm looking for what to make my economic situation better, to be honest.
That's it for today's election brief. My name is Kenneth Jesse. For more news, you can log on to myjoyonline.com. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.
JoyNews has reporters in every part of the country,
telling you about the communities they live in,
the people, and their unique stories.
We enjoy doing stories that evoke optimism and love.
Above all, we do not just tell you what is happening around you.
We also tell you how it matters to you. Because for a journalist, bearing witness is not just an instinct. It is a responsibility.
We want to know your opinion.
This is JoyNews.
Independent, fearless,
and credible.
A fifth of the babies who come in will end up dying.
This is impactful journalism, the storytelling that stretches your imagination and shines a light on the underreported issues.
Normally, if you talk, that will change people. Let them see it.
This is impactful journalism. It is fearless, independent journalism that reshapes thoughts and crushes stereotypes.
But I had no more strength in me again.
The person must be made to know that what you have done, yes, it would have deserved murder.
This is impactful journalism. It provides context and meaning to the different perspectives.
Children are born with sin, and therefore if you don't baptize them and they die as children, then they will go to hell. This is funny.
This is impactful journalism. It provides context and meaning to the different perspectives.
This is DW News Africa. Coming up on the program, how should the world deal with African countries that are under military rule? Germany's development minister visits Burkina Faso despite prior condemnation of the military takeover there. We ask her why this and other countries in the Sahel matter to Germany. Also coming up, In Ghana, fear among LGBTQ people as the country gets even closer to adopting a new bill criminalizing their lifestyles. We get a closer view from Accra on the implications of this law. As the rising cost of living in many countries threatens to stoke social unrest, the African Development Bank predicts the continent's economic outlook is not all doom and gloom. The bank's president speaks to DW.
Africa should be a global powerhouse when it comes to solar renewable energy. Africa has today 65% of the remaining uncultivated arable land in the world. So Africa should be a global powerhouse in food and agriculture.
And smashing away their stress, Nigerians visit rage rooms to let out their anger and frustration. Our correspondent also has a go. Hello, I'm Tomi Oladipo. Welcome to the program. Germany's Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development has been in Burkina Faso this week as part of a trip to the Sahel. Svenja Schulze is the first European minister to visit the country since the latest coup took place. Burkina Faso is currently under its second successive military regime, and its departure from democracy, just like its neighbors Mali and Niger, has prompted condemnation from the region and beyond. But the visit by the German minister and a delegation of the Western-led donor group called the Sahel Alliance suggests the door to engagement is not shut.
Soil as dry as dust, not far from Ouagadougou, the capital of Burkina Faso. Extreme heat, little to no rain, and many people in this country are starving. And yet, in the midst of the depleted soil, successful farming is taking place. On this training farm, students learn to grow sustainable organic food.
We're working to rebuild the soil to make it fertile with biofertilizers and plants that don't need much water.
The project is supported by Germany. Jobs and aid against hunger, for German Development Minister Svenja Schulze, a means to fight terror. In 2022, the military seized power. They are positioning themselves against the West, especially against the former colonial power France. Their new strategic partner is Russia. At 35, former military captain Ibrahim Traoré is the youngest president in the world. His goal? To regain control of the entire country, large parts of which are in the hands of jihadist terrorist groups. 2 million people are fleeing violence and hunger. The young interim president rules with an increasingly heavy hand. Critics disappear or are sent to the front. Russia is present everywhere. At the same time, an anti-Western mood is being stirred up on social media. Disinformation campaigns, also with support from Russia. These journalists work against fake news and want to reach young people in particular on social media with quality journalism. A Deutsche Welle Akademie project, also funded by the German government. Reliable information versus disinformation.
Our work consists of contributing to an enlightened public opinion to give citizens access to verified information, because they need this to be able to fulfill their obligations within society with commitment.
The foreign minister of the military government explains that cooperation with Russia is a question of supply and demand.
Russia is a partner that respects our decisions, and the Russian offer meets our needs. These are the needs of the population, which is why I believe that our partnerships should increasingly fit into such a framework.
We are two sovereign states, so we see some things differently. I emphasized once again how important it is for us that there is a move towards democratic elections and a constitutional state.
These learners are preparing for their exams at a boarding school, financed by Western donors, the Sahel Alliance. Investing in education is another way to combat the roots of terror. But there is still a long way to go. 6,000 schools have had to close in Burkina Faso because of Islamist terror. 1 million children have no schooling.
Joining us on the program now is Germany's Development Minister Svenja Schulze, who's also president of the Sahel Alliance, and she joins us now from Ouagadougou. Welcome to the program. You've had a meeting with Burkina Faso's military rulers. Why did you choose to meet them, especially considering Germany and the EU oppose military takeovers?
Yeah, we would prefer to work with democracies around the world, but the fact is that most of the people live in autocratic systems, so we need to deal also with them. We want to fight climate change. We want to take care that people can stay home and do not need to migrate. And with all these questions, we need to work together in the world, and that means we also need to have an exchange with governments like that in Burkina Faso. That's not easy, but that is the fact we need to deal with.
Germany's cooperation with Burkina Faso now focuses on meeting people's basic needs. How far can that go under these conditions we're talking about?
That's not easy. There is no black and white where we can work with. We know if we are not in the region, there will be space for others, and we can't leave this region to the Russians. So we need to stay engaged. We need to fight against terrorists. To be quite honest, terrorists, they don't build water systems. They don't take care for health systems. They don't take care for education. But that is needed for the future of this country. If we want to fight against terrorists, we need a perspective for all the young people here, and perspective that needs jobs. That means a government that works also on the local level, and that is something we are working on in the Sahel Alliance, but also with our German cooperation.
So is that an acknowledgement that there have been problems on the military side, and you think development is sort of the better way, the more effective way to go about tackling these problems?
Yes, we need this development cooperation because there is no security without development. And so we need to tackle the problems of the people, why they get in contact with terrorists, why they have no other perspective. And that means investing in jobs, investing in the future of the people here. And that is what we are doing with the Sahel Alliance. 28 billion euros here in the region. That is a clear reaction. That means we want to stay engaged. We want to be the better partners for the regions.
How would you ensure accountability and the long-term sustainability of these projects? You know, you're talking 28 billion, that's a lot of money. But under the current political climate in some of these countries, Burkina Faso and its neighbors, which are having challenges with democracy.
Yes, that is a challenge also for us because we like to invest also in democratic structures. We like to work together with democracies. But here in the region, there are autocratic systems, and there are a lot of problems that we need to deal with. And fighting against terrorism, fighting against climate change, therefore we need to work together. That is why we work with the regional level, we work with local authorities, we work with the ones who we are able to talk to, the ones who wants to continue the work with us. That is not easy, but I think that is the way we need to go to fight against others who want to take place in that region.
I'm just wondering, as you say all of this, looking at Burkina Faso and these countries with those similar challenges, what is your biggest concern?
I think there is more than one concern. I think seeing how affected this region is by climate change, seeing such a lot of young people with no perspective, with no education, with no job perspectives, that is something that needs to change, and that is something we are working on, and we need to work together with the governments here in the region. We need to work on the local level. to give a better perspective, more security, more education, more jobs, because that is something that affects us also. Germany, it seems to be far away, but the African continent is our neighbor, and what is happening here, that affects us also in Germany, that affects us in Europe. So it is a good advice to work together also with this region.
Okay. Svenja Schulze, German Minister for Economic Development. We appreciate your time. Thank you very much for speaking to us. You're watching DW News Africa. Still to come. As the economy bites in many countries, the president of the African Development Bank tells us why there's still hope for the future. And we get a glimpse into the spaces allowing Nigerians to let out their stress. Ghana's president says he's waiting on a Supreme Court ruling before he acts on a new LGBTQ bill. Gay sex is already illegal in the country, but the latest legislation would extend the ban to same-sex displays of affection, as well as lobbying for LGBTQ activities. Now, the bill has considerable support locally, and that's a worry for the Ghanaians it targets, as DW's Isaac Kaleji reports from Accra.
Sule, not his real name, is gay, but he hasn't yet come out in public because he fears he will be attacked. He says members of Ghana's LGBTQ+ community were already living with the threat of homophobic violence. A new anti-LGBTQ+ law would make things even worse.
Life has actually changed for the worse for me personally. And I am not just here to speak on my own personal behalf, because I have seen this played out in other people's lives. The level of fear has increased. The level of isolation has increased.
Same-sex intercourse is already illegal in Ghana, punishable by up to 3 years in prison. The Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill would further restrict the rights of LGBTQ persons with jail terms for identifying as gay or promoting LGBTQ activities.
I'm urging a lot of Ghanaians to go and read the bill and see what this bill is, because it is not a bill that is supposed to promote Ghanaian family values. This is a bill of real hatred and vengeance. That is what the bill actually is.
Rights groups have condemned the bill and say it has implications for all Ghanaians.
It is not only LGBT people, even the media. You could go to prison as a media person for publishing news that is considered to be promoting. So the idea that we have to stifle knowledge, that we have to withhold the production of knowledge in a way that it suits that you only have to speak in a certain way that supports discrimination against other members of the community, that is very problematic.
The bill has the backing of religious and traditional leaders. It's also supported by many Ghanaians with conservative beliefs.
In my opinion, it's good that the bill should be passed because everybody with their culture, Americans have their culture, we have our culture. So I think something that is our culture, that is not accepted.
And we need to protect our culture. As Africa, we have a culture. We have a culture to protect. So we can't allow the Western get to control us. You see, I don't know understand. We say we are a independent country, but we don't depend on ourselves. We allow the Western country to control us, everything.
But outside opinions are having an influence. Ghana is in the midst of an economic crisis. The Finance Ministry has warned the president that signing the controversial bill into law could cost the country billions of dollars in much-needed funding from the World Bank. Sule says if the bill becomes law, his future lies outside of Ghana.
I will definitely hide, and I will leave. I will not choose to stay in a country that sees me as a criminal. I refuse to. I refuse to be gagged. I refuse to be seen as a criminal. I refuse to be criminalized because of who I am as a person.
But for now, Sule is staying in the hope that the Supreme Court and the President decide against Ghana's anti-gay bill.
Inflation has been shooting up in several African countries. People are finding their incomes are not keeping up with the rising cost of living. This has led to some public protests, most recently in Nigeria, where inflation hit a 30-year high in January. But the Africa Development Bank says the continent's economies are growing and will continue an upward trend over the next 2 years, a pattern that will actually outpace the global average. What does that look like in bread and butter terms? What does life really look like for the average African? We got some opinions.
Many people have lost their job. Many companies have closed down as a result of cost of living because they cannot afford to continue buying. The production cost is higher.
You feel it with the small things. You know, you buy toilet paper, for instance, and you're like, 2-ply, that's quite expensive. You go for your 1-ply and you find yourself sort of downgrading your life.
I definitely have to think about it before I go and buy a block of cheese.
The high cost of living has really affected me as a young person, because you find that starting up a business in these economic times is very hard and costly.
I'm not asking the government to make everything cheap, but I'm asking for the standards to be affordable to everyone.
The taxation has really raised, increment of taxation. So as a result, you are not able to pay the services and commodities as before, and therefore there's no hope of a better future.
There's no, it's just for us, the citizens, to fight for our own rights.
The solution to reducing the cost of living could be giving farmers subsidized fertilizer, and also giving them the necessary incentive.
Let's speak now to the President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for joining us on DW News Africa. These are tough economic times at the moment. How can African countries respond to these circumstances to prevent social unrest?
Well, first and foremost, let's get started things right about Africa. You know, despite all the headwinds that Africa faces globally in terms of global inflation, but also in terms of rising debt levels and depreciation of currencies, and of course, climate change, Africa continues to post very, very resilient growth. And in fact, 11 out of the 20 countries that are in the world, fastest growing countries in the world, are actually in Africa. So African economies are quite resilient. But I think the major issues that we have to make sure that we do is still continue to provide a lot of concessional financing to African countries, because there's still a tapering effect of the COVID-19 situation that countries still coping with many of the consequences.
Right. Speaking of climate change, you go into some of these meetings with these global sessions. A lot of these big polluters make commitments about what they're going to do in terms of compensating and supporting the poorer countries. But we see these commitments, we hear these commitments, but we don't actually see them being followed through. How do you make sure these countries are held accountable?
Look, today, Africa loses between $7 and $15 billion a year because of climate change. So the issue is to make sure that we support Africa that did not cause climate change to be able to adapt to climate change. And that's what we're doing at the African Development Bank. But in addition to that, we have major programs, and we're showing global leadership on this particular issue of climate for Africa. We have what's called the African Disaster Risk Insurance Facility, which essentially simply just pays for premiums of countries to be able to get compensated or get payouts when they face exogenous and devastating impacts of climate change. And it works well. It works in Malawi, which helped millions of farmers in Malawi that face drought. It's helped over 1 million plus farmers in Madagascar that had that. We've done it in Niger and several other countries.
How can African countries grow their own internal expertise and funding for development initiatives, for, as we talked about climate change, but also even things like supporting structures against corruption, for example? How can all these be built almost independently, if I put it that way?
Look, Africa has today the highest irradiation of sunlight in the world. and therefore it has over 60% of the world resources in solar. Africa should be a global powerhouse when it comes to solar renewable energy. Africa has today 65% of the remaining uncultivated arable land in the world. So Africa should be a global powerhouse in food and agriculture. If you take a look at the more than almost $57 trillion that's going to come in future from the electric cars and also batteries and all of that. You know, Africa is where you have the copper, you have the lithium, you have the cobalt, you have many of this graphite and all the things. So Africa should be there. So what I'm saying is that at the African Development Bank, we take pride in marketing Africa as an investment destination. That's important, but you have to mobilize a lot more domestic resources. And one of the areas where I think African countries can do better, and they need to do better with support, is how they get paid for their natural resources, or should I say, not get paid well for their natural resources. I really think that if we are able to get good public financial management done, make sure that we are managing our natural resources very well, price them very, very well, make sure those that need to pay taxes are paying taxes, and therefore you can mobilize a lot more resources, and make sure they are having structural change in the agricultural sector to make sure we can actually feed ourselves. We are going to be able to deal with many, many of these agents.
Okay. We'll have to leave it there, but thank you very much, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the Africa Development Bank. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
The stresses of life are numerous, everything from the rising cost of living to the search for a new job, sorting out one's personal life, or even outrage at news events. So how do you address these issues? In Lagos, Nigeria, DW's Olisa Chukuma went to a so-called rage room, which offers a space to let it all out.
You need protective headgear, gloves, an overall, and boots for this kind of stress relief. I've brought some stress with me. It's taking me more than 2 hours to get here, twice as long as it should.
Well, when it comes to Lagos, driving really makes me angry. I'm about to take out all that frustration inside the rage room. I'm fully ready, fully kitted, safety gear puts, and ready to smash. Let's go. That was really exhilarating. But I really felt the raw emotion. And it was also quite fun too, in a way.
I wasn't alone. This rage room attracts some young people as a new way of paying attention to their mental health.
I feel good. I feel like some weight has been lifted or something has just come out, because I found a way to creatively express and deal with rage in the rage room.
So being able to actually be in a room where you are allowed to basically break things, smash things, and just relieve yourself from those angers that you've been unable to relieve, it's honestly medicinal. It's like taking medicine for your headache.
James Banjoko set up this, the first rage room in Nigeria, in November 2022. He is a medical doctor who says he felt concerned about how people bottle up their anger.
Some people come for fun. That is one part of it, just to come and try something out new. And we see some people that come because they have genuine things that are bothering them. Maybe it's work, maybe it's family, maybe it's relationship-wise, maybe it's emotional. 99% of the time, we express less of the anger that we feel.
James Banjoko says this is not an alternative to proper therapy. But for less than $10 a session, smashing up stuff in a rage room might be an option for those who would like to let off some steam.
That's all the rage for now, but before we go, we'll take you back to Burkina Faso's capital, where we came across a public art show. It's a collaboration of the two Berlin-based artists, Akimbode Akimbiyi and Abri Furi, supported by the Goethe Institute. Enjoy. Bye for now.
is important. It's the only way you get to know the things that happen around you, what affects you today and the future. At JoyNews, we have reporters scattered around the country who tell us about the communities they live in, the people and their stories. The key part of our job here at JoyNews is to make clearer the muffled voices in every part of society. We shine light on the issues. My name is Aisha Ibrahim, and this is JoyNews. Independent, credible, and fearless.
welcome to the maiden edition of the JoyNews Impact Makers Award.
Tonight we gather here to honor and celebrate individuals.
We celebrate the goodness in our humanity
and create more inclusive, compassionate, and thriving societies.
The overall winner, Isaac Ajawato.
In a land where dreams are often cradled in the arms of hope, there exists a league of unsung heroes. They are the silent architects of change, the torchbearers who illuminate paths where once there was only darkness. From the verdant stretches of our farms to the innovative labs of science, from the warm embrace of humanitarian aid to the simplest acts of kindness. These are the change makers who sculpt the future of our nation, stitch by stitch. Unknown to them, their acts of selflessness have resonated across the land, stirring the hearts of many and sparking a movement of recognition and celebration. It's that time of the year again. JoyNews proudly presents the Impact Makers Awards 2024. Join us in our quest to spot and honor those steadfast warriors who are remolding the destiny of our communities and our nation. This is your moment to nominate the unsung hero in your midst, the beacon of change whose story deserves to be told. To nominate your Impact Maker of the Year, send your entries to impact.makersawards@myjoyonline.com. Let's amplify their stories. The JoyNews Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impact.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to the special edition of The Pulse for today, the 13th day of March 2024. Well, today it's special because there's a special national dialogue ongoing currently on women empowerment. Now, this dialogue is to commemorate the International Women's Day celebration 2024. We all know that the day itself has passed, but this dialogue is to ensure and find ways of improving the livelihoods and empowering women. So that's what is happening now at the Coconut Grove. We'll be taking you there. But after we come back, what do you know about glaucoma? Now, we'll tell you more about that today here on the show. So first, we'll take you to Coconut Grove for you to for that special dialogue ongoing. And then we come in studio to talk about glaucoma. Let's take you to the Coconut Grove now.
How to take them through some basic mobile telephone reporting skills, where they will be able to use their smartphones to be able to take the picture. So we took them through those trainings. And after that, we engaged them, telling them the reasons why we are there with them and why they need to even know anything about photography. And then we engaged them on the 3 C's. How has COVID-19 affected you as a woman entrepreneur, or coronavirus? I mean, COVID-19 is the same as coronavirus, or climate change, and then cost of living. And so these women, following the engagement, were able to tell us which of these 3 C's affected them and how. And the final question was to let us know how the WISE project was able to help them overcome these 3 challenges. And so as a result of that, the pictures that you see here are the products of the exchange or the engagement that we had with the women. And so when I'm done talking, these women will take us through their various pictures, and that's all we'll be seeing from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And so we're going to go through the pictures, the photo voice, and let them tell us the story. You're live on JoyNews on TV and online. We're streaming on Facebook at JoyNews. So let me begin here with Madam here. Good afternoon. Sadia, tell us what your pictures are about and the story behind them. Oh, to them solo yalente a photo nama bo karle wuhore tongo yal bole biede.
Bona sadia jamane kan yikumbun duluzona. Nda yi sherme. Kwa 19 mane da kama akuzan tela ma ya binyer tumda. Nubu kuzan be shefta ka sheka duruma gbaga. Lu biai ku ne njimi mbenon de shere. Kama mini yidan zaru tamkan. Ka wise project nunum kanama. Ka butiliet la bangsama ka non de nazu. Ka bani chaka mi ai non nazu non batanam ne ka pe non le vin yara. Akwa arme. Dan fan kan dir pumpon ma.
Aminu yundu ngama kana zu konko de ngala ban sabal le biane.
Mon gabo gabzum.
Ntahana kpalagum bala.
Spices kananda, local spices.
Local spices the dara.
The dara.
Okay, kaya katene to nyane mama shale.
Nzang shell kana twa ma iboar ma mbe kumbonduluzo.
Okay. Kumbondulunzo, Sadia is telling us that, you know, she's a seamstress and she used to sew, but when COVID-19 hit and challenges came, you know, reaching customers because of the lockdowns and all of that, and you can see her tailoring machine there, and it caused a lot of problems in her home, petty quarrels with her husband because, you know, there's no source of livelihood anymore. She was empowered by the WISE project to go into pepper production, and she's packaged powdered pepper, the chili one, the chili flakes, into very nice containers branded with stickers with the name Wunimi Enterprise, and she's brought the wares here on display. Okay, she's saying that her child, who is enjoying the exhibition but wants her mom's attention, is called Wunimi. Wunimi no wula desire chelvere. That's the name she's used for the products of the chili pepper. Sadia Tapaya. Thank you so much. Let's move on and speak to Aisha, Madam Aisha. Oh, to Mameli. Dagban lekayera. So, answer so an yelti photo nim shanga dem be pengoma den ye shambo yeto akar borna de yeltingo
yulum bon meli Mohammed kan yukumbon godjesir na kumbon yipel na yile COVID-19 masa handa kwahla bon kuma kbalansene kanda kwahra amadan da kanata damanda batolan kwahra bon kbalansimane nda yar la kurga ma kanda yar kwahra karto yirna bjala tabru so ndan dundon ama WISE project nam na takana kam boshel pahar so piangoma kawana kanda sang pasang plamazo nkwahra kam min ba ko biane kabalyar ma bansam ka tabr songma ngurma nyen nang sham ayan nang sham boda go shel pahay be ayan nang sham ka warma yirna ka to dira ka sang da borshel pahra kanda kana piango ntakpai no mpahe kara ko biane ka min ba ko tumda ka tabr songma kanda kana pi manam banon da wo ma package ngo kat tab songma kam ngub sir shihma ka banang da pam kan tabrle
nyamma ngum sir shihma kar nang da pam kan tabrle kan yul bihma ba bor tofi ya to apam kan ko tofi ngoma pa ka de ko yirna bjala de zo nda gulma yulum bona da gubobgo ventures dome da gubobgo atum da kar yirna da butuna jira da turma na zan ngmar pahara ka bian waye yibjalana kan waye yibjalana la'arman la wala kay yala pa tab shaba yude pompon ka yude wala ka bian ka son sam ngoshal pa mbon nan zan piango ka yelam pa taba especially kumbon yale be tolan yale ne bu kpang be mang pam WISE project ban kana ta la'anda ti jin laqta bang sam shema tarzan de labra man won jian obrai kana be puna nyenywandele me amane dolba pagi sahango bi'ila ne kan be wum be damle gba bin zang fon kol ma ami temal min tin kwa bi'ila ne kan be wum de be damle ne be nyamda do so pumpon de kpahrama ne ma yi doyen gwamne de kpahrama ne ma kan yisira min ba na ko tumda. Papaya Mameli is saying that she went into legumes production and sale, and it was challenging. She learned how to add maize to it through the WISE project as a participant, and then she decided to extend. I'll say she's a plenary kind of businesswoman. She extended and started honey production. She produces the honey herself, rears the bees, and she calls it Dagubobgo. So it's, as I said, multi-businesses. I'm sure she's heading towards an empire of business. And then she's decided to rear fowls as well, domestic fowls at home, and, you know, sell them. Then she realized that the kids in the community, they like toys, they like toffees, they have sweet tooth. So she decided to add the toffee business to the Dagubobgu ventures that she calls. And her word of advice to all young women and women out there in Kumbungu and Tolon, I believe that's what is to her heart, is that when they see CSOs come around the communities, they should go lend them a listening ear, because at first she was fed up. She wondered what all the talk was about. But now when she sits all the time, she's looking forward to what next they have for her to enrich her skills and her abilities. Let's go on and speak to Auntie Amma. Auntie Amma, Pacho Daniel Hussein, Pacho. Pacho, catch her, who story way, eh, me who sacks no ena acres of land, then a cost to a hampacho.
Yo, Pacho, I mean Kadagoma.
Oh, okay.
Yo, let me spray. Pacho, no ma mu wa hai. Na me business me tomeko. The maker. Me tomeko. Na meko no say first na the bottle back sika. Eti me top 5 nyina. They say who the 5 we nyina sika beto baako. Ho no na say nyoma no akosoro bebre. Ne aha say amuhui na aha say me kunu asase no. Corona time na buy na me business nkruma ne Vitabol na ya meto. Corona no buy no ama akọ efom. Nti me kwadwe ne me kunu say won ti asase kakra ma me. Dem sanfa ento ase kakra kakra. Say aha say me kunu asase no. Nti ho na nyame ya adom ne plan Ghana for ebaye. Omo baye no mo abo be bie ni na fese enim sa hwe. Yesika mu yese de etiton nyoma aye baye yi mfaso ayanya yetua ye ho ka nyoma bebre plan Ghana for baye no mo be kire ye no aboaye omo de yekunu mu akọ train omo train omo no omo baye no enya sam ketwa omo baye no omo agie the first obema wo say wo oba woni mfaso bia anti wo mboa wo they say plan Ghana for de yekunu mu akọ train omo say omo so a team members mi ka emi wura wa ha say oboa mi wodwuma mu bebre nti mitimi kwadwuma ema mitimi to me nyoma ani gie wo ho meba no me waye bibia wo fie waboa mi wa dware nkoda di nkoda ko school enu nti ona omo sabaye no omo samaye tutu bia ye susu no kire no school fees ba onu su pia na mapie na was plan Ghana faso wo mo so na first sani ho they say plan Ghana ba o ma kire se de ye nyoma ye package ye nyoma nyoma ye fa udu kwadwuma Utimi brown wasi ama unioma to planga na for mo faso bebre mi kan ade be chin wa ha se planga na mo ye bebre ama mi ama se mi ba bienu nyina wo university nti e say no me na ma to fridge na mi ni bi omo mboa mo na matimi ato fridge a eye kakra akra etimi nya coins e ma mi mbara mi nkora mo ko school a omo pesika wutimi mo omo no mo ne agi wo fie planga na omo mboa no nti planga na for mo mboa me ka ade be chin wa ha mi wura wa ha e bia mo frɛ no po obetimi ato planga na for omo mboa omo aboa no obetimi aka bia ma mehu de ekoso nyina nti mi da planga na for ase de mi ka se yemba modern bibia ye be ye de be boa ye fie no yembo modern na yentimi ye na mboa efie na ema efie eni je embra na embra ye ho ase ema ye yembe mam edamase.
So yeah, that's Auntie Amma telling us how she started with pepper, and because of COVID-19 hardship, the prices skyrocketed, and the price of about 4 or so became the price of 1. And she decided to try to convince her husband, after receiving knowledge and skills on the WISE project, about giving her portions of his land to farm her pepper. She says that she's been able to, because the husband has also received some training from the WISE project and Plan International Ghana, he has been empowered and believes that she should be a support system in the family for the children's fees, for the upkeep of the family. This has gone on so much that she's been able to buy a deep freezer to sell other cold stuff and support their household. I'm going on to still speak to more of our participants here who will tell us the photo story. Rafia, Afi, Auntie Afi. Okay, we are still live on Joy News on TV and online. You can watch us and stream there. Auntie Afi and Auntie. So I yelte what to you.
Yulam bone Afi Mahmuro, can you work on Ilna? Dagul will born la wontia enterprise. Are you looking Sasha Corona and Dana Bacana and Daniela? One darshin kafa puara tata nerva kaba kwara tirma kan chen kuma shita kwara kan balagra dar kurwanam kana corona nara kana sa shelma pompo mamam padir wahala on kwara ambulance antir so dama larma blan ya alala ka yul kanya tamabi
kokobo to wonte photo ne makata ba
shinkafa kan kwaro aba yibanya du'ro na saya shinkafa kan kwaro Dranyela, mamma, and tatla near Bacaba Quara. Lerman can cover yala, mamma, padre wahala quara. Kayul Kanya e Benetimene, Ghana plan, West Nima, Bugba, Benukan Quaron. Bankara until yet bansum, Zankanta Daguyatan Yankwahe, Kalas of Jella Swan, Karatu Swan to Sham. Banda kanata letala bansama kan zang la tumtuma denenye lancha bi insan gala gerkan enchanta le petrona ante pai andagule na na shinkafa la so de
shalitin yundunga
petrom bala ma bi plan na mane e benete mane e wasnma bagba gbambon to ay yul kurkinu mo mi mala shikuro be banirba yob Zang swang shukurma karabatu
so my feeling as how when she started her rice business she had a lot of challenges and COVID came, she lost her workers and her savings, but with the intervention of the wise she's been able to rear pigs now, she's able to sell of fuel on the tabletop for people to be able to purchase at affordable prices that she can also make a living out of. So that's her photo story, and that's her journey with the WISE Project and Plan International Ghana. So livestock and fuel, energy, our women are broadening their horizon. Give Martha. Auntie Martha is here. Let's hear from her story. Auntie Martha. So yalente ten yun de ben sha photo ne ngama bombala
to yun bone ala samata kan yitwalan yalena tu le photo shere in yun ngoma ma flakan tame ma ka ko pele pa nda nan de la so bolo ne zim kwam ne bam voa ko kan da kwara so corona na ra kana karse arlan chante da so bara kana te dama kampache ka kwara pia wata kunku so de picham ngoma corona ma ne dam ndagul ya she polombala. So this zuche kan jeni jidu unche jindu kala en la fukbar go polo so fukbar ma ka tara ku ben nang de bjela nara kwa ben sha ambongo so ka now you ko fun ka WISE Project Plan Ghana nam zang hankal palana nta pite ka nang ta mali le ta mali bangsam kan ta jere nen nu hayi dama abnya de du zayama mali ama du zayama izanyele yo to de zal nira no sham hayta zal brata ta bangsam ka bjela bangsam ka bralete fuk parung ma ka nda ko en la haban sha kam zal kar le du ma ka zal kar zande na wa izu da maran jo so ka men ye ban bang na kom ko to jilele so awnya kyongo moto zu kan tamya ango yin tahar maran ba so plan Ghana nam dahal barkan ba da tuna ta pahnu pam zanta ba ba support mba be ko yin nang mali ama da dawra yin ma mu'sugo mi kun nang da ko en za du kan yunale ka da tin mal ma mu'so be ko yanam da ba mile so ban pigi da ba nirba a we men champions man leba bansam kan yi dan sa dele en yila han yile nan ko kar pana so kan ta da din yala en zang ma chang tamale on to zang moto ma ta kan zang chang ta te en customers ka kuna dimi yelo mala shapolo chande on to ba alma chang kan ti chelo recha
wow
so to pa nu pam ta plan Ghana na to pa pam na tin sheban ta tama
Thank you, Auntie Martha. So inspiring. Started from selling sobolo and water, and the business not going well because of COVID. And with the help of Plan International WISE's project, she started farming cereals to cope with the effects of COVID-19. And it taught her to build like a silo or a storeroom where she started even doing mushroom farming. Now, we were told in the presentations that it's not something that the people of the North are used to eating, that's the mushrooms and even the snails. But for her, she takes her mushrooms to Tamale. They inspired her husband or taught her husband skills so much that as a champion, the husband believed that her mobility will be an issue, so he gave her a motorbike. Now, her motorbike as a source of transport is what she uses to take the mushrooms all the way to Tamale. If you know the distance between Kumbungu, Tolong, and Tamale is quite a distance, but that's where she goes to reach her customers. And she cashes out and comes back home. And so everybody in the family is empowered and has more knowledge. More of Amina, Auntie Amina is here. Let her tell us what this picture with the granite on the sack here is. Auntie Amina.
Yulimbone Al Hassan Amina, can you tungwena? Tolong district. Photo ma bunni nyami. Ndai dala some delam palansane in chumda. Baku indaran tochim sun kurga de banu lasa bed ban. Ama dun datan kan nimala arada jma. Karazucha kambala to dare smak palansane. Na la kurga numnungo kandara. The Saharan Latin la, Ndapa Bura Dagushan, Parazu, Sala, Katsorka Kahara. Ninya ka wise projects in Kana, and 2 woods in Shegulbu, Katabani, Shegulu para double concutuma. Tuli, the Nazara Mila Shugulu yera double to madam, a powers of the Dimpam Namrchi, Bet and Mila She Tabaku yera Tizu. Share wise projects in the country, Jadela Hankar Paloma, Katati Shigure, Kataseshi Yurma, Katu Tabrashma Dene, Karadira Lana Sati, Karatom Hatabi, Kachi, Oibderabe, Amishida. I'm sure that finding a sherry. I don't know when you're going to cozy. Chongo, wise project and no cooler let the bounce me shama dalfan shambara. But Bunker take my male champion. Kadab Masadzi, Abanya Yedan Bobzia, Tuna Kamkayensum, Bed the Anek and Namelsman, Toso come coach on Shukuru, Bell top Gabiman, Swacom, Yinabanaga, Onto Mebr and Tom Comselva, then on song my song, shed the Chamkanda, the Lumaka, Yergara, wise project and Chekatam can Dababan, Doye Menu Tambu, or Padabduni, the Zora, Carason Tiza, Hakala Tiza, the Hagodash, sharing a shell. Wise project, the pipe, now the song.
Mamina, thank you so much. So she started with the granules which was not moving so well. And in this picture in between, you know, from grass to grace, is her husband who helps her take care of the home now with the child, you know, given the skills and empowerment and understanding the importance of supporting his wife's economic empowerment. She went into beekeeping with the skills that the WISE project, Urbanet Plan International Ghana has given her. She says at first they thought beekeeping was a male-dominated area, and you only had to climb trees to go and then, you know, take the honey from the bee comb. But now she's learned that she can do it. It's safe for her as well, and she can make money from it. So we are proceeding to speak to more of our participants here from the WISE project. We are live on JoyNews on TV and online, and it's the Economic Justice Business Empowerment Project program by Plan International Ghana, the WISE project. Aisha, to Maisha, and yelte a story in your sheletin you in the benchang.
And William Bone, Aminu, Aisha, can you come district na Gumo? So, Psilugo, and Anandala, Dagban, and I could millimism jow. Travel me, they will. Trakwa millimism jow. So, and I know the Lebzela. Can I know the Lebzela and Kabzela Yernak and Menem Behedzra. So, plan Ghana Namrakana until the letter of Bansum. Can ban a Lelaban Mab, Bond the limit Tom Brown, Kazim the Ampanyele. So, Mirapsilga Mebzela, Kovik Marakana, and Techakarada Jontanga, and Dablan Quahara. So plan Ghana man wise no can until the bounce and brow my mushroom number. So when that my mushroom number can nondele, can that one you can dare products ma abzela carapas son abzela. So can none the Tom Brown man. Anya Zuma, Ndaku nondele me Sama Saha, sha'mane ka pohanda kana da man yuable ntum mu'amwale ka da chi ka blanto nandele so dan kyanwa mami nda nandele me nlehre mbe shukuru ka tedzra ka nanda ben shakam so ka plan nam dalan kana tlan wotana kama ai nan de business za anto nan da gubwable anto nan business boy vision na ku nan me Tom Brown konko so kan da nan de mushroom mamne sinkpla so ni ma na she plan nam dalan wo ma wise na bralan wo ma kan ban I am tilga da gule de tumene amal records de fune an zan la she chanta da gule ma tumena sabson
yamale
ayan da kurga sham de tumena sabson ayan nan charge shab de za tumena sabna ayan ai to kwahe ka yihi akwa ba ma
so a record keeping book bongo
so ka bangane baran wo ma kan bangane tuna nan business tumna nan
sabra
so ban plan nam lan check am bangane ai nan da gulu ka package le de to check anyare customers
Tapaya Maisha Tapaya Pam. And on the note she ended, we talk about branding, and everybody wants to be associated with something that is credible and that is branded right. And she's talked about her journey from selling what we know as Tom Brown. It's different in Dagbani. It's called them diao, literally kind of like flour that's not nice. But that's what we cook at home in the porridge form. So when she started it with COVID and all of that, it was difficult getting her clientele or her customers. And with Plan and the WISE project, it was able to empower her to understand the packaging comes in handy. And that's why she's gotten nice, beautiful, clean containers with the stickers as well. And also the importance of record keeping so that she knows where she's making her profits and her losses, and she can be able to plow that back into her business. She's just giving thanks to a Plan International Ghana. Let's move on and speak to our next participant. Madam Fatima is right here with us. And yes, I'm seeing something like a business certification or so. Auntie Fatima, them sorry, Paaya. So, I'm yelte agba lahaba ninye shambatu yundungo.
Labani yeshe na ko pour la pna garan ma na na stabla na na songba ba kana song te pam try voir try ku bon ha try jitin perchele ban kana hankal pale num kana to wuta hankal pale ndete dundwana ntom la antamente be ntom la antamente yidan ma te na mi la yam bor bana she na ala yam kapta kana to wuta yamma tenen mbi halam mbi han habza han kana sende sukuru ba kulda ba dia yin kwal dia yi man kwal ka ban karato bo karato wote hankal pen mo ka to wote kan yaram bura den dum tulen bi man cham ma you know ma on nes shukuru kamno na la tab gunna ka kaluma mi nas ta kan de shukuru te yidan maraji be man ji ka karato wote ngoma ka ban na ka leller ma ka to meller na bi ma ka to sa kwal ban na ka yene te na wani moy lembura de nan kabo te bima ban kyan nsa ya dima allabe lemmen lerma nan kabo zaha kalbe mara yelmana webi yelmana te tinya sama te tohma wabangu ya no kulna me obi en kuno ya pala haliyama kallama te di ha ka di ma
ka yunde ne adda ngoma adin yen songa ka songo yulobe
de zo ngola ngoma ban ka to wote shel ngoma de no ta al barakato na tanda ay bor ngoma tanda ay ku tirma yirin ka bu wote ka te dira an lan no soche an jeri ni ko wa en samu son anyele nyura en samusong anu bi shaha kwam ka nyura en
samusong ma sabo ma mbongo
en samusong da
Tony Ventures okay
asar song wa ma tinda yidirma ara ku bien te dikalar ngon na ga ay na anyele nyura shabu nyure
okay
pon hakal pel nim san shati te ma tu suriya min na yin bete dundora ma ka la'ant man te be ka la'ant man ti dan ma ka yurm kana pon to be nang la ni mo ka te bi ban pal ma ka ba pa
adabdil go ma register le mbongo bo okay with assembly ma
ni mo ka ba sa pa
kala pa mbongo
pam kama bin ma kuruna nda nan sa shel ma nda nan mo de bin yani ne am nya konsi ni sa pam ku an ku bor ma
ni sa pam
de report ma de chibo ka zan ama do kan ni mo ma
okay
ka ci an bor za mu na an to nyele to mu na dulan bala de za ho ka nan ni lasra nan je la jini ku yel nan wonyen wo ka nyanwo na wu yu ko Mbona zanto haka mai su don su fele. Mpo ka ni ta sa ta ma ta tibi da ma ka san yurlum ka ta min ta jini ti da mpo ta bang da za. Ta ni wuta za. Da ni to jin til habale.
Yalmale. Tapaya pam. She's saying that, look, regardless of, illiteracy, the education gap, the knowledge and the skills that has been imparted to them by this project has made her see that she and her husband can come together and her family and be able to improve upon their livelihoods. What we looked at here is her record keeping, registering her business ventures, Tony Ventures, and she's talked about the fact that most young girls in the North want to drop out of school because of hardship. But she is vowing that with the empowerment she's gotten and the little business she's doing, together with her husband, she's going to ensure that all her girl children complete junior high school, senior high school, pursue good careers, and are better people in the future in society. That's neem oil that she produces as well. She used to do dawa, but the market was not so. But she ventured into neem oil as well. And this is a product that is in high demand, and I believe that, when it finds its hands into the customers' their area, they will buy it and she'll make her money. Yes, another participant is here with a young champion, Madam Gifty. Oh, he's going away. Okay, Madam Gifty, tell us your story.
And you Adam Gifty, can you come on? COVID sama denda kana ndana non de soya, but ndana non de kara garango. Ama COVID man da ta pana. Ne kunna soya ta karam du kunya zabil kamango. The Kwabada young because but I am no sort of zergo sambane, sort of yira. So then you ben zergo ben yarma caramel Joroman ben yarma cabraya, and to quara, and the Terazan the year not to quara. So because of that, nearby David Piernan and Tadara. So you could know the Queen Zame, Quabo cane. Then the Quabe Samanda, Quamanda canma, Sianda Punyaletama, Jai Kunegi, Anna Daguli, Dagulma, that. Tia, aku yang shimeka ko fabanda. Dengye ka Egyptian ko fabanda kan yidan to yinati yama. Anan de carbon non de ma are chekata de te zan ben sha par zo kan yidan da yinato swangma because ben sha kam zan da yana di pala yidan yinato tap swangma nko to nan because non da gulma de bienda onda yela zo kata zan Tom Brown nangbo mpaso ya mane katanya kama tombra ma na kata pama kar chanto na pam halta mamang dundwane tanda ya yela nda kokola tombra ma e biane tan kwa tan yu tan dia yela asha dala ta save lema ka bela kar de dama chana danye plan Ghana wise project kana te gisliel ne so banda kana ma ka ba piti ka wobo shanga tanya bangsam shanga ban liete do pune ka bayama ya ne tombrama ne toko package le veyanga bangsam ma pune kanda nya bangsam ngo ka chanta register business ma kam nan stickers mpa package ben yara pompo mbe nzang lam ben yara chang food and drugs board because den ya ben drama ya beto swang ma ka nye certificate den yang wo kama den to chang lo kam so plan Ghana nan pangma no wise project Ebenet banan swang ka Adam Gift Enterprise karate yinango so lo kam ay ko chang chapo kanya tamal pune kanya Adam Gift Enterprise manambala wise project mean to check an la and umbana nzam check up sister Rose tra orata zang te chang Ankara chapo Blessed Hope and obanon la products ngotetebo so tenda chang we tra bezang te cheben non da ben yara sham katatanya so ni man kan da buhan packaging ngo so ko tra yina ko yama the gifty. You can do this. Anto non dem bon. Onda yel ma shama. Kara chenti hane kan chanta pil laare. Kara pil ben yahare machines ben yahare double. And then today this is Adam Gift Enterprise. Thank you.
Wow. Adam Gifts. Thank you so much, Madam Adam Gifts. Look, it's so inspiring, Look at the product, something that there wasn't value placed on it because of how it looked, but now because it's been well packaged, she's been able to distribute it all across Tamale Metro or the city, and this is inspiring.
Yes, the women really did.
And the hands-on experience even, because she said that they went somewhere in Accra or a Hope and they saw how they packaged it, and it gave her the idea that she can really do it.
Yeah, so when we engaged them, we didn't give them the idea. We engaged them on how will you portray what you have learned from WISE. How will you show these things? And this is the product. So far you have heard from 10 women from Tamale district, which from Kumbungun and Tolon districts.
Right.
And then we went to the Bono regions. Yes. We went to Bono Ahafo region, Bono East, and then the Bono itself. And we engaged 15 women. So now you're about to see 15 women from these 3 regions showcase what they have also learned and how they have been impacted by the WISE project. So the first person here will be...
I can't wait to see what they have in store. Okay. The Bono areas, yes. They say it's the food basket of Ghana, I believe I hear. So tell us.
Okay. You're very Jennifer. Na me ton watermelon. And I'm say a penny buy into na me nya watermelon in your day and ton. Now said me decided mamma was sending me met me a boy finty. Me decided say was send me fine apple cacra, send a bear and you bedroom met me and yes car boy fee. To me and a boame. Emma mina place at Tanasi. Nti tam na me yen na WISE project by and na me de me hunra mu no mo de me kosua adwuma nti me de me hunra mu na eboa me nti no na me de saska no ekosua adwuma nti no me kɔ stikoton fruit na ma yeden na me de me calendar ato nti wo ba nti madwuma mu ni ba bia me ton fruit nti wo ba ho a metimi abotira ama nti WISE buy there omuboa me pa.
Wow. Enti mebo eya mo kope baby tina eya omo complain say eye den say obenya baby fa ko atena aye we
because first na ha na mete no na manya place bebra na me de niam agu nti eye say omo di place nti omo twen me ba kwa no ho nti say menya place a me de me niam beto nti no na pen so ba ha me pan nti na wo se me decide ma me ho se na be ya me so na me boa fie na me decide ma me ho se wo se me soa se na be ya bi obi pebi enso in the office nti wo se me de ko office on meten nti ho na me ko na me na me road so no nti me ya sa na me decide se nya da bia na menya ahoden a metimi dia kwa achi nti wo se me pe ba bi sa atena se na be ya me customer e balance wan humi ba bia e bia tam na me supply ma mo no e bia ma ntimi ankwa na wa baba bia metini nti ho na meti no na me san decide enye sa adwuma we ya na meye de akɔwuo nti e wo se me pe adwuma foforo ka ho na me decide nti WISE project by na me decide se me nya sika kakra wo ho de e wo se me sua adwuma se na be ya ma ntimi anton we na metimi abotire nti no.
Wow, multitasking, the power of that and skills empowerment. Auntie Rose telling us how she began with watermelon fruits selling, but you know the markets, and she even tried going around taking the products to the customer, but she thought that, well, I can go a step further, and encountering the WISE project showed her that she could learn a skill and art. So she learned how to braid hair, and so she does 2-in-1. You come, there are fruits to buy, she can braid your hair nice, and the way they charge the hairdressers, so she's cashing out. Yes, they charge, she's cashing out. Auntie
Mpacho me the Florence Cancho Mpacho me symptoms na COVID-19 na buy no ema ahokyere eba ye kwotena shop ukobie shop a adwuma ma wonya adwuma na waye na on site mi akwa no ntimi ye se hesa de a mekọ ayi banche pa na makọ akosoa banche na nyunudwu amatimi anya kakra abeboa fie na ne etoso na WISE for e de WISE project na ebre ye no eboa ye bebre ese susu ni yato a afene so a yenya sika yetimi de no bebre no omsan de mre no esan be pie so nti ema ayi mre no mitimi de bi ehwe me ma school edi bi hwe omo so de die mu na omo mpaboa na omo school no omo nyina mti WISE omaye bebre amaye
na wa hoden pan because cassava yi a osua ye pan osua oti na o coaching I mean there o ya wa adwen say obeye no obetumi aye megidi say also obegidi sa enti mushroom no unya o customers ni ye
mpacho an
okay Auntie telling us that she started with her tailoring business, but that's so okay. So she sews. I'm sure her family, they don't have any problem when it comes to their fashion needs. So she sews, and when she decided to venture into cassava sale, it wasn't easy like that with the onset of COVID as well. And you know how demanding it is strength-wise. She decided to go into mushroom farming, and that has bloomed, and that's what she uses in taking care of her children. She is happy with what the WISE project has done for her and how empowered she has been. Yo. Yes. The pretty patch of your friend.
Comfort.
Anti-comfort.
About how I know pomade. I repam no Korea and buy COVID-19 buy na enkoye. Enkoye a quite do my to say ya didn't say any about your trash you create in your being yet. They are so like of face. I thought to also have a blade. Now, my cousin is area, major Yako traffic. Now, my cousin is area, major Yako traffic. And I'm got to fee. Timmy got to know if you know I am Kuna Boami, a Diani DMD Bibia, or quite from my be aboard there. Not the above, ya yet don't be not a DB. And T.S. Anna, wise for buy. Some buy, no, so may I near my idea black and man, no, I'm saying as idea. Mede me hu be kwa ko shem na aboa me Yankopon so ado mede me hu ko shem na aboa me nti ai susu ye de na de bia ye 2 cities nti 2 cities nti yi anduru ye no yi ani po anduru na me ka say mama me bosia be ai 5 million bi na me fa ko pay box ni bi mra me start na me gi ai me gi bosia na me de ye box no ti me ko ye na Yankopon so aboa me na eba mu sa Jabba mra me no na wise for so e blame bi e kan ho nti say wise for so me hu style ye packaging say ye packaging we ye ayi uniama no ye so say wa koton a kasade ene ho niama say ye savings nyina Nyankopon aboa me wise for timi aboa me ye ni nyina na ade say ye me dey say we ye ka say ye koye exams at the palm exams no mo so meji 1,000 ba mi ko ka che mi kun do se me ntwen no ni sika na mi se ne sa dia so ni sika dia na matimi aye wo na nya sika dia be kwa ko 1,000 na mi dia kwa ko register ti se bibia be bia no ebi wa me kan che no ma ye first ni po ade na sa ye me yin se first ni se mi hia pa de kura mi bisa no ba ye se mi timi top da bla we bo so me ne so ye ne wo bi da wono ba wise for my de nyame shiro mo wa de pa ma ya mai
ba onim ma omo wo ho a omo hia samwa we ya anka eba ebeboa omo
wise ye dos ni ye dos ba esu bia ne de ba me ba me se me ye wo ba bi ye mile ni bi na bi su ye enwa
okay enti den na obeka che omo a omo tifie ti se wo se omo nya hwe tailor no adwuma ne mba na obeka che
se wo ye adwuma na adwuma ne mboa wa also wujai na upe bi foforo ye upe bi foforo ya ebe boa wo am wo kwa anim
okay enti pe nkrofo a omo be boa wo ne knowledge no won I would be to me akọ business ma to say the way omo kire wo packaging no enti wo honey no ne Connie's honey no wow. Very nice. Yeah, that's it. Auntie Comfort is saying that she's a tailor as well. And I say that these kind of skills, they are lifelong, you know. You have it at your fingertips. You've learned it. It's a skill that you definitely can survive on and, you know, bring back again. Her husband trying to farm to help with the upkeep of the family. Her encounter with why she decided that, I can do the honey production. Look at the packaging. It's credible, and that's the money. She even says that she wants to go to do a tailoring exam, and it's from the sale of the honey that she will pay for the registration of that. So she's financially independent now. Auntie, Pachokache Udin and a story again.
The Nemfa Betel. But Macho, Tama, may about what for? Milkun de me buy, Juma near ye queer. Ye dog brew. Ya don katie wo hwe botonimo nkatie enegum na tama corona baaye no ani amwaye corona ne baaye no ne omu keka se esuro emfuturo wo di agro na aye adwuma wo mfuturo ma corona ne benyam enti na ama ya dwuma no akọ form said ye ne yesi nya aburo no ne enya ne saa enti na ama ho kire e wo ho no enti na me bere pa enti metana ase dwene ho anam se daabi de aye ide je se ba wotana fa ako a wote wade so enti me pensa no adwuma bi na me de aka ho enti ama me koto beans na me de chikose nti corona abade enso o mu kire se corona no ansa na abaye aduane aton no o fa wafade nti me hye nose mask na ma sensu asi ho me de se me na aka ho se nipa ne ba obe ohoro ne nsa nti metemetana se fira no pa kopem anwumere me ko fie no menya kakra me de bebo afie nti ewo ma na plan ga na fo baaye no be so mu be maye susu adaka na ya save sika ko se na meche no enam se nam nim dia se ba se utimi save sika no na sika no yankonko a mintimi save enti plan ga na fo baaye no be kire se ye keep sika ye di sika esie na bibi uhia watimi age ade atete o nti ama me de me hu ko wura mu me de me hu ko wura mu no afe ye che sika no menya 6 million 6 million no na omuka so obi amfanye empuntu dwuma na mka so ebi mu yi mire na ne nwa na mse me de me yan nwowa no mbu sam se die enti na mse me yan nwowa na mse nwowa ne ya ade bi a me di kosi ngura mu ho a me ya ba warefo na me san wo ma enti nwowa no me kunu so ye kuani nya da bia na mekọ akọsara nwowa no enti me de adaka no kosi ho a eno beboa me a chen se mekọ akọfa mire na da bia bi o no boafo a meye aduane ama wo mu ebe ye problem enti ma me kọtọ naka no 6 million me nya anaka ni nsia na me de kosi enwura no enti me de kosi wo mu sa yi anade amem mabama mu ni following year ye chesika no nam san de to 6 e kan ho na ye 12 nti 12 ni mu na 3 eba mu nam yiye me to ba ku bi 250 cedis nam san de to naka no nam de kan ho nti se me gina wo se no me wo naka no mako 25 no enti se no me hu se plan Ghana for de mafanim die bebere mu mitimu save sika sese me jo ma register me company me wo me set adwuma no so sese so mitimi sie sika etimi de boa me ho ti wo hwe ba bia masiri a ani gi aba
eni age pa
eyi Ghana for nyankopon wo nhira mo onto mo nkwam ne mo nyima pa mo de ya fam ne mo moa
Amen. Thank you to Auntie Gifty telling us her grassy grace story with her business. And, you know, starting with maize production not going so well, ventured into crochet, and then the honey business as well. And she says that her husband is a farmer as well. It's kind of like in the family, so maximize the benefits and the skills that are already there, harnessed by the Wise Project and the skills that I taught her about branding. So that's the honey, pure honey displayed there. And I want him saying, Crawford, you're more pure pine. Let me just remind us gathered here that the products are all on display here. They've brought it from the Chrome now, where you want to buy. Hey, are you sure it's from the village? It's here. Undiluted, unadulterated. Come and buy it here. It's not only honey, different food products here.
They say but will be frame Accra say Obama de woni bi.
Oba supplier. Oh, yes, so yeah, say there's more for you to hear about. There are probably people at home itching, saying, "Hey, now this Wise Project, where are their forms? Where can I fill so that I am also a beneficiary or a participant in this?" Auntie, Pacho, Obekacho, Woodin, Enna, or story, then, yeah, share what photo see.
Me Pacho, Medin de Maria Macedo, Medin de Maria Macedo, na me Pacho me free techman, na ba, me Pacho, na Mr. A. Tama Koloba, no, na Mr. T. Cantina, na me ye, and T. Cantina no mona, aja, and ayi colonia no ba eba ya na me ye dan me je ya na me san to aso me san je ya na me to aso koto no adwene nti ti me to na adwene no emu omu fifiri adwene no anam say saa wonkyere no wominti omu anya sika ye den entua enimu na plan for be kyere ye edisen adaka mu ani mmira adwuma to omu kyere ye no na aja me faaye timi ye mmira adwuma no na aja mitimi nya bi diboa mimba school omu waskare school yiye we no omu be wie mitimi nya bi su asanto adaka soso no Anti plan for nyame nhiro mu.
Enti unkola na wo photo we mu. Ni mami enu no beautiful. Wow. Enti meba o nyoma osika na wonya no ya nsem si a omo yare ana wankasa wo yare wobetumi boa wo ho.
Me patwa.
Yo, yeah that's it. Thank you so much. Auntie telling us a story of her fish business. The canteen business didn't go so well, took a loan to go into bulk fish selling, ended up doing mushroom business after the skills that Wise provided to her. And that has empowered her to be able to support her family, her 2 beautiful daughters going to school. And yes, this is Auntie Katumi. Auntie. Fire corner then yeah share what story
me dindi Katumi dodi na me pama ade na ewia emeren sakra ye no baaye no ukotena adwuma mu kura wunya hwe ana me si ma minja ade pam eno ma ye wa ha ya di se so enkura mpo akeka bi e wo ha ese nipa ne beje no omba mbeje opam wia omba mbeje na me so ma minja container na metimu pamade no maminjai na memfa ma fidie nsoa na memfa nkwochi na ende pe ka shankari me pamma wa meji misika sesia na me de akọ enti me ye madwen say me kọ secondary school e otu obodom ana me kọ secondary school ho madam ne ma me ye na dwuma ma no si why na kama efiri na ekoda bia bra secondary school mu na be ye mmaya ne no ma ne mame Timi sorry ana me de ma fide akwatena secondary school ho Saturdays ni Sunday girls no mu dom ho timi ya nde ka shankari me ya na maji misika na me de ko ana plan for buy tina me ma sitina mu ya den no me ma no mu miensa mu kwa aban school me hwe se me de me hu wura we mu na ya kakra na me yi ba mienu ekọ abai private school ana me ma panyini no ekọ aban school na Wise for ni widow for de omo ba ye say ma ombeboa ye am ya besua adwuma na msuo mesua bi na mekọ na mekosua mire emire a mekọ ya mekosua ye me ne mekunu ono na kwoti so da asene ba ema ebe fra ma me esan say me ma ni nyina ye mema o fra oni omo na fra ye ba ye ni omo na ebo enti Wise ni widow for na me nim sade na ye si tususumpo susu mitwa menene to adaka de na afe no so mekwasesa ba na waje o ma me kapre enti ana me se me to me mire a me ametimi ye mire ni ntino mekoye na me nya misika susu ni sika no me a me de enti planga na Wise widow for my de pa nya me onhira mo kese
Auntie Katumi amen ya da say enti wo da so pam de
me pa chotela se wenu credit on ba pa mo muntua anti cash and carry na ende no ana me da so yes say any mire no
mushroom no meti say e wo export potential e ko e bia Togo ni outside Ghana mo ye ne bebre wo hwe so say sa na obeye
se si a me dwuro we kura me ko nkuranza koton mire me ko kentampo wanchi me ko kotonton ni nyina me nyandura mona ne de me wogidie say me dura mona ne nso
yes so you wogidie say obedru on skills na we nye free Women's Innovation for Sustainable Enterprises, WISE projects, national level advocacy to climax the International Women's Day, International Women's Month. And so we're going to speak to the country director of Plan International Ghana, Mr. Constant Chona, to give us the final remarks so that we can wrap it all up beautifully here at the Coconut Grove Hotel. Lots of people gathered here. We have civil society here. We have people in the security area. We have the media as well, the business and trade as well. Mr. Chona, take us away.
Yeah, thank you so much. What a beautiful day. And what a good ending. I think we are closing very well with a lot of stories. I've heard a lot of stories, inspired stories, stories of inspiration. I've heard a lot of issues about initiative. I've heard about where our project participants were before and where they are today, given the support of the project WISE. And I want to say, when I listen to them, I can only have hope for a better day. Change is happening. It's a complete story of impact. And I want to thank all the different players that have made this happen. From the morning till now, we have so many people around. We have the director of DOVSU, who is here, and her commitment, the communication, the call for action was really inspiring. I had the Chief Superintendent of Immigration also here. Thank you very much for coming. I want to thank all our partners. I may forget some of the names, but let me just call Urbanet and Widow for the work that you've been doing with us. All this transformation that is happening has happened because of the work you've done on the ground. Let me really commend and ask you, every one of you, to give a big round of applause to Rose and the WISE team. It's been a good job that they did. And I have one of our chief around me, and he was telling me we gathered this success also mainly because of the entry, how successful the entry has been right from the start. So thank you very much for that testimony. I want to thank everyone that has come here, all the team from Plan International, from Plan Canada to Plan Ghana, our gender person, the head of program, the media, and the media houses that are here also covering. I really want to thank you for the beautiful day we had here. And I know we have a lot of commitment that we made. We did a lot of exercise inside there. Those commitments will be compiled, and we try to see how we take action on them. This story should not end here. We need to have a follow-up to that. And I also think we need such spaces to be repeated so we can talk about it. We have these successes on entrepreneurship and, with our business women, but there are barriers that we discuss. Barriers to gender equality, gender to women empowerment. We had to address those barriers. And some of the most difficult barriers are about our gender norms, our social norms, our belief system that we need to, continue to talk about to see how we make better shifts on those issues. It's happening. We're not static. It's happening, but we're not going to stop until we are all equal. And this is our commitment to you, and we hope you hold that commitment to us, and together we continue to work to make the life of the women and the girls better here in Ghana. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much, Mr. Constant Chona. He is Plan International Ghana's country director, and he spearheaded this event from beginning to end, ably supported by all of the workers and the people who have been doing the groundwork, going to the regions, going to the rural places where this mushroom farming is happening, where this beekeeping is happening, and seeing the success stories of the WISE project that has come alive. I keep saying that I doubt anybody will want this project to end. So there may be a call for it to come back again. Thank you so much, Madam Zenia. Madam Rose, CEO of Nsochomana, Chief, and Madam Sedinam over there. Esinam. We're going back to listen to some of the stories. So we'll do the vote of thanks, but we want to take some of the stories, 3 more stories from the Bono area, and then we wrap it up with a vote of thanks. But thank you so much, and thank you. The exhibition still goes on, ladies and gentlemen. Please go around and sample the products here. Thank you.
conquered Ghana with you, escaped with you to the western region, gone on the Savannah Safari together. Remember that Fajeto conquest, kayaking on the Volta Lake? Those were very educative, fun, and memorable discoveries of Ghana we made together. It's now time to take it a notch higher, make new discoveries, create new experiences, and relive nightlife back in the days with the Eastern Camp Adventure. This time, let's pitch camp on top of the serene Ebri Mountains, experience the adventure of tent accommodation, sit by the fireside, and relive those typical Ghanaian moments with a Nancy Stories jungle party with barbecue, Jama night, movie, a visit to the cinema waterfalls, and the Wukugwa, among other historic places. Let's also spend time at the Safari Valley Eco Park with good lunch. With only 1,500 Ghana cedis, your transportation, access to tourist site, full board meal, and everything else is covered. Save a spot now. Pay via Momo 2059 303 8842. Name on Momo is Daniel Boyfio Multimedia Group. And please reference Joy Camp. Short code to purchase ticket is *714*003#. For more information, please call 0302 216540. The Eastern Camp Adventure, discoveries, fun, and memories.
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
You only cough, never cough, syrup, class away, class away. Don't come, oh yeah, we can't get drunk. I'll go Bessa, Namibia, Nina Womo, honey and ginger, licorice and basil, long pepper and violet. You only cough, never cough, syrup, class away, class away.
Effective for relief from cough, sore throat, and throat irritation. New Honey Cough, class Coho away. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
Daspa, I am grateful to be rectified at this moment and accepted as part of your traditional culture and have a father who is a king in Yendi. I have embarked on a journey to be a leader. I can't be on this journey alone. I become what I become because of you. And anyone that thinks for people is successful. Start to think for your people and everyone will grow. I have embarked on this journey to be able to move with the youth of this country. Your voice really matters. And I think we should skip the noise and obey the voice. Your problem is my problem. I've already seen it and I'm coming with a solution. I am coming to put a 1 million CDs on the university challenge for the 10 universities, and UDS is one of them. We will have to invest their money into that business that they presented. We will guide them until they walk on the path of success. It's money, keeping it and making sure it's spreaded right. Remember, I'm investing in you. Thank you.
The second coming of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah.
We've conquered Ghana with you, escaped with you to the western region, gone on the Savannah Safari together. Remember that Fajeto conquest, kayaking on the Volta Lake? Those were very educative, fun, and memorable discoveries of Ghana we made together. It's now time to take it a notch higher, make new discoveries, create new experiences, and relive nightlife back in the days with the Eastern Camp Adventure. This time, let's pitch camp on top of the serene Ebri Mountains, experience the adventure of tent accommodation, sit by the fire aside and relive those typical Ghanaian moments with a Nancy Stories jungle party with barbecue, Jama night, movie, a visit to that cinema waterfalls, and a Wukugwa, among other historic places. Let's also spend time at the Safari Valley Eco Park with good lunch. With only 1,500 Ghana cedis, your transportation, access to tourist site, full board meal, and everything else is covered. Save a spot now. Pay via Momo to 059 303 8842. Name on Momo is Daniel Boyfio Multimedia Group. And please reference Joy Camp. Short code to purchase ticket is *714*003#. For more information, please call 0302 216540. The Eastern Camp Adventure, discoveries, fun, and memories.
Well, welcome back from the break, and also from that particular dialogue there, you saw what women are doing to empower themselves and their families. Let's continue to have these sort of interventions to really impact on women, especially women in the rural areas. But back in the studio, let's talk about something that is quite important to you and I, glaucoma. Now, this is often referred to as a silent thief of sight. You know why? Because it can cause vision loss without any noticeable symptoms. And that's why they call it asymptomatic. You'll be there, and then before you know, it's gone. Now, it's crucial to understand the risk factors and how to detect it early. As we celebrate World Glaucoma Week, we have in the studio with us president of and listen, this is a big word. I did that Greek, but I'll try my best. It's Ophthalmological Society of Ghana, Dr. Med Jefa Ofori Eje. So that's Dr. Okay, so let me add another word. Dr. Med Jefa Bella Ofori Eje. Doc, good afternoon, and great to have you in the studio.
Thank you very much. Great to have you too, and good afternoon to your listeners. It's exciting to be here for Glaucoma Week.
Okay.
Every year we look forward to Glaucoma Week because it's a week that has been set aside by the World Glaucoma Association and the World Glaucoma Patients Association to create awareness about glaucoma, like you rightly said, because it's an asymptomatic disease, but the leading cause of irreversible, so permanent blindness worldwide, if not detected. And unfortunately for us Ghanaians, we are number 2 on the global league table, the glaucoma league table. We are next to Barbados. And historically, the slaves from Barbados are even said to have originated from Ghana. So our prevalence rate is quite high. Not only is it high, the severity of the disease too is really bad amongst us. So we want to create a lot of awareness about it, because once it's detected early, then we can prevent vision loss. So the key word is detecting it early. How do you detect it early? Through screening. Because it is asymptomatic.
And you said something really important about why we screen.
Yes.
That you screen because you can save the people who have it.
Yes. So we screen every disease and medicine that we screen. It's because there's an intervention available for it. So you only screen diseases that you can do something about. Because what's the point in screening for something, diagnosing it, and not being able to do anything about it? Then it causes even a lot more mental trauma to the patient. So glaucoma, when screened or when detected early, can save you from vision loss. And that is a key point during Glaucoma Week. We are saying that it is okay to have glaucoma, but detect it early. And then let's treat it. Because once you treat it, you are as good as new. Yes.
When we say glaucoma, is it just a single thing, or we have various types of it? And if there are, how do they differ from each other?
So glaucoma is a group of diseases, related diseases. And the end result is that there's damage to what we call the optic nerve. The optic nerve is the power of the house, the powerhouse of the eye. So imagine your TV set with a cable that you connect to your sockets to generate power. The optic nerve is that cable. So imagine you have a brand new TV set and then the cable is not working. Then it means that you cannot use your TV set. So the glaucoma damages the optic nerve. And like you said, there are different types. But during Glaucoma Week, it is the one called the primary open angle glaucoma, which most people know is what we talk about. But you have the congenital one where children are born with it, but that one has signs, okay, and symptoms. So you will present, you have those signs and symptoms, and it will bring you to the hospital. So you have the congenital one, you have the juvenile one, okay, and then you have the glaucoma that is associated with other diseases. So you have something else. But we know that with that disease, there's glaucoma associated with it. So those glaucomas are there. But during glaucoma week, our emphasis is on the primary open angle because that one is asymptomatic. There's another one called angle closure that usually happens among the Asians. That one causes intense pain. The pain is such that you don't have a choice. You go to the hospital. Not common amongst most of us. Okay. So what we are focusing on today is the primary open angle glaucoma, which most people generically refer to as glaucoma. And that is the asymptomatic one.
I mean, earlier you said that Ghana is second.
Yes.
Only to Barbados. And even that we have some sort of historical
linkage.
Linkage. Yes. Now, are we then saying that all of us are at risk, or there are some people amongst these two countries that are even at risk? And how do we even prevent
So
that?
there are risk factors, as we said, with glaucoma. One of the commonest risk factor is aging. Okay. Right. So aging is one of the commonest risk factor, and like I said already, being black. So the black race is another risk factor, and then a family history of glaucoma. So if you have a family history of glaucoma, then there's a 4 times chance of you having it. So family history is not your nana cancer. You're talking about your first degree relatives. So your siblings, your parents, then your risk of having glaucoma also increases, okay? And these ones, we refer to them as not modifiable. You can't do anything about your race. You have to age, so there's nothing you can do about it, okay? And then your family, what do? You don't choose your family. However, the major and modifiable risk factor is the intraocular pressure. So the intraocular pressure is a pressure that is specific to your eye. The same way you have a blood pressure specific to your heart, right? So there's one that is specific to your eye. There's a fluid that the eye produces. The rate at which the eye produces it is the same way it excretes it. So it's in equilibrium. So once that pressure is fine, okay, the normal limit is usually anything between 10 to 21. So anything less than 21 is normal intraocular pressure. Okay. Now, with people who have glaucoma, there may be a problem with overproduction of the glaucoma, the fluid, that's the aqueous humor, or problem with the drainage. And that causes a backlog of the fluid in the eye. And that fluid is what compresses on this nerve we spoke about, the optic nerve, resulting in the damage. Okay. However, this damage doesn't occur overnight. It's a progressive, painless decrease in vision. So look at it like the cable I spoke to you about. There are different wires that make up the cable. And imagine those different wires fraying over time. So that is what causes glaucoma. So intraocular pressure, though not the only risk factor, is a major and then a modifiable one. So if you have glaucoma, then the goal is to make sure that the pressure is less than 21. So that is how we manage glaucoma, yes.
Oh, well, since you spoke about fluids, I got a bit scared because mine doesn't come as all of us.
Tears. Like tears is different. This
so
one
it's different
is
from
in the globe.
Okay, it doesn't come out.
No, it doesn't come. It's in the eyeball. You know when you're looking through at me, you can see my brown iris. Okay, most of the time we say it's black, but actually brown. So you can see it in the Caucasian. You see a blue-eyed blonde Caucasian. Yes. So that's gap between the glass in front of the eye and that iris, that structure. There's a chamber, and that is where the fluid is housed. Okay, so it is that fluid that we're talking about. So it's not something that you see with your naked eye. We see it when we examine you in the clinic, and we can measure the intraocular pressure. And the good news is that there are ways of bringing this pressure down. Okay, so once you are screened for glaucoma, so like I said, it's not only the intraocular pressure. There are other things that we look at. There's something at the back of your eye, the optic nerve I spoke about. We look at the caliber of the optic nerve, and we can tell, is it healthy, is it not healthy? And then the other thing we look at is what we call your peripheral visual field. which is what glaucoma affects in the early stages. So in the early stages, your central vision, what we are using to talk right now, is intact. It is your side vision or your peripheral vision that it affects. By the time there's any noticeable reduction in your peripheral vision, then it means you've lost about 40% of the function of the nerve already. So that is why we don't want to get there. Okay, we want to see it. We want you to walk into a clinic once a year, or we want you to walk into the clinic once every 2 years to get your eyes checked. And at that point, when you don't know anything, you are diagnosed with glaucoma. That is the best time to catch it, because then there's no damage at all. Then we can prevent the nerve from getting damaged.
Interesting. So as we sit here, practically, how far to my side should I be able to see?
Okay, so we measure it in degrees. Okay, so it's difficult to say practice. So we usually will use our arms stretched to use what we call the confrontational visual field. So from somewhere like this, you should be able to see me wriggling my finger. But there are machines that will actually test it for us to certain degrees that will be able to tell that, yes, it has affected your visual field. So when you go to the hospital, we will check your ability to read, where we give you the chart. And then you read this alphabet. That's the first one we do. We'll check it monoocularly, because glaucoma can affect both eyes, and it may be asymmetrical. So it may affect one eye. Your eye is severely damaged, one eye, and the other eye may not be, it's not that damaged. So it's important to check the eye monoocularly. So we do that. After that, we check your pressure, and then after that, we take a look at the optic nerve. And based on this, we will decide that you are at risk, or this is what we're seeing. So let's check your peripheral field in addition. Then we'll request for the visual field test, and then we can holistically diagnose you of glaucoma. And then it's at that point that we begin treatment. So all is not gloomy about glaucoma. The most important thing is that get to know your status. Do you have it or not? If you have it, then because it's a chronic disease, we'll treat it. So it's not like you are having a cold or you are having malaria, you pop the pills and then you are fine. It's chronic. So it has to be treated. It won't be cured. It will be treated. So it's treated. There are different ways in which we treat it. We treat it medically. With medically, we're using eye drops. Okay, so you may need 1 or 2 or 3 eye drops. Okay. By the time you are needing 3 eye drops, it means that the disease is very severe, right? And then the second option is surgery, which we advocate for a lot of people to do. Because the eye drops, you can forget to put it in the eye. If you forget and the pressure shoots up, the nerve will get damaged. Okay, so if you're traveling everywhere, you have to remember to take your eye drops with you. But when you do the surgery, then you are, every time you're going somewhere, you just carry your bag and you go. You don't have to worry about the eye drops because the pressure will be maintained constant. So surgery is another option. And the third option is laser that we put. So the whole essence of these methods is to reduce the pressure. So the surgery will divert the fluid. This fluid, I said, aqueous humor that can go up, will just create a diversion for it. So it is in the eye, but it's not present on the nerve to cause damage. So there are different ways of diverting that fluid. So there are different surgeries that you can do for glaucoma. And we say that for the African, glaucoma is a surgical disease because the drugs are expensive. You know, and I said it happens when you are growing old. And as you're growing old, you may have concurrent diabetes, you may have concurrent hypertension, you may have arthritis. So imagine you have to buy medication for all this. Then you are adding glaucoma eye drops to it, okay? Some of the drops are under the health insurance. Just a few of them, maybe 1 or 2 of them are under the health, but the bulk of it you have to buy. But if you do surgery early on in the disease, then you can actually save your vision.
Okay. But you said you don't cure it. You.
So the surgery will make sure that the pressure is normal. And if the pressure is normal, then there's not going to be damage to the nerve. If there's no damage to the nerve, then you don't get visual loss.
So it won't come again.
Yeah.
But then that's...
you have glaucoma, but your pressure will be fine. It's like having BP. When you have BP and you take your medication, it controls the pressure. If you stop it, it will go up again.
Okay.
You understand?
But so this surgery sort of maintains the pressure.
Exactly.
And it won't go up again.
If it goes up again, because it's a diversion, it's a route that you've created, and say something clogs the route, And it happens often in black people because we scar easily.
Okay.
So that scarring can block the hole that we create, okay, or the outlets that we create. If it happens, we'll put another outlet.
Okay.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, like they say, so in health, you say prevention is always better than cure then. So how do people prevent themselves from getting glaucoma?
By screening. Because we spoke about the risk factors. How do you prevent yourself from being black?
You cannot.
You can't. So you have to screen. And when you screen and you are detected, then you are treated. So remember that once you are on medication for glaucoma, you can preserve your vision. It is not knowing. That is where the danger is. Not knowing you have glaucoma. But once you know, then there's solution for you.
Okay. So it means the key word is we should all screen.
Screen. And not a one-time screening. Make it maybe a gift to yourself. So a lot of studies have been done in glaucoma in Ghana. And they found out that 8 out of 100 people above the age of 30 and 9 out of 100 people above the age of 40 have glaucoma.
Hey.
Okay, all right. So, and I also said that a study was done previously in Ikuapem where they realized that a third of the patients who were diagnosed with glaucoma in the clinic, where they were already blind, or they already had visual impairment in one eye. You understand? So the statistics are staggering. So it is not a one-time treatment because you are growing. So if you are screening, we recommend that if you are above 30 years, once a year. If you're above, once every 2 years. And if you're above 40 years, once a year. So perhaps let it coincide with your birthday.
Well, so, I mean, when it comes to the screening, you have to walk into an ophthalmological clinic or something.
I see that today, dear.
I'm in love with the word.
I can see, yeah. So you walk into an eye clinic.
Okay.
Okay, and these are the things that they should do. So they will check your vision, and then they will check your pressure, and they will look at the back of your eye. They will look inside your eye. It's important because when you're going to change your glasses, that is not glaucoma screening. Okay, you don't look at the nerve when you're checking your glasses. If you have Apollo, red eye, and go to the clinic, and that is not glaucoma.
But sometimes they check something at our back, and they're able to tell you that maybe fat is accumulating or whatever.
Yes,
that's not part of it.
So that has to be done.
Okay.
And it's not done routine. Say if you're going to change your glasses, it won't be done for you. Or if you had a red eye, pink eye, Apollo, and you went to the clinic, it won't be done for you. So you have to intentionally say, I want to get screened for glaucoma, and then that will be done for you. So it is done in almost all the health facilities where there's an ophthalmologist or an ophthalmic nurse or an optometrist. So that screening is done, and once you are diagnosed with glaucoma, you'll be referred to see your ophthalmologist who will advise you. Okay, so we would recommend, we'll sit with you, look at your lifestyle, then we'll advise you with a treatment that will best suit you. Say you are someone who is always on the go, then eye drops is going to become a problem for you, isn't it? Because you have to remember to carry it all the time. Some of them twice a day, some of them 3 times a day, and then some of them is just once a day. So we would advise you based on what you do and based on the stage of the disease as well. The problem with this is that most Ghanaians opt for surgery when the vision is poor vision is advanced. Okay, at which point, remember that when you treat glaucoma, it doesn't bring back, I told you, the vision. Permanent. So whatever you've lost is gone. We are preserving what you have so that it doesn't get damaged. Okay. So most people opt to do surgery when it's so advanced, they realize that they can tell themselves going downhill. And that is the time they want to do surgery. And that is not the time to do surgery.
Okay.
Time to do surgery is very early on in the disease so that you can preserve your vision.
Keyword, early detection.
Early detection.
So that you'll be saved. So people should go and do the screening to know that. So every eye clinic can do it for you? Every eye clinic can do it for you. This week, the Ophthalmological Society of Ghana, we partnered with our colleagues on Monday at Emmanuel Eye Clinic. On Tuesday, we're at Ridge Hospital. Today, we did the launch at the Ministry of Health conference room. So we screened the staff over there. Tomorrow, we'll be going to Agbobloshi Market. Friday, we'll be in Bema Camp. And then Ridge Hospital as well. Tomorrow, Kolebu is also doing screening. And basically, most of the eye clinics in the government hospital and even private hospital are doing screening. And the screening is under the health insurance. So if you have
a health insurance card, you can walk into any of these eye clinics and then get your eyes tested.
Okay, so that's happening throughout the week, but just even after the week, people should go on and then be checking, you know, for glaucoma. And not just glaucoma, but other things. But because this week is glaucoma, we are focusing on glaucoma. Well, thank you so much for coming. But just before, maybe you have one thing you would leave us with on how we can ensure that we don't, we check ourselves not to contract this glaucoma thing.
So what I want to say that do not be blindsided by glaucoma. Don't let glaucoma steal your sight. Get screened because there's treatment for glaucoma. Thank you.
All right. So that's Dr. Med Jefa Bella Ofori Eje, I love that name. President of the Ophthalmological Society of Ghana. And she's a consultant at the eye clinic at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. Well, I hope that when we go there, we won't have the issue with the dialysis that we had recently.
No, we won't have that issue.
You are okay. You are solid.
We are okay. We are solid.
Solid as gold. Thank you for coming. Well, this is still the pause. Now, remember that every consumer has a right. At CIMG, we champion the interest and right of consumers. And to mark the World Consumer Rights Day on Friday, March 15, 2024, join CIMG for a thought-provoking breakfast panel discussion on a theme, fair and responsible AI for consumers at 8 a.m. at the Coconut Grove Hotel. Event is strictly by invitation. Follow the CIMG page on Facebook at Chartered Institute of Marketing Ghana or watch the discussion live here on the JoyNews channel. Well, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, there's more for us to share with you. So stay tuned. Stay tuned. Don't change your dial.
This Wednesday on the Joy Business Van, how startup Emmanuela Light Amwa is encouraging the patronage of the Ghanaian snack kuli kuli, adunle, or atipupui, depending on which part of the country you hail from.
So I remember I came home one weekend and I saw that my sister was doing adunle, and then donuts, those local snacks. So I tasted that and I said, oh, this thing tastes really nice, not like the local one that we know, but I think it's advanced. It tasted so good. So I took some to school to my roommate to taste, and they really loved it. And they were like, oh, Ella, how about you sell adunle in school? And I was like, hey, adunle is a local snack. I mean, how am I going to sell it in school? So I got the idea to go look for a nice paper pouch and then like this to do it.
But Ella has an even bigger dream.
And we want to be the major supplier of snacks in Ghana and beyond.
The Joy Business Van, Wednesday on TV, radio, online and on ground. Powered by Joy Business and supported by EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa, and MTN. What are we doing today?